Autoerotism, a study of the spontaneous manifestations of the sexual impulse. Definition of autoerotism: masturbation only covers a small portion of the autoerotic field. The importance of this study, especially today, autoerotic phenomena in animals among savage and barbaric races, the Japanese rin no toma and other special instruments for obtaining autoerotic gratification, abuse of the ordinary implements and objects of daily life, the frequency of hairpin in the bladder, the influence of horse exercise and railway traveling, the sewing machine and the bicycle. Spontaneous passive sexual excitement, delectatio morosa, daydreaming, pollutio, sexual excitement during sleep, erotic dreams, the analogy of nocturnal enuresis, differences in the erotic dreams of men and women, the autoerotic phenomena of sleep in the hysterical, their frequently painful character. By autoerotism I mean the phenomena of spontaneous sexual emotion generated in the absence of an external stimulus proceeding, directly or indirectly, from another person. In a wide sense, which cannot be wholly ignored here, autoerotism may be said to include those transformations of repressed sexual activity which are a factor of some morbid conditions as well as of the normal manifestation of art and poetry, and, indeed, more or less color the whole of life. Such a definition excludes the normal sexual excitement aroused by the presence of a beloved person of the opposite sex. It also excludes the perverted sexuality associated with an attraction to a person of the same sex. It further excludes the manifold forms of erotic fetishism, in which the normal focus of sexual attraction is displaced, and voluptuous emotions are only aroused by some object, hair, shoes, garments, etc., which, to the ordinary lover, are of subordinate, though still, indeed, considerable importance. The autoerotic field remains extensive. It ranges from occasional voluptuous daydreams, in which the subject is entirely passive, to the perpetual unashamed efforts at sexual self-manipulation witnessed among the insane. It also includes, though chiefly as curiosities, those cases in which individuals fall in love with themselves. Among autoerotic phenomena, or on the borderland, we must further include those religious sexual manifestations for an ideal object, of which we may find evidence in the lives of saints and ecstatics. The typical form of autoerotism is the occurrence of the sexual orgasm during sleep. I do not know that any apology is needful for the invention of the term autoerotism. There is no existing word in current use to indicate the whole range of phenomena I am here concerned with. We are familiar with masturbation, but that, strictly speaking, only covers a special and arbitrary subdivision of the field, although, it is true, the subdivision with which physicians and alienists have chiefly occupied themselves. Self-abuse is somewhat wider, but by no means covers the whole ground, while for various reasons it is an unsatisfactory term. Onanism is largely used, especially in France, and some writers even include all forms of homosexual connection under this name. It may be convenient to do so from a physiological point of view, but it is a confusing and antiquated mode of procedure, and from the psychological standpoint altogether illegitimate. Onanism ought never to be used in this connection, if only on the ground that Onan's device was not autoerotic, but was an early example of withdrawal before emission, or coitus interruptus. While the name that I have chosen may possibly not be the best, there should be no question as to the importance of grouping all these phenomena together. It seems to me that this field has rarely been viewed in a scientifically sound and morally sane light, simply because it has not been viewed as a whole. We have made it difficult so to view it by directing our attention on the special group of autoerotic facts, that group included under masturbation, which was most easy to observe and which in an extreme form came plainly under medical observation in insanity and allied conditions, and we have willfully torn this group of facts away from the larger group to which it naturally belongs. The questions which have been so widely, so diversely, and it must unfortunately be added, often so mischievously discussed, concerning the nature and evils of masturbation are not seen in their true light and proportions until we realize that masturbation is but a specialized form of a tendency which in some form or in some degree normally affects not only man, but all the higher animals. From a medical point of view, it is often convenient to regard masturbation as an isolated fact, but in order to understand it we must bear in mind its relationships. In this study of autoerotism I shall frequently have occasion to refer to the old entity of masturbation, because it has been more carefully studied than any other part of the autoerotic field, but I hope it will always be borne in mind that the psychological significance and even the medical diagnostic value of masturbation cannot be appreciated unless we realize that it is an artificial subdivision of a great group of natural facts. The study of autoerotism is far from being an unimportant or merely curious study. Yet psychologists, medical and non-medical, almost without exception, treat its manifestations, when they refer to them at all, in a dogmatic and offhand manner which is far from scientific. It is not surprising, therefore, that the most widely divergent opinions are expressed. Nor is it surprising that ignorant and chaotic notions among the general population should lead to results that would be ludicrous if they were not pathetic. To mention one instance known to me, a married lady who is a leader in social purity movements and an enthusiast for sexual chastity, discovered, through reading some pamphlet against solitary vice, that she had herself been practicing masturbation for years without knowing it. The profound anguish and hopeless despair of this woman in face of what she believed to be the moral ruin of her whole life cannot well be described. It would be easy to give further examples, though scarcely a more striking one, to show the utter confusion into which we are thrown by leaving this matter in the hands of blind leaders of the blind. Moreover, the conditions of modern civilization render autoerotism a matter of increasing social significance. As our marriage rate declines, and as illicit sexual relationships continue to be openly discouraged, it is absolutely inevitable that autoerotic phenomena of one kind or another, not only among women but also among men, should increase among us both in amount and intensity. It becomes, therefore, a matter of some importance, both to the moralist and the physician, to investigate the psychological nature of these phenomena and to decide precisely what their attitude should be toward them. I do not purpose to enter into a thorough discussion of all the aspects of autoerotism. That would involve a very extensive study indeed. I wish to consider briefly certain salient points concerning autoerotic phenomena, especially their prevalence, their nature, and their moral, physical, and other effects. I base my study partly on the facts and opinions which during the last 30 years have been scattered through the periodical and other medical literature of Europe and America, and partly on the experience of individuals, especially of fairly normal individuals. Among animals in isolation, and sometimes in freedom, though this can less often be observed, it is well known that various forms of spontaneous solitary sexual excitement occur. Horses, when leading a lazy life, may be observed flapping the penis until some degree of emission takes place. Welsh ponies, I learn from a man who has had much experience with these animals, habitually produce erections and emissions in their stalls. They do not bring their hind quarters up during this process, and they close their eyes, which does not take place when they have congress with mares. The same informant observed that bulls and goats produce emissions by using their forelegs as a stimulus, bringing up their hind quarters, and mares rub themselves against objects. I am informed by a gentleman who is a recognized authority on goats, that they sometimes take the penis into the mouth and produce actual orgasm, thus practicing autofellatio. As regards ferrets, the Reverend H. Northcote states, I am informed by a gentleman who has had considerable experience of ferrets, that if the bitch, when in heat, cannot obtain a dog she pines and becomes ill. If a smooth pebble is introduced into the hutch, she will masturbate upon it, thus preserving her normal health for one season. But if this artificial substitute is given to her a second season, she will not, as formerly, be content with it. Stags in the rutting season, when they have no partners, rub themselves against trees to produce ejaculation. Sheep masturbate, as also do camels, pressing themselves down against convenient objects, and elephants compress the penis between the hind legs to obtain emissions. Blumenbach observed a bear act somewhat similarly on seeing other bears coupling, and hyenas, according to Ploss and Bartels, have been seen practicing mutual masturbation by licking each other's genitals. Mammary masturbation, remarks Fear, is found in certain female and even male animals, like the dog and the cat. Apes are much given to masturbation, even in freedom, according to the evidence of good observers, for while no female apes are celibates, many of the males are obliged to lead a life of celibacy. Male monkeys use the hand in masturbation, to rub and shake the penis. In the human species, these phenomena are by no means found in civilization alone. To whatever extent masturbation may have been developed by the conditions of European life, which carry to the utmost extreme the concomitant stimulation and repression of the sexual emotions, it is far from being, as Mantegazza has declared it to be, one of the moral characteristics of Europeans. It is found among the people of nearly every race of which we have any intimate knowledge, however natural the conditions under which men and women may live. Thus, among the Nama Hottentots, among the young women at all events, Gustav Fritsch found that masturbation is so common that it is regarded as a custom of the country. No secret is made of it, and in the stories and legends of the race it is treated as one of the most ordinary facts of life. It is so also among the Basutos, and the Kaffirs are addicted to the same habit. The Fuegians have a word for masturbation, and a special word for masturbation by women. When the Spaniards first arrived at Vizcaya, in the Philippines, they found that masturbation was universal, and that it was customary for the women to use an artificial penis and other abnormal methods of sexual gratification. Among the Balinese, according to Jacobs, as quoted by Ploss and Bartels, masturbation is general. In the boudoir of many a Bali beauty, he adds, and certainly in every harem, may be found a wax penis to which many hours of solitude are devoted. Throughout the East, as Iram, speaking from a long medical experience, has declared, masturbation is very prevalent, especially among young girls. In Egypt, according to Sonini, it is prevalent in harems. In India, a medical correspondent tells me, he once treated the widow of a wealthy Mohammedan, who informed him that she began masturbation at an early age, just like all other women. The same informant tells me that on the facade of a large temple in Orissa are bas-reliefs, representing both men and women, alone, masturbating, and also women masturbating men. Among the Tamils of Ceylon, masturbation is said to be common. In Cochin China, Lorian remarks, it is practiced by both sexes, but especially by the married women. Japanese women have probably carried the mechanical arts of autoerotism to the highest degree of perfection. They use two hollow balls about the size of a pigeon's egg, sometimes one alone is used, which, as described by Joest, Christian, and others, are made of very thin leaf of brass. One is empty, the other, called the little man, contains a small heavy metal ball, or else some quicksilver, and sometimes metal tongues which vibrate when set in movement, so that if the balls are held in the hand side by side there is a continuous movement. The empty one is first introduced into the vagina in contact with the uterus, then the other, the slightest movement of the pelvis or thighs, or even spontaneous movement of the organs, causes the metal ball, or the quicksilver, to roll, and the resulting vibration produces a prolonged voluptuous titillation, a gentle shock as from a weak electric inductive apparatus. The balls are called rhinotoma, and are held in the vagina by a paper tampon. The women who use these balls delight to swing themselves in a hammock or rocking chair, the delicate vibration of the balls slowly producing the highest degree of sexual excitement. Joest mentions that this apparatus, though well known by name to ordinary girls, is chiefly used by the more fashionable geishas, as well as by prostitutes. Its use has now spread to China, Annam, and India. Japanese women also, it is said, frequently use an artificial penis of paper or clay, called enji. Among the Atjeh, again, according to Jacobs, as quoted by Ploss, the young of both sexes masturbate and the elder girls use an artificial penis of wax. In China, also, the artificial penis, made of rosin, supple and, like the classical instrument described by Herendas, rose-colored, is publicly sold and widely used by women. It may be noticed that among non-European races it is among women, and especially among those who are subjected to the excitement of a life professionally devoted to some form of pleasure, that the use of the artificial instruments of autoerotism is chiefly practiced. The same is markedly true in Europe. The use of an artificial penis in solitary sexual gratification may be traced down from classic times, and doubtless prevailed in the very earliest human civilization, for such an instrument is said to be represented in old Babylonian sculptures, and it is referred to by Ezekiel, chapter 16. v. 17. The lesbian women are said to have used such instruments, made of ivory or gold with silken stuffs and linen. Aristophanes, Lysistrata, v. 109, speaks of the manufacture by the Miletian women of a leather artificial penis, or olisbos. In the British Museum is a vase representing a hetaira, holding such instruments, which, as found at Pompeii, may be seen in the museum at Naples. One of the best of Heronda's mimes, The Private Conversation, presents a dialogue between two ladies concerning a certain olisbos, or, which one of them vaunts as a dream of delight. Through the Middle Ages, when from time to time the clergy reprobated the use of such instruments, they continued to be known, and after the 15th century the references to them became more precise. Thus Fortini, the Sienese novelist of the 16th century, refers in his novella Dei Novisi, Seventh Day, novella XXXIX, to the glass object filled with warm water which nuns used to calm the sting of the flesh and to satisfy themselves as well as they can. He adds that widows and other women anxious to avoid pregnancy availed themselves of it. In Elizabethan England, at the same time, it appears to have been of similar character, and Marston in his satires tells how Lucia prefers a glassy instrument to her husband's lukewarm bed. In 16th century France, also, such instruments were sometimes made of glass, and Brantome refers to the Godemisch. In 18th century Germany they were called samphants, and their use, according to Heinz, as quoted by Duren, was common among aristocratic women. In England by that time the dildo appears to have become common. Archamholtz states that while in Paris they are only sold secretly, in London a certain Mrs. Phillips sold them openly on a large scale in her shop in Leicester Square. John B. in 1835, stating that the name was originally dildole, remarks that their use was formerly commoner than it was in his day. In France, Madame Gourdin, the most notorious brothel keeper of the 18th century, carried on a wholesale trade in consolateurs, as they were called, and at her death numberless letters from abbesses and simple nuns were found among her papers, asking for a consolateur to be sent. The modern French instrument is described by Gamier as of hardened red rubber, exactly imitating the penis and capable of holding warm milk or other fluid for injection at the moment of orgasm. The compressible scrotum is said to have been first added in the 18th century. In Islam, the artificial penis has reached nearly as high a development as in Christendom. Turkish women use it, and it is said to be openly sold in Smyrna. In the harems of Zanzibar, according to Baumann, it is of considerable size, carved out of ebony or ivory, and commonly bored through so that warm water may be injected. It is here regarded as an Arab invention. Somewhat similar appliances may be traced in all centers of civilization. But throughout they appear to be frequently confined to the world of prostitutes and to those women who live on the fashionable or semi-artistic verge of that world. Ignorance and delicacy combine with a less versatile and perverted concentration on the sexual impulse to prevent any general recourse to such highly specialized methods of solitary gratification. On the other hand, the use, or rather abuse, of the ordinary objects and implements of daily life in obtaining autoerotic gratification, among the ordinary population in civilized modern lands, has reached an extraordinary degree of extent and variety we can only feebly estimate by the occasional resulting mischances which come under the surgeon's hands, because only a certain proportion of such instruments are dangerous. Thus the banana seems to be widely used for masturbation by women, and appears to be marked out for the purpose by its size and shape. It is, however, innocuous, and never comes under the surgeon's notice. The same may probably be said of the cucumbers and other vegetables more especially used by country and factory girls in masturbation. A lady living near Vichy told Pouillet that she had often heard, and had herself been able to verify the fact, that the young peasant women commonly used turnips, carrots, and beetroots. In the 18th century Mirabeau, in his Erotica Biblion, gave a list of the various objects used in convents, which he describes as vast theatres of such practices, to obtain solitary sexual excitement. In more recent years, the following are a few of the objects found in the vagina or bladder whence they could only be removed by surgical interference: pencils, sticks of sealing wax, cotton reels, hairpins, and in Italy very commonly the bone pins used in the hair, bodkins, knitting needles, crochet needles, needle cases, compasses, glass stoppers, candles, corks, tumblers, forks, toothpicks, toothbrushes, pomade pots, in a case recorded by Schroeder with a cockchafer inside, a makeshift substitute for the Japanese rhinotoma, while in one recent English case a full-sized hen's egg was removed from the vagina of a middle-aged married woman. More than 9/10 of the foreign bodies found in the female bladder or urethra are due to masturbation. The age of the individuals in whom such objects have been found is usually from 17 to 30, but in a few cases they have been found in girls below 14, infrequently in women between 40 and 50. The large objects, naturally, are found chiefly in the vagina, and in married women. Hairpins have, above all, been found in the female bladder with special frequency. This point is worth some consideration as an illustration of the enormous frequency of this form of autoerotism. The female urethra is undoubtedly a normal center of sexual feeling, as Pouillet pointed out many years ago. A woman medical correspondent, also, writes that in some women the maximum of voluptuous sensation is at the vesical sphincter or orifice, though not always so limited. E. H. Smith, indeed, considers that the urethra is the part in which the orgasm occurs, and remarks that in sexual excitement mucus always flows largely from the urethra. It should be added that when once introduced, the physiological mechanism of the bladder apparently causes the organ to tend to swallow the foreign object. Yet for every case in which the hairpin disappears and is lost in the bladder, from carelessness or the oblivion of the sexual spasm, there must be a vast number of cases in which the instrument is used without any such unfortunate result. There is thus great significance in the frequency with which cases of hairpin in the bladder are strewn through the medical literature of all countries. In 1862, a German surgeon found the accident so common that he invented a special instrument for extracting hairpins from the female bladder, as, indeed, Italian and French surgeons have also done. In France, Deneusse, of Bordeaux, came to the conclusion that hairpin in the bladder is the commonest result of masturbation as known to the surgeon. In England, cases are constantly being recorded. Lawson Tate, stating that most cases of stone in the bladder in women are due to the introduction of a foreign body, very often a hairpin, adds, "I have removed hairpins encrusted with phosphates from 10 different female bladders, and not one of the owners of these bladders would give any account of the incident." Stokes, again, records that during 4 years he had 4 cases of hairpin in the female urethra. In New York, one physician met with 4 cases in a short experience. In Switzerland, Professor Revedin had a precisely similar experience. There is, however, another class of material objects, widely employed for producing physical autoerotism, which in the nature of things never reaches the surgeon. I refer to the effects that, naturally or unnaturally, may be produced by many of the objects and implements of daily life that do not normally come in direct contact with the sexual organs. Children sometimes, even when scarcely more than infants, produce sexual excitement by friction against the corner of a chair or other piece of furniture, and women sometimes do the same. Gutseat, in Russia, knew women who made a large knot in their chemises to rub against, and mentions a woman who would sit on her naked heel and rub it against her. Girls in France, I am informed, are fond of riding on the chevaux de bois, or hobby horses, because of the sexual excitement thus aroused, and that the sexual emotions play a part in the fascination exerted by this form of amusement everywhere is indicated by the ecstatic faces of its devotees. At the temples in some parts of central India, I am told, swings are hung up in pairs, men and women swinging in these until sexually excited. During the months when the men in these districts have to be away from home, the girls put up swings to console themselves for the loss of their husbands. It is interesting to observe the very wide prevalence of swinging, often of a religious or magic character, and the evident sexual significance underlying it, although this is not always clearly brought out. Greuze, discussing the frequency of swinging, Die Spiel der Menschen, page 114, refers, for instance, to the custom of the Gilbert Islanders for a young man to swing a girl from a cocoa palm, and then to cling on and swing with her. In ancient Greece, women and grown-up girls were fond of seesaws and swings. The Athenians had, indeed, a swinging festival, Athenius, Book 14, Chapter X. Songs of a voluptuous character, we gather from Athenius, were sung by the women at this festival. J. G. Fraser, The Golden Bough, Volume 2, Note A, Swinging as a Magical Rite, discusses the question, and brings forward instances in which men, or, especially, women swing. The notion seems to be, he states, that the ceremony promotes fertility, whether in the vegetable or in the animal kingdom, though why it should be supposed to do so, I confess myself unable to explain. Location Sit, page 450. The explanation seems, however, not far to seek, in view of the facts quoted above, and Fraser himself refers to the voluptuous character of the songs sometimes sung. Even apart from actual swinging of the whole body, a swinging movement may suffice to arouse sexual excitement, and may, at all events, in women, constitute an essential part of methods of attaining solitary sexual gratification. Kiernan thus describes the habitual autoerotic procedure of a young American woman. The patient knelt before a chair, let her elbows drop on its seat, grasping the arms with a firm grip, then commenced a swinging, writhing motion, seeming to fix her pelvis, and moving her trunk and limbs. The muscles were rigid, the face took on a passionate expression, the features were contorted, the eyes rolled, the teeth were set, and the lips compressed, while the cheeks were purple. The condition bore a striking resemblance to the passional stage of grand hysteria. The reveling took only a moment to commence, but lasted a long time. Swaying induced a pleasurable sensation, accompanied with a feeling of suction upon the clitoris. Almost immediately after, a sensation of bursting, caused by discharge from the vulvovaginal glands, occurs, followed by a rapture prolonged for an indefinite time. The accompanying sexual imagery is so vivid as almost to become hallucinatory. J. G. Kiernan, Sex Transformation and Psychic Impotence. American Journal of Dermatology, Volume 9, Number 2. Somewhat similarly, sensations of sexual character are sometimes experienced by boys when climbing up a pole. It is not even necessary that there should be direct external contact with the sexual organs, and Howe states that gymnastic swinging poles around which boys swing while supporting the whole weight on the hands may suffice to produce sexual excitement. Several writers have pointed out that riding, especially in women, may produce sexual excitement and orgasm. It is well known, also, that both in men and women the vibratory motion of a railway train frequently produces a certain degree of sexual excitement, especially when sitting forward. Such excitement may remain latent and not become specifically sexual. I am not aware that this quality of railway traveling has ever been fostered as a sexual perversion, but the sewing machine has attracted considerable attention on account of its influence in exciting autoerotic manifestations. The early type of sewing machine, especially, was of very heavy character and involved much up and down movement of the legs. Langdon Down pointed out many years ago that this frequently produced great sexual erethism which led to masturbation. According to one French authority, it is a well-recognized fact that to work a sewing machine with the body in a certain position produces sexual excitement leading to the orgasm. The occurrence of the orgasm is indicated to the observer by the machine being worked for a few seconds with uncontrollable rapidity. This sound is said to be frequently heard in large French workrooms, and it is part of the duty of the superintendents of the rooms to make the girls sit properly. During a visit which I once paid to a manufactory of military clothing, Pouillet writes, I witnessed the following scene. In the midst of the uniform sound produced by some 30 sewing machines, I suddenly heard one of the machines working with much more velocity than the others. I looked at the person who was working it, a brunette of 18 or 20. While she was automatically occupied with the trousers she was making on the machine, her face became animated, her mouth opened slightly, her nostrils dilated, her feet moved the pedals with constantly increasing rapidity. Soon I saw a convulsive look in her eyes, her eyelids were lowered, her face turned pale and was thrown backward, hands and legs stopped and became extended, A suffocated cry, followed by a long sigh, was lost in the noise of the workroom. The girl remained motionless a few seconds, drew out her handkerchief to wipe away the pearls of sweat from her forehead, and, after casting a timid and ashamed glance at her companions, resumed her work. The forewoman, who acted as my guide, having observed the direction of my gaze, took me up to the girl, who blushed, lowered her face, and murmured some incoherent words before the forewoman had opened her mouth, to advise her to sit fully on the chair, and not on its edge. As I was leaving, I heard another machine at another part of the room in accelerated movement. The forewoman smiled at me, and remarked that that was so frequent that it attracted no notice. It was specially observed, she told me, in the case of young workgirls, apprentices, and those who sat on the edge of their seats, thus much facilitating friction of the labia. In cases where the sewing machine does not lead to direct self-excitement, it has been held, as by Fothergill, to predispose to frequency of involuntary sexual orgasm during sleep, from the irritation set up by the movement of the feet in the sitting posture during the day. The essential movement in working the sewing machine is the flexion and extension of the ankle, but the muscles of the thighs are used to maintain the feet firmly on the treadle. The thighs are held together, and there is a considerable degree of flexion or extension of the thighs on the trunk, by a special adjustment of the body, and sometimes perhaps merely in the presence of sexual hyperesthesia. It is thus possible to act upon the sexual organs, but this is by no means a necessary result of using the sewing machine. And inquiry of various women, with well-developed sexual feelings, who are accustomed to work the treadle, has not shown the presence of any tendency in this direction. Sexual irritation may also be produced by the bicycle in women. Thus, Moll remarks that he knows many married women, and some unmarried, who experience sexual excitement when cycling. In several cases he has ascertained that the excitement is carried as far as complete orgasm. This result cannot, however, easily happen unless the seat is too high, the peak in contact with the organs, and a rolling movement is adopted. In the absence of marked hyperesthesia, these results are only affected by a bad seat or an improper attitude, the body during cycling resting under proper conditions on the buttocks, and the work being mainly done by the muscles of the thighs and legs which control the ankles, flexion of the thigh on the pelvis being very small. Most medical authorities on cycling are of opinion that when cycling leads to sexual excitement, the fault lies more with the woman than with the machine. This conclusion does not appear to me to be absolutely correct. I find on inquiry that with the old-fashioned saddle, with an elevated peak rising toward the pubes, a certain degree of sexual excitement, not usually producing the orgasm, but, as one lady expressed it, making one feel quite ready for it, is fairly common among women. Lidston finds that irritation of the genital organs may unquestionably be produced in both males and females by cycling. The aggravation of hemorrhoids sometimes produced by cycling indicates also the tendency to local congestion. With the improved flat saddles, however, constructed with more definite adjustment to the anatomical formation of the parts, this general tendency is reduced to a negligible minimum. Reference may be made at this point to the influence of tight lacing. This has been recognized by gynecologists as a factor of sexual excitement and a method of masturbation. Women who have never worn corsets sometimes find that, on first putting them on, sexual feeling is so intensified that it is necessary to abandon their use. 212, as Siebert points out in his Butch-Fur Elton, seems to be that the corset both favors pelvic congestion and at the same time exerts a pressure on the abdominal muscles which brings them into the state produced during coitus. It is doubtless for the same reason that, as some women have found, more distension of the bladder is possible without corsets than with them. In a further class of cases, no external object whatever is used to procure the sexual orgasm, but the more or less voluntary pressure of the thighs alone is brought to bear upon the sexual regions. It is done either when sitting or standing, the thighs being placed together and firmly crossed, and the pelvis rocked so that the sexual organs are pressed against the inner and posterior parts of the thighs. This is sometimes done by men, and is fairly common among women, especially, according to Martineau, among those who sit much, such as dressmakers and milliners, those who use the sewing machine, and those who ride. Vedala remarks that in his experience in Scandinavia, thigh friction is the commonest form of masturbation in women. The practice is widespread, and a medical correspondent in India tells me of a Brahmin widow who confessed to this form of masturbation. I am told that in London board schools, at the present time, thigh rubbing is not infrequent among the girls' scholars. The proportion mentioned in one school was about 10% of the girls over 11. The thigh rubbing is done more or less openly and is interpreted by the uninitiated as due merely to a desire to relieve the bladder. It is found in female infants. Thus, Townsend records the case of an infant, 8 months old, who would cross her right thigh over the left, close her eyes and clench her fists. After a minute or two there would be complete relaxation, with sweating and redness of face. This would occur about once a week or oftener. The child was quite healthy, with no abnormal condition of the genital organs. The frequency of thigh friction among women as a form of masturbation is due to the fact that it is usually acquired innocently and it involves no indecorum. Thus Sautso reports the case of a girl of 12 who at school, when having to wait her turn at the water closet, for fear of wetting herself would put her clothes between her legs and press her thighs together, moving them backwards and forwards in the effort to control the bladder. She discovered that a pleasurable sensation was thus produced and acquired the habit of practicing the maneuver for its own sake. At the age of 17 she began to vary it in different ways. Thus she would hang from a tree, with her legs swinging and her chemise pressed between her thighs, which she would rub together. Thigh friction in some of its forms is so comparatively decorous a form of masturbation that it may even be performed in public places. Thus, a few years ago, while waiting for a train at a station on the outskirts of a provincial town, I became aware of the presence of a young woman, sitting alone on a seat at a little distance, whom I could observe unnoticed. She was leaning back with legs crossed, swinging the crossed foot vigorously and continuously. This continued without interruption for some 10 minutes after I first observed her. Then the swinging movement reached a climax. She leant still further back, thus bringing the sexual region still more closely in contact with the edge of the bench, and straightened and stiffened her body and legs in what appeared to be a momentary spasm. There could be little doubt as to what had taken place. A few moments later she slowly walked from her solitary seat into the waiting room and sat down among the other waiting passengers, quite still now and with uncrossed legs, a pale quiet young woman, possibly a farmer's daughter, serenely unconscious that her maneuver had been detected, and very possibly herself ignorant of its true nature. There are many other forms in which the impulse of autoerotism presents itself. Dancing is often a powerful method of sexual excitement, not only among civilized but among savage peoples, and Zash describes the erotic dances of Swahili women as having a masturbatory object. Stimulation of the nates is a potent adjuvant to the production of self-excitement, and self-flagellation with rods, etc., is practiced by some individuals, especially young women. Urtication is another form of this stimulation. Revedin knew a young woman who obtained sexual gratification by flogging herself with chestnut burrs, and it is stated that in some parts of France, departments of the Aisne and Côte d'Or, it is not uncommon for young girls to masturbate by rubbing the leaves of the Linaria cymbalaria, here called pinton or timbard, onto the sexual parts, thus producing a burning sensation. Stimulation of the mamma, normally an erogenous center in women, may occasionally serve as a method for obtaining autoerotic satisfaction, including the orgasm, in both sexes. I have been told of a case in a man, and a medical correspondent in India informs me that he knows a Eurasian woman, addicted to masturbation, who can only obtain the orgasm by rubbing the genitals with one hand while with the other she rubs and finally squeezes her breasts. The tactile stimulation even of regions of the body which are not normally erogenous zones in either sex may sometimes lead on to sexual excitement. Hirschsprung, as well as Freud, believes that this is often the case as regards finger-sucking and toe-sucking in infancy. Even stroking the chin, remarks D. Brain, may produce a pollution. Taylor refers to the case of a young woman of 22, who was liable to attacks of choreic movements of the hands which would terminate in alternately pressing the middle finger on the tip of the nose and the tragus of the ear, when a faraway, pleased expression would appear on her face. She thus produced sexual excitement and satisfaction. She had no idea of wrongdoing and was surprised and ashamed when she realized the nature of her act. Most of the foregoing examples of autoerotism are commonly included, by no means correctly, under the heading of masturbation. There are, however, a vast number of people, possessing strong sexual emotions and living a solitary life, who experience, sometimes by instinct and sometimes on moral grounds, a strong repugnance for these manifestations of autoerotism. As one highly intelligent lady writes, "I have sometimes wondered whether I could produce it, complete sexual excitement, mechanically, but I have a curious unreasonable repugnance to trying the experiment. It would materialize it too much." The same repugnance may be traced in the tendency to avoid, so far as possible, the use of the hands. It is quite common to find this instinctive unreasoning repugnance among women, a healthy repugnance, not founded on any moral ground. In men the same repugnance exists, more often combined with, or replaced by, a very strong moral and aesthetic objection to such practices. But the presence of such a repugnance, however invincible, is very far from carrying us outside the autoerotic field. The production of the sexual orgasm is not necessarily dependent on any external contact or voluntary mechanical cause. As an example, though not of specifically autoerotic manifestations, I may mention the case of a man of 57, a somewhat eccentric preacher, etc., who writes, "My whole nature goes out so to some persons, and they thrill and stir me so that I have an emission while sitting by them with no thought of sex. Only the gladness of soul found its way out thus, and a glow of health suffused the whole body. There was no spasmodic conclusion, but a pleasing gentle sensation as the few drops of semen passed. In reality, no doubt, not semen, but urethral fluid." This man's condition may certainly be considered somewhat morbid. He is attracted to both men and women, and the sexual impulse seems to be irritable and weak, but a similar state of things exists so often in women, no doubt due to sexual repression, and in individuals who are in a general state of normal and good health, that in these it can scarcely be called morbid. Brooding on sexual images, which the theologians termed delectatio morosa, may lead to spontaneous orgasm in either sex, even in perfectly normal persons. Hammond described as a not uncommon form of psychic coitus, a condition in which the simple act of imagination alone, in the presence of the desired object, suffices to produce orgasm. In some public convents, theatre, or elsewhere, the man sees a desirable woman and by concentrating his attention on her person and imagining all the stages of intimacy he quickly succeeds in producing orgasm. Niceforo refers to an Italian workgirl of 14 who could obtain ejaculation of mucus 4 times a day, in the workroom in the presence of the other girls, without touching herself or moving her body, by simply thinking of sexual things. If the orgasm occurs spontaneously, without the aid of mental impressions, or any manipulations ad hoc, though under such conditions it ceases to be sinful from the theological standpoint, it certainly ceases also to be normal. Serios records the case of a somewhat neurotic woman of 50, who had been separated from her husband for 10 years, and since lived a chaste life. At this age, however, she became subject to violent crises of sexual orgasm, which would come on without any accompaniment of voluptuous thoughts. McGillicuddy records 3 cases of spontaneous orgasm in women coming under his notice. Such crises are frequently found in both men and women, who, from moral reasons, ignorance, or on other grounds are restrained from attaining the complete sexual orgasm, but whose sexual emotions are, literally, continually dribbling from them. Schrenk-Notzing knows a lady who is spontaneously sexually excited on hearing music or seeing pictures without anything lascivious in them. She knows nothing of sexual relationships. Another lady is sexually excited on seeing beautiful and natural scenes, like the sea. Sexual ideas are mixed up in her mind with these things, and the contemplation of a specially strong and sympathetic man brings the orgasm on in about a minute. Both these ladies masturbate in the streets, restaurants, railways, theatres, without anyone perceiving it. A Brahmin woman informed a medical correspondent in India that she had distinct though feeble orgasm, with copious outflow of mucus, if she stayed long near a man whose face she liked, and this is not uncommon among European women. Evidently, under such conditions there is a state of hyperesthetic weakness. Here, however, we are passing the frontiers of strictly autoerotic phenomena. Delectatio morosa, as understood by the theologians, is distinct from desire, and also distinct from the definite intention of effecting the sexual act, although it may lead to those things. It is the voluntary and complacent dallying in imagination with voluptuous thoughts, where no effort is made to repel them. It is, as Aquinas and others point out, constituted by this act of complacent dallying, and has no reference to the duration of the imaginative process. D. Brain, in his Moechiology, pp. 149–163, deals fully with this question, and quotes the opinions of theologians. I may add that in the early penitentials, before the elaboration of Catholic theology, the voluntary emission of semen through the influence of evil thoughts was recognized as a sin, though usually only if it occurred in church. In Egbert's Penitential of the 8th or 9th century, cap. 9, 12, the penance assigned for this offense in the case of a deacon is 25 days, in the case of a monk, 30 days, a priest, 40 days, a bishop, 50. Haddon and Stubbs, Councils and Ecclesiastical Documents, Volume 3, p. 426. The frequency of spontaneous orgasm in women seems to have been recognized in the 17th century. Thus, Schurig, Solepsologia, page 4, apparently quoting Riolan, states that some women are so wanton that the sight of a handsome man, or of their lover, or speech with such a one, will cause them to ejaculate their semen. There is, however, a closely allied, and, indeed, overlapping form of autoerotism which may be considered here. I mean that associated with reverie, or daydreaming. Although this is a very common and important form of autoerotism, besides being in a large proportion of cases the early stage of masturbation, it appears to have attracted little attention. The daydream has, indeed, been studied in its chief form, in The Continued Story, by Mabel Learoyd, of Wellesley College. The continued story is an imagined narrative, more or less peculiar to the individual, by whom it is cherished with fondness, and regarded as an especially sacred mental possession, to be shared only, if at all, with very sympathizing friends. It is commoner among girls and young women than among boys and young men. Among 352 persons of both sexes, 47% among the women and only 14% among the men have any continued story. The starting point is an incident from a book, or, more usually, some actual experience, which the subject develops. The subject is nearly always the hero or the heroine of the story. The growth of the story is favored by solitude, and lying in bed before going to sleep is the time specially sacred to its cultivation. No distinct reference, perhaps naturally enough, is made by Miss Learoyd to the element of sexual emotion with which these stories are often strongly tinged, and which is frequently their real motive. Though by no means easy to detect, these elaborate, and more or less erotic daydreams are not uncommon in young men and especially in young women. Each individual has his own particular dream, which is always varying or developing, but, except in very imaginative persons, to no great extent. Such a daydream is often founded on a basis of pleasurable personal experience, and develops on that basis. It may involve an element of perversity, even though that element finds no expression in real life. It is, of course, fostered by sexual abstinence, hence its frequency in young women. Most usually there is little attempt to realize it. It does not necessarily lead to masturbation, though it often causes some sexual congestion or even spontaneous sexual orgasm. The daydream is a strictly private and intimate experience, not only from its very nature, but also because it occurs in images which the subject finds great difficulty in translating into language, even when willing to do so. In other cases it is elaborately dramatic or romantic in character, the hero or heroine passing through many experiences before attaining the erotic climax of the story. This climax tends to develop in harmony with the subject's growing knowledge or experience. At first, merely a kiss, it may develop into any refinement of voluptuous gratification. The daydream may occur either in normal or abnormal persons. Rousseau, in his Confessions, describes such dreams, in his case combined with masochism and masturbation. A distinguished American novelist, Hamlin Garland, has admirably described in Rose of Duchess Cooley the part played in the erotic daydreams of a healthy normal girl at adolescence by a circus rider, seen on the first visit to a circus, and becoming a majestic ideal to dominate the girl's thoughts for many years. Rafalovich describes the process by which insexual inverts the vision of a person of the same sex, perhaps seen in the streets or the theater, is evoked in solitary reveries, producing a kind of psychic onanism, whether or not it leads on to physical manifestations. Although daydreaming of this kind has at present been very little studied, since it loves solitude and secrecy, and has never been counted of sufficient interest for scientific inquisition, it is really a process of considerable importance, and occupies a large part of the autoerotic field. It is frequently cultivated by refined and imaginative young men and women who lead a chaste life and would often be repelled by masturbation. In such persons, under such circumstances, it must be considered as strictly normal, the inevitable outcome of the play of the sexual impulse. No doubt it may often become morbid, and is never a healthy process when indulged in to excess, as it is liable to be by refined young people with artistic impulses, to whom it is in the highest degree seductive and insidious. As we have seen, however, daydreaming is far from always colored by sexual emotion. Yet it is a significant indication of its really sexual origin that, as I have been informed by persons of both sexes, even in these apparently non-sexual cases it frequently ceases altogether on marriage. Even when we have eliminated all these forms of autoerotic activity, however refined, in which the subject takes a voluntary part, we have still left unexplored an important portion of the autoerotic field, a portion which many people are alone inclined to consider normal: sexual orgasm during sleep. That under conditions of sexual abstinence in healthy individuals there must inevitably be some autoerotic manifestations during waking life, a careful study of the facts compels us to believe. There can be no doubt, also, that, under the same conditions, the occurrence of the complete orgasm during sleep with, in men, seminal emissions, is altogether normal. Even Zeus himself, as Pausanias has recorded, was liable to such accidents, a statement which, at all events, shows that to the Greek mind there was nothing derogatory in such an occurrence. The Jews, however, regarded it as an impurity, and the same idea was transmitted to the Christian Church and embodied in the word pollutio, by which the phenomenon was designated in ecclesiastical phraseology. According to Billuart and other theologians, pollution in sleep is not sin, unless voluntarily caused. If, however, it begins in sleep, and is completed in the half-waking state, with a sense of pleasure, it is a venial sin. But it seems allowable to permit a nocturnal pollution to complete itself on awaking, if it occurs without intention, and St. Thomas even says si pollutio placeat ut naturi exoneratio vel alleviatio peccatum non creditor. Notwithstanding the fair and logical position of the more distinguished Latin theologians, there has certainly been a widely prevalent belief in Catholic countries that pollution during sleep is a sin. In the Parson's Tale, Chaucer makes the parson say, "Another sin appertaineth to lechery that cometh in sleeping, and the sin cometh oft to them that be maidens, and eke to them that be corrupt, and this sin men cleep pollution, that cometh in 4 manners, these 4 manners being, 1. Languishing of body from rank and abundant humours, 2. Infirmity, 3. Surfeit of meat and drink, and 4. Villainous thoughts." 400 years later, Madame Roland, in her memoirs Particulars, presented a vivid picture of the anguish produced in an innocent girl's mind by the notion of the sinfulness of erotic dreams. She menstruated first at the age of 14. "Before this," she writes, "I had sometimes been awakened from the deepest sleep in a surprising manner. Imagination played no part, I exercised it on too many serious subjects, and my timorous conscience preserved it from amusement with other subjects, so that it could not represent what I would not allow it to seek to understand. But an extraordinary effervescence aroused my senses in the heat of repose, and, by virtue of my excellent constitution, operated by itself a purification which was as strange to me as its cause. The first feeling which resulted was, I know not why, a sort of fear. I had observed in my fility that we are not allowed to obtain any pleasure from our bodies except in lawful marriage. What I had experienced could be called a pleasure. I was then guilty, and in a class of offences which caused me the most shame and sorrow, since it was that which was most displeasing to the spotless Lamb. There was great agitation in my poor heart, prayers and mortifications. How could I avoid it? For, indeed, I had not foreseen it, but at the instant when I experienced it, I had not taken the trouble to prevent it. My watchfulness became extreme. I scrupulously avoided positions which I found specially exposed me to the accident. My restlessness became so great that, at last I was able to awake before the catastrophe. When I was not in time to prevent it, I would jump out of bed, with naked feet onto the polished floor, and with crossed arms pray to the Saviour to preserve me from the wiles of the devil. I would then impose some penance on myself, and I have carried out to the letter what the Prophet King probably only transmitted to us as a figure of Oriental speech, mixing ashes with my bread and watering it with my tears. To the early Protestant mind, as illustrated by Luther, there was something diseased, though not impure, in sexual excitement during sleep. Thus, in his Table Talk, Luther remarks that girls who have such dreams should be married at once, taking the medicine which God has given. It is only of comparatively recent years that medical science has obtained currency for the belief that this autoerotic process is entirely normal. Blumenbach stated that nocturnal emissions are normal. Sir James Paget declared that he had never known celibate men who had not such emissions from once or twice a week to twice every 3 months, both extremes being within the limits of good health, while Sir Lauder Brunton considers once a fortnight or once a month about the usual frequency, at these periods the emissions often following 2 nights in succession. Rohleder believes that they may normally follow for several nights in succession. Hammond considers that they occur about once a fortnight. Ribbing regards 10 to 14 days as the normal interval. Lowenfeld puts the normal frequency at about once a week. Winking sad smiley. This seems to be nearer the truth as regards most fairly healthy young men. In proof of this, it is only necessary to refer to the exact records of healthy young adults summarized in the study of periodicity in the present volume. It occasionally happens, however, that nocturnal emissions are entirely absent. I am acquainted with some cases. In other fairly healthy young men they seldom occur except at times of intellectual activity or of anxiety and worry. Lately there has been some tendency for medical opinion to revert to the view of Luther, and to regard sexual excitement during sleep as a somewhat unhealthy phenomenon. Moll is a distinguished advocate of this view. Sexual excitement during sleep is the normal result of celibacy, but it is another thing to say that it is, on that account, satisfactory. We might, then, Moll remarks, maintain that nocturnal incontinence of urine is satisfactory, since the bladder is thus emptied. Yet, we take every precaution against this by insisting that the bladder shall be emptied before going to sleep. Libido sexualis, B.D. I. Page 552. This remark is supported by the fact, to which I find that both men and women can bear witness, that sexual excitement during sleep is more fatiguing than in the waking state, though this is not an invariable rule, and it is sometimes found to be refreshing. In a similar way, Eulenberg, Sexual Neuropathy, page 55, states that nocturnal emissions are no more normal than coughing or vomiting. Nocturnal emissions are usually, though not invariably, accompanied by dreams of a voluptuous character in which the dreamer becomes conscious in a more or less fantastic manner of the more or less intimate presence or contact of a person of the opposite sex. It would seem, as a general rule, that the more vivid and voluptuous the dream, the greater is the physical excitement and the greater also the relief experienced on awakening. Sometimes the erotic dream occurs without any emission, and not infrequently the emission takes place after the dreamer has awakened. The widest and most comprehensive investigation of erotic dreams is that carried out by Gualino, in northern Italy, and based on inquiries among 100 normal men, doctors, teachers, lawyers, etc., who had all had experience of the phenomenon. El Gualino, Illinois Sogno Erotico nel Umo Normale, Rivista di Psicologia, January-February, 1907. Gualino shows that erotic dreams, with emissions, whether or not seminal, began somewhat earlier than the period of physical development as ascertained by Morrow for youths of the same part of northern Italy. Gualino found that all his cases had had erotic dreams at the age of 17. Morrow found 8% of youths still sexually undeveloped at that age, and while sexual development began at 13 years, erotic dreams began at 12. Their appearance was preceded, in most cases for some months, by erections. In 37% of the cases there had been no actual sexual experiences, either masturbation or intercourse. In 23% there had been masturbation, in the rest, some form of sexual contact. The dreams are mainly visual, tactual elements coming second, and the dramatis persona is either an unknown woman, 27% cases, or only known by sight, 56%. And in the majority is, at all events in the beginning, an ugly or fantastic figure, becoming more attractive later in life, but never identical with the woman loved during waking life. This, as Gualino points out, accords with the general tendency for the emotions of the day to be latent in sleep. Masturbation only formed the subject of the dream in 4 cases. The emotional state in the pubertal stage, apart from pleasure, was anxiety, 37%, desire, 17%, fear, 14%. In the adult stage, anxiety and fear receded to 7% and 6% respectively. 33 of the subjects, as a result of sexual or general disturbances, had had nocturnal emissions. Without dreams, these were always found exhausting. Normally, in more than 90%, erotic dreams are the most vivid of all dreams. In no case was there knowledge of any monthly or other cyclic periodicity in the occurrence of the manifestations. In 34% of cases, they tended to occur very soon after sexual intercourse. In numerous cases they were peculiarly frequent, even 3 in one night, during courtship, when the young man was in the habit of kissing and caressing his betrothed, but ceased after marriage. It was not noted that position in bed or a full bladder exerted any marked influence in the occurrence of erotic dreams. Repletion of the seminal vesicles is regarded as the main factor. In Germany, erotic dreams have been discussed by Volkelt, Die Traumfantasie, 1875, pp 78-82, and especially by Lowenfeld, Sexual Problem, October, 1908, while in America, Stanley Hall thus summarizes the general characteristics of erotic dreams in men. In by far the most cases, consciousness, even when the act causes full awakening from sleep, finds only scattered images, single words, gestures, and acts, many of which would perhaps normally constitute no provocation. Many times the mental activity seems to be remote and incidental, and the mind retains in the morning nothing except, perhaps, a peculiar dress pattern, the shape of a fingernail, the back of a neck, the toss of a head, the movement of a foot, or the dressing of the hair. In such cases, these images stand out for a time with the distinctness of a cameo, and suggest that the origin of erotic fetishisms is largely to be found in sexual dreams. Very rarely is there any imagery of the organs themselves, but the tendency to irradiation is so strong as to reinforce the suggestion of so many other phenomena in this field, that nature designs this experience to be long-circuited, and that it may give a peculiar ictus to almost any experience. When waking occurs just afterward, it seems at least possible that there may be much imagery that existed, but failed to be recalled to memory, possibly because the flow of psychic impressions was over very familiar fields, and this, therefore, was forgotten, while any eruption into new or unwonted channels stood out with distinctness. All these psychic phenomena, although very characteristic of man in his prime, are not so of the dreams of dawning puberty, which are far more vivid. G. Stanley Hall, Adolescence, Volume 1, page 455. I may, further, quote the experience of an anonymous contributor, a healthy and chaste man between 30 and 38 years of age, to the American Journal of Psychology, Nocturnal Emissions, January, 1904. Legs and breasts often figured prominently in these dreams, the other sexual parts, However, very seldom, and then they turned out to be male organs in most cases. There were but 2 instances of copulation dreamt. Girls and young women were the usual dramatist personae and, curiously enough, often the aggressors. Sometimes the face or faces were well known, sometimes only once seen, sometimes entirely unknown. The orgasm occurs at the most erotic part of the dream, the physical and psychical running parallel. This most erotic or suggestive part of the dream was very often quite an innocent-looking incident enough. As, for example, while passing a strange young woman, overtaken on the street, she calls after me some question. At first, I pay no heed, but when she calls again, I hesitate whether to turn back and answer or not. Emission. Again, walking beside a young woman, she said, "Shall I take your arm?" I offered it, and she took it, entwining her arm around it, and raising it high. Emission. I could feel stronger erection as she asked the question. Sometimes, a word was enough, sometimes, a gesture. Once emission took place on my noticing the young woman's diminished fingernails. Another example of fetishism was my being curiously attracted in a dream by the pretty embroidered figure on a little girl's dress. As an illustration of the strange metamorphoses that occur in dreams, I one night, in my dream, I had been observing partridges in the summer, fell in love with a partridge, which changed under my caresses to a beautiful girl, who yet retained an indescribable wild bird innocence, grace, and charm, a sort of Undina. These experiences may be regarded as fairly typical of the erotic dreams of healthy and chaste young men. The bird, for instance, that changes into a woman while retaining some elements of the bird, has been encountered in erotic dreams by other young men. It is indeed remarkable that, as de Gubernatis observes, the bird is a well-known phallic symbol, while Marder finds, Interpretations de Quelques Rêves, Archives de Psychologie, April, 1907, that birds have a sexual significance both in life and in dreams. The appearance of male organs in the dream woman is doubtless due to the dreamer's greater familiarity with those organs, but, though it occurs occasionally, it can scarcely be said to be the rule in erotic dreams. Even men who have never had connection with a woman are quite commonly aware of the presence of a woman's sexual organs in their erotic dreams. Moll's comparison of nocturnal emissions of semen with nocturnal incontinence of urine suggests an interesting resemblance, and at the same time seeming contrast. In both cases we are concerned with viscera which, when overfilled or unduly irritable, spasmodically eject their contents during sleep. There is a further resemblance which usually becomes clear when, as occasionally happens, nocturnal incontinence of urine persists on to late childhood or adolescence. Both phenomena are frequently accompanied by vivid dreams of appropriate character. C.e.g. Ries, Über Enuresis Nocturna, Monatsschrift für Harnkrankheiten und Sexualhygiene, 1904, A. P. Buchan, nearly a century ago, pointed out the psychic element in the experiences of young persons who wetted the bed, Venus sign concubitu, 1816, page 47. Thus, in one case known to me, a child of 7, who occasionally wetted the bed, usually dreamed at the same time that she wanted to make water, and was out of doors, running to find a suitable spot, which she at last found, and, on awaking, discovered that she had wetted the bed. 15 years later she still sometimes had similar dreams, which caused her much alarm until, when thoroughly awake, she realized that no accident had happened. These later dreams were not the result of any actual strong desire to urinate. In another case with which I am acquainted, a little girl of 8, after mental excitement or indigestible meals, occasionally wetted the bed, dreaming that she was frightened by someone running after her, and wetted herself in consequence, after the manner of the Ganymede in the eagle's clutch, as depicted by Rembrandt. These 2 cases, it may be noted, belong to 2 quite different types. In the first case, the full bladder suggests to imagination the appropriate actions for relief, and the bladder actually accepts the imaginative solution offered. It is, according to Faiorani's phrase, somnambulism of the bladder. In the other case, there is no such somnambulism, but a psychic and nervous disturbance, not arising in the bladder at all, irradiates convulsively, and whether or not the bladder is overfull, attacks a vesical nervous system which is not yet sufficiently well balanced to withstand the inflow of excitement. In children of somewhat nervous temperament, manifestations of this kind may occur as an occasional accident, up to about the age of 7 or 8, and thereafter, the nervous control of the bladder having become firmly established, they cease to happen, the nervous energy required to affect the bladder sufficing to awake the dreamer. In very rare cases, however, the phenomenon may still occasionally happen, even in adolescence or later, in individuals who are otherwise quite free from it. This is most apt to occur in young women even in waking life. In men it is probably extremely rare. The erotic dream seems to differ flagrantly from the vesical dream, in that it occurs in adult life, and is with difficulty brought under control. The contrast is, however, very superficial. When we remember that sexual activity only begins normally at puberty, we realize that the youth of 20 is, in the matter of sexual control, scarcely much older than in the matter of vesical control he was at the age of 6. Moreover, if we were habitually, from our earliest years, to go to bed with a full bladder, as the chaste man goes to bed with unrelieved sexual system, it would be fully as difficult to gain vesical control during sleep as it now is to gain sexual control. Ultimately, such sexual control is attained. After the age of 40, it seems that erotic dreams with emission become more and more rare. Either the dream occurs without actual emission, exactly as dreams of urination occur in adults with full bladder, or else the organic stress, with or without dreams, serves to awaken the sleeper before any emission has occurred. But this stage is not easily or completely attained. St. Augustine, even at the period when he wrote his Confessions, mentions, as a matter of course, that sexual dreams not merely arouse pleasure, but gain the consent of the will. X 41. Not infrequently there is a struggle in sleep, just as the hypnotic subject may resist suggestions. Thus, a lady of 35 dreamed a sexual dream and awoke without excitement. Again she fell asleep and had another dream of sexual character, but resisted the tendency to excitement, and again awoke. Finally, she fell asleep and had a third sexual dream, which was this time accompanied by the orgasm. This has recently been described also by Knack, who terms it pollutio interrupta, Neurologisches Centralblatt, October 16, 1909. The corresponding voluntary process in the waking state is described by Rohleder and termed masturbatio interrupta, Zeitschrift für Sexualwissenschaft, August 1908. The factors involved in the acquirement of vesical and sexual control during sleep are the same, but the conditions are somewhat different. There is a very intimate connection between the vesical and the sexual spheres, as I have elsewhere pointed out, c.e.g. in the third volume of these studies, Analysis of the Sexual Impulse. This connection is psychic as well as organic. Both in men and women, a full bladder tends to develop erotic dreams. C.e.g. K.A. Schörner, Das Leben des Traums, 1861, pp. 187 et seq. Spitter also points out the connection between vesical and erotic dreams, Die Schlaf- und Traumzustand, 2 DED, 1882, pp. 250 et seq. Raymond and Janet state, Les Obsessions, Volume 2, page 135, that nocturnal incontinence of urine, accompanied by dreams of urination, may be replaced at puberty by masturbation. In the reverse direction, Freud believes, Monatsschrift für Psychiatry, BD 18, page 433, that masturbation plays a large part in causing the bedwetting of children who have passed the age when that usually ceases, and he even finds that children are themselves aware of the connection. The diagnostic value of sexual dreams, as an indication of the sexual nature of the subject when awake, has been emphasized by various writers. E.g., Moll, Die Konträre Sexualempfindung, Chapter 9, Knack, Der Traum als Feinstes Regens für die Art des sexuellen Empfindens, Monatsschrift für Kriminalpsychology, 1905, page 500. Sexual dreams tend to reproduce, and even to accentuate, those characteristics which make the strongest sexual appeal to the subject when awake. At the same time, this general statement has to be qualified, more especially as regards inverted dreams. In the first place, a young man, however normal, who is not familiar with the feminine body when awake, is not likely to see it when asleep, even in dreams of women. In the second place, the confusions and combinations of dream imagery often tend to obliterate sexual distinctions, however free from perversions the subjects may be. Thus, a correspondent tells me of a healthy man, of very pure character, totally inexperienced in sexual matters, and never having seen a woman naked, who, in his sexual dreams, always sees the woman with male organs, though he has never had any sexual inclinations for men, and is much in love with a lady. The confusions and associations of dream imagery, leading to abnormal combinations, may be illustrated by a dream which once occurred to me after reading Joest's account of how a young negress, whose tattoo marks he was sketching, having become bored, suddenly pressed her hands to her breasts, spurting 2 streams of lukewarm milk into his face, and ran away laughing. I dreamed of a woman performing a similar action, not from her breasts, however, but from a penis with which she was furnished. Again, by another kind of confusion, a man dreams sexually that he is with a man, although the figure of the partner revealed in the dream is a woman. The following dream, in a normal man who had never been, or wished to be, in the position shown by the dream, may be quoted. I dreamed that I was a big boy, and that a younger boy lay close beside me, and that we, or, certainly, he, had seminal emissions. I was complacently passive, and had a feeling of shame when the boy was discovered. On awaking I found I had had no emission, but was lying very close to my wife. The day before, I had seen boys in a swimming match. This was, it seems to me, an example of dream confusion, and not an erotic inverted dream. Knack also brings forward inverted dreams by normal persons. See, e.g. his Beitrage zu den sexuellen Traumen, Archiv für Kriminalanthropologie, BDXX, 1908, page 366. So far as I have been able to ascertain, there seem to be, generally speaking, certain differences in the manifestations of autoerotism during sleep in men and women which I believe to be not without psychological significance. In men the phenomenon is fairly simple. It usually appears about puberty, continues at intervals of varying duration during sexual life provided the individual is living chastely, and is generally, though not always, accompanied by erotic dreams which lead up to the climax, its occurrence being, to some extent, influenced by a variety of circumstances: physical, mental, or emotional excitement, alcohol taken before retiring, position in bed, as lying on the back, the state of the bladder. Sometimes the mere fact of being in a strange bed, and to some extent apparently by the existence of monthly and yearly rhythms. On the whole, it is a fairly definite and regular phenomenon which usually leaves little conscious trace on awaking, beyond probably some sense of fatigue and, occasionally, a headache. In women, however, the phenomena of autoerotism during sleep seem to be much more irregular, varied, and diffused. So far as I have been able to make inquiries, it is the exception rather than the rule for girls to experience definitely erotic dreams about the period of puberty or adolescence. Autoerotic phenomena during sleep in women who have never experienced the orgasm when awake are usually of a very vague kind. While it is the rule in a chaste youth for the orgasm thus to manifest itself, it is the exception in a chaste girl. It is not, as a rule, until the orgasm has been definitely produced in the waking state, under whatever conditions it may have been produced, that it begins to occur during sleep, and even in a strongly sexual woman living a repressed life it is often comparatively infrequent. Thus, a young medical woman who endeavors to deal strenuously with her physical sexual emotions writes, "I sleep soundly, and do not dream at all. Occasionally, but very rarely, I have had sensations which awakened me suddenly. They can scarcely be called dreams, for they are mere impulses, nothing connected or coherent, yet prompted, I know, by sexual feeling. This is probably an experience common to all." Another lady, with a restrained psychosexual tendency to be attracted to both sexes, states that her first sexual sensations with orgasm were felt in dreams at the age of 16, but these dreams, which she has now forgotten, were not agreeable and not erotic. 2 or 3 years later spontaneous orgasm began to occur occasionally when awake, and after this, orgasm took place regularly once or twice a week in sleep, but still without erotic dreams. She merely dreamt that the orgasm was occurring and awoke as it took place. It is possible that to the comparative rarity in chaste women of complete orgasm during sleep, we may in part attribute the violence with which repressed sexual emotion in women often manifests itself. There is thus a difference here between men and women which is of some significance when we are considering the natural satisfaction of the sexual impulse in chaste women. In women, who have become accustomed to sexual intercourse, erotic dreams of fully developed character occur, with complete orgasm and accompanying relief, as may occasionally be the case in women who are not acquainted with actual intercourse. Winking sad smiley. Some women, however, even when familiar with actual coitus, find that sexual dreams, though accompanied by emissions, are only the symptoms of desire and do not produce actual relief. Some interest attaches to cases in which young women, even girls at puberty, experience dreams of erotic character, or at all events dream concerning coitus or men in erection, although they profess, and almost certainly with truth, to be quite ignorant of sexual phenomena. Several such dreams of remarkable character have been communicated to me. One can imagine that the psychologists of some schools would see in these dreams the spontaneous eruption of the experiences of the race. I am inclined to regard them as forgotten memories, such as we know to occur sometimes in sleep. The child has somehow seen or heard of sexual phenomena and felt no interest, and the memory may subsequently be aroused in sleep, under the stimulation of newborn sexual sensations. It is a curious proof of the ignorance which has prevailed in recent times concerning the psychic sexual nature of women that, although in earlier ages the fact that women are normally liable to erotic dreams was fully recognized, in recent times it has been denied, even by writers who have made a special study of the sexual impulse in women. Eulenberg, Sexual Neuropathy, 1895, pp. 31, 79, appears to regard the appearances of sexual phenomena during sleep, in women, as the result of masturbation. Adler, in what is in many respects an extremely careful study of sexual phenomena in women, Die mangelhafte Geschlechtsempfindung des Weibes, 1904, page 130, boldly states that they do not have erotic dreams. In 1847, E. Guibaut, Des pollutions involontaires chez la femme, Union Médicale, page 260, presented the case of a married lady who masturbated from the age of 10, and continued the practice, even after her marriage at 24, and at 29 began to have erotic dreams with emissions every few nights, and later sometimes even several times a night. Though they ceased to be voluptuous, he believed the case to be the first ever reported of such a condition in a woman. Yet, thousands of years ago, the Indian of Vedic days recognized erotic dreams in women as an ordinary and normal occurrence. Lowenfeld quotes a passage to this effect from the Upnekhat, Sexualleben und Nervenleiden, 2 ded, page 114. Even savages recognize the occurrence of erotic dreams in women as normal, for the Papuans, for instance, believe that a young girl's first menstruation is due to intercourse with the moon in the shape of a man, the girl dreaming that a man is embracing her. Reports Cambridge Expedition to Torres Straits, Volume 5, page 206. In the 17th century, Rolfinchius, in a well-informed study, De Pollution Nocturna, a Jaina inaugural dissertation, 1667, concluded that women experience such manifestations, and quotes Aristotle, Galen, and Fernelius, in the same sense. Sir Thomas Overbury, in his Characters, written in the early part of the same century, describing the ideal milkmaid, says that her dreams are so chaste that she dare tell them, clearly implying that it was not so with most women. The notion that women are not subject to erotic dreams thus appears to be of comparatively recent origin. One of the most interesting and important characters by which the erotic dreams of women and, indeed, their dreams generally differ from those of men is in the tendency to evoke a repercussion on the waking life, a tendency more rarely noted in men's erotic dreams, and then only to a minor extent. This is very common, even in healthy and normal women, and is exaggerated to a high degree in neurotic subjects, by whom the dream may even be interpreted as a reality, and so declared on oath, a fact of practical importance. Hersman, having met with a case in which a schoolgirl with chorea, after having dreamed of an assault, accused the principal of a school of assault, securing his conviction, obtained the opinions of various American alienists as to the frequency with which such dreams in unstable mental subjects lead to delusions and criminal accusations. Durkheim, H.C. Wood, and Rowe had not personally met with such cases. Burr believed that there was strong evidence that a sexual dream may be so vivid as to make the subject believe she has had sexual congress. Kiernan knew of such cases. C.H. Hughes, in persons with every appearance of sanity, had known the erotic dreams of the night to become the erotic delusions of the day, the patient protesting violently the truth of her story, while Hersman reports the case of a young lady in an asylum who had nightly delusions that a medical officer visited her every night, and had to do with her coming up the hot air flue. I am acquainted with a similar case in a clever, but highly neurotic, young woman, who writes, "For years I have been trying to stamp out my passional nature, and was beginning to succeed when a strange thing happened to me last autumn. One night, as I lay in bed, I felt an influence so powerful that a man seemed present with me. I crimsoned with shame and wonder. I remember that I lay upon my back, and marveled when the spell had passed. The influence, I was assured, came from a priest whom I believed in and admired above everyone in the world. I had never dreamed of love in connection with him, because I always thought him so far above me. The influence has been upon me ever since, sometimes by day and nearly always by night. From it I generally go into a deep sleep, which lasts until morning. I am always much refreshed when I awake. This influence has the best effect upon my life that anything has ever had as regards health and mind. It is the knowledge that I am loved. Fittingly, that makes me so indifferent to my future. What worries me is that I sometimes wonder if I suffer from a nervous disorder merely." The subject thus seemed to regard these occurrences as objectively caused, but was sufficiently sane to wonder whether her experiences were not due to mental disorder. The tendency of the autoerotic phenomena of sleep to be manifested with such energy as to flow over into the waking life and influence conscious emotion and action, while very well marked in normal and healthy women, is seen to an exaggerated extent in hysterical women, in whom it has, therefore, chiefly been studied. Santi de Sanctis, who has investigated the dreams of many classes of people, remarks on the frequently sexual character of the dreams of hysterical women, and the repercussion of such dreams on the waking life of the following day. He gives a typical case of hysterical erotic dreaming in an uneducated servant girl of 23, in whom such dreams occur usually a few days before the menstrual period. Her dreams, especially if erotic, make an enormous impression on her. In the morning she is bad-tempered if they were unpleasant, while she feels lascivious and gives herself up to masturbation if she has had erotic dreams of men. She then has a feeling of pleasure throughout the day, and her sexual organs are bathed with moisture. Pietres and Gilles de la Tourette, two of Charcot's most distinguished pupils, in their elaborate works on hysteria, both consider that dreams generally have a great influence on the waking life of the hysterical, and they deal with the special influence of erotic dreams, to which, doubtless, we must refer those conceptions of incubi and succubi, which played so vast and so important a part in the demonology of the Middle Ages, and while not unknown in men were most frequent in women. Such erotic dreams, as these observers, confirming the experience of old writers, have found among the hysterical today, are by no means always, or even usually, of a pleasurable character. It is very rare, Pietres remarks, when insisting on the sexual character of the hallucinations of the hysterical, for these erotic hallucinations to be accompanied by agreeable voluptuous sensations. In most cases the illusion of sexual intercourse even provokes acute pain. The witches of old times nearly all affirmed that in their relations with the devil they suffered greatly more and delicate attention of men than the genital act, which they often only tolerate. Many households, begun under the happiest auspices, the bride all the more apt to believe that she loves her betrothed in virtue of her suggestibility, easily exalted, perhaps at the expense of the senses, become hells on earth. The sexual act has for the hysterical woman more than one disillusion. She cannot understand it, it inspires her with insurmountable repugnance. I refer to these hysterical phenomena because they present to us, in an extreme form, facts which are common among women whom, under the artificial conditions of civilized life, we are compelled to regard as ordinarily healthy and normal. The frequent painfulness of autoerotic phenomena is by no means an exclusively hysterical phenomenon, although often seen in a heightened form in hysterical conditions. It is probably to some extent simply the result of a conflict in consciousness with a merely physical impulse which is strong enough to assert itself in spite of the emotional and intellectual abhorrence of the subject. It is thus but an extreme form of the disgust which all sexual physical manifestations tend to inspire in a person who is not inclined to respond to them. Somewhat similar psychic disgust and physical pain are produced in the attempt to stimulate the sexual emotions and organs when these are exhausted by exercise. In the detailed history which Moll presents, of the sexual experiences of a sister in an American nursing guild, a most instructive history of a woman fairly normal except for the results of repressed sexual emotion, and with strong moral tendencies, various episodes are narrated well illustrating the way in which sexual excitement becomes unpleasant or even painful when it takes place as a physical reflex which the emotions and intellect are all the time struggling against. It is quite probable, however, that there is a physiological, as well as a psychic, factor in this phenomenon, and Solier, in his elaborate study of the nature and genesis of hysteria, by insisting on the capital importance of the disturbance of sensibility in hysteria, and the definite character of the phenomena produced in the passage between anesthesia and normal sensation, has greatly helped to reveal the mechanism of this feature of autoerotic excitement in the hysterical. No doubt there has been a tendency to exaggerate the unpleasant character of the autoerotic phenomena of hysteria. That tendency was an inevitable reaction against an earlier view, according to which hysteria was little more than an unconscious expression of the sexual emotions and as such was unscientifically dismissed without any careful investigation. I agree with Brewer and Freud that the sexual needs of the hysterical are just as individual and various as those of normal women, but that they suffer from them more, largely through a moral struggle with their own instincts, and the attempt to put them into the background of consciousness. In many hysterical and psychically abnormal women, autoerotic phenomena, and sexual phenomena generally, are highly pleasurable, though such persons may be quite innocent of any knowledge of the erotic character of the experience. I have come across interesting and extreme examples of this in the published experiences of the women followers of the American religious leader, T.L. Harris, founder of the Brotherhood of the New Life. Thus, in a pamphlet entitled Internal Respiration, by Respiro, a letter is quoted from a lady physician, who writes, "One morning I awoke with a strange new feeling in the womb, which lasted for a day or two. I was so very happy, but the joy was in my womb, not in my heart. At last," writes a lady quoted in the same pamphlet, "I fell into a slumber, lying on my back with arms and feet folded, a position I almost always find myself in when I awake, no matter in which position I may go to sleep. Very soon I awoke from this slumber with a most delightful sensation, every fiber tingling with an exquisite glow of warmth. I was lying on my left side, something I am never able to do, and was folded in the arms of my counterpart. Unless you have seen it, I cannot give you an idea of the beauty of his flesh, and with what joy I beheld and felt it. Think of it, luminous flesh, and oh, such tints, you never could imagine without seeing. He folded me so closely in his arms," etc. In such cases there is no conflict between the physical and the psychic, and therefore the resulting excitement is pleasurable and not painful. At this point our study of autoerotism brings us into the sphere of mysticism. Luber, in a penetrating and suggestive essay on Christian mysticism, after quoting the present study, refers to the famous passages in which Saint Teresa describes how a beautiful little angel inserted a flame-tipped dart into her heart until it descended into her bowels and left her inflamed with divine love. What physiological difference, he asks, is there between this voluptuous sensation and that enjoyed by the disciple of the Brotherhood of New Life? Saint Teresa says bowels, the woman doctor says womb, that is all. The extreme form of autoerotism is the tendency for the sexual emotion to be absorbed and often entirely lost in self-admiration. This Narcissus-like tendency, of which the normal germ in women is symbolized by the mirror, is found in a minor degree in some men, and is sometimes well marked in women, usually in association with an attraction for other persons, to which attraction it is, of course, normally subservient. The mirror, remarks Bloch, Beitrage 1, page 201, plays an important part in the genesis of sexual aberration. It cannot be doubted that many a boy and girl have first experienced sexual excitement at the sight of their own bodies in a mirror. Valera, the Spanish novelist, very well described this impulse in his Genio y Figura. Rafaela, the heroine of this novel, says that, after her bath, I fall into a puerility which may be innocent or vicious, I cannot decide. I only know that it is a purely contemplative act, a disinterested admiration of beauty. It is not coarse sensuality, but aesthetic Platonism. I imitate Narcissus, and I apply my lips to the cold surface of the mirror and kiss my image. It is the love of beauty, the expression of tenderness and affection for what God has made manifest, in an ingenuous kiss imprinted on the empty and incorporeal reflection. In the same spirit the real heroine of the Tagebuch Ina Verlerinen, page 114, at the point when she was about to become a prostitute, wrote, I am pretty. It gives me pleasure to throw off my clothes, one by one, before the mirror, and to look at myself, just as I am, white as snow and straight as a fir, with my long, fine, hair, like a cloak of black silk. When I spread abroad the black stream of it, with both hands, I am like a white swan with black wings. A typical case known to me is that of a lady of 28, brought up on a farm. She is a handsome woman, of very large and fine proportions, active and healthy and intelligent, with, however, no marked sexual attraction to the opposite sex. At the same time she is not inverted, though she would like to be a man, and has a considerable degree of contempt for women. She has an intense admiration for her own person, especially her limbs. She is never so happy as when alone and naked in her own bedroom, and, so far as possible, she cultivates nakedness. She knows by heart the various measurements of her body, is proud of the fact that they are strictly in accordance with the canons of proportion, and she laughs proudly at the thought that her thigh is larger than many a woman's waist. She is frank and assured in her manners, without sexual shyness, and, while willing to receive the attention and admiration of others, she makes no attempt to gain it, and seems never to have experienced any emotions stronger than her own pleasure in herself. I should add that I have had no opportunity of detailed examination, and cannot speak positively as to the absence of masturbation. In the extreme form in which alone the name of Narcissus may properly be invoked, there is comparative indifference to sexual intercourse or even the admiration of the opposite sex. Such a condition seems to be rare, except, perhaps, in insanity. Since I called attention to this form of autoerotism, alienist and neurologist, April, 1898, several writers have discussed the condition, especially Knack, who, following out the suggestion, terms the condition narcissism. Among 1,500 insane persons, Knack has found it in 4 men and 1 woman, Psychiatrisch en Neurologisch Bladen. Number 2, 1899, Dr. C. H. Hughes writes, in a private letter, that he is acquainted with such cases, in which men have been absorbed in admiration of their own manly forms, and of their sexual organs, and women, likewise, absorbed in admiration of their own mammy and physical proportions, especially of limbs. The whole subject, he adds, is a singular phase of psychology, and it is not all morbid psychology, either. It is closely allied to that aesthetic sense which admires the nude in art. Fear, L'Instinct Sexual, 2d ed., page 271, mentions a woman who experienced sexual excitement in kissing her own hand. Knack knew a woman in an asylum who, during periodical fits of excitement, would kiss her own arms and hands, at the same time looking like a person in love. He also knew a young man with dementia praecox, who would kiss his own image, Durkus bei Geisteskranken, Allgemeine Zeitschrift für Psychiatrie, BD LXII, page 127. More refers to a young homosexual lawyer who experienced great pleasure in gazing at himself in a mirror, Contraire Sexualempfindung, 3D, page 228, and mentions another inverted man, an admirer of the nates of men, who, chancing to observe his own nates in a mirror, when changing his shirt, was struck by their beauty, and subsequently found pleasure in admiring them, libido sexualis, BD. Thiel I, page 60. Krafft-Ebing knew a man who masturbated before a mirror, imagining, at the same time, how much better a real lover would be. The best observed cases of narcissism have, however, been recorded by Rohleder, who confers upon this condition the ponderous name of automonosexualism, and believes that it has not been previously observed. H. Rohleder, Der Automonosexualismus, being Heft 225 of Berliner Klinik, March, 1907. In the two cases investigated by Rohleder, both men, there was sexual excitement in the contemplation of the individual's own body, actually or in a mirror, with little or no sexual attraction to other persons. Rohleder is inclined to regard the condition as due to a congenital defect in the sexual center of the brain. 2. Hysteria and the question of its relation to the sexual emotions, the early Greek theories of its nature and causation, the gradual rise of modern views, Charcot, the revolt against Charcot's two absolute conclusions, fallacies involved, Charcot's attitude the outcome of his personal temperament, Breuer and Freud. Their views supplement and complete Charcot's, at the same time they furnish a justification for the earlier doctrine of hysteria, but they must not be regarded as final, the diffused hysteroid condition in normal persons. The physiological basis of hysteria, true pathological hysteria, is linked on to almost normal states, especially to sex hunger. The nocturnal hallucinations of hysteria, as all careful students of this condition now seem to agree, are closely allied to the hysterical attack proper. Solier, indeed, one of the ablest of the more recent investigators of hysteria, has argued with much force that the subjects of hysteria really live in a state of pathological sleep, of vigilambulism. He regards all the various accidents of hysteria as having a common basis in disturbances of sensibility, in the widest sense of the word sensibility, as the very foundation of personality, while anesthesia is the real sigillum hysteriae. Whatever the form of hysteria, we are thus only concerned with a more or less profound state of vigilambulism, a state in which the subject seems, often even to himself, to be more or less always asleep, whether the sleep may be regarded as local or general. Solier agrees with Fear that the disorder of sensibility may be regarded as due to an exhaustion of the sensory centers of the brain, whether as the result of constitutional cerebral weakness, of the shock of a violent emotion, or of some toxic influence on the cerebral cells. We may, therefore, fitly turn from the autoerotic phenomena of sleep which in women generally, and especially in hysterical women, seem to possess so much importance and significance, to the question which has been so divergently answered at different periods and by different investigators, concerning the causation of hysteria, and especially concerning its alleged connection with conscious or unconscious sexual emotion. It was the belief of the ancient Greeks that hysteria came from the womb, hence its name. We first find that statement in Plato's Timaeus. In men the organ of generation, becoming rebellious and masterful, like an animal disobedient to reason, and maddened with the sting of lust, seeks to gain absolute sway, and the same is the case with the so-called womb, or uterus, of women. The animal within them is desirous of procreating children, and, when remaining unfruitful long beyond its proper time, gets discontented and angry, and, wandering in every direction through the body, closes up the passages of the breath, and, by obstructing respiration, drives them to extremity, causing all varieties of disease. Plato, it is true, cannot be said to reveal anywhere a very scientific attitude toward nature. Yet he was here probably only giving expression to the current medical doctrine of his day. We find precisely the same doctrine attributed to Hippocrates, though without a clear distinction between hysteria and epilepsy. If we turn to the best Roman physicians, we find again that Aretius, the Esquirrel of antiquity, has set forth the same view, adding to his description of the movements of the womb in hysteria, it delights, also, in fragrant smells, and advances toward them, and it has an aversion to fetid smells, and flies from them, and, on the whole, the womb is like an animal within an animal. Consequently, the treatment was by applying fetid smells to the nose and rubbing fragrant ointments around the sexual parts. The Arab physicians, who carried on the traditions of Greek medicine, appear to have said nothing new about hysteria, and possibly had little knowledge of it. In Christian medieval Europe, also, nothing new was added to the theory of hysteria. It was, indeed, less known medically than it had ever been, and, in part it may be as a result of this ignorance, in part as a result of general wretchedness, the hysterical phenomena of witchcraft reaching their height. Michelet points out, in the 14th century, which was a period of special misery for the poor, it flourished more vigorously. Not alone have we the records of nervous epidemics, but illuminated manuscripts, ivories, miniatures, bas-reliefs, frescoes, and engravings furnished the most vivid iconographic evidence of the prevalence of hysteria in its most violent forms during the Middle Ages. Much of this evidence is brought to the service of science in the fascinating works of Dr. P. Richer, one of Charcot's pupils. In the 17th century, Ambrose Pare was still talking, like Hippocrates, about suffocation of the womb. Forestus was still, like Aretius, applying friction to the vulva. Fernel was still reproaching Galen, who had denied that the movements of the womb produced hysteria. It was in the 17th century, 1618, that a French physician, Charles Lepoix, Carolus Piso, physician to Henry II, trusting, as he said, to experience and reason, overthrew at one stroke the doctrine of hysteria that had ruled almost unquestioned for 2,000 years, and showed that the malady occurred at all ages and in both sexes, that its seat was not in the womb, but in the brain, and that it must be considered a nervous disease. So revolutionary a doctrine could not fail to meet with violent opposition, but it was confirmed by Willis, and in 1681, we owe to the genius of Sydenham a picture of hysteria which for lucidity, precision, and comprehensiveness has only been excelled in our own times. It was not possible any longer to maintain the womb theory of Hippocrates in its crude form, but in modified forms, and especially with the object of preserving the connection which many observers continued to find between hysteria and the sexual emotions, it still found supporters in the 18th and even the 19th centuries. James, in the middle of the 18th century, returned to the classical view, and in his Dictionary of Medicine maintained that the womb is the seat of hysteria. Louis of Villemay in 1816 asserted that the most frequent causes of hysteria are deprivation of the pleasures of love, griefs connected with this passion, and disorders of menstruation. Fauville in 1833 and Landouzy in 1846 advocated somewhat similar views. The acute Laycock in 1840 quoted as almost a medical proverb the saying, "Sollacitas major, major ad hysteriam proclivitas," fully endorsing it. More recently still, Clouston has defined hysteria as the loss of the inhibitory influence exercised on the reproductive and sexual instincts of women by the higher mental and moral functions, a position evidently requiring some modification in view of the fact that hysteria is by no means confined to women, while the same authority remarks that more or less concealed sexual phenomena are the chief symptoms of hysterical insanity. Two gynecologists of high position in different parts of the world, Heger in Germany and Balls-Headley in Australia, attribute hysteria, as well as anemia, largely to unsatisfied sexual desire, including the non-satisfaction of their ideal feelings. Lombroso and Ferrero, again, while admitting that the sexual feelings might be either heightened or depressed in hysteria, referred to the frequency of what they termed a paradoxical sexual instinct in the hysterical, by which, for instance, sexual frigidity is combined with intense sexual preoccupations, and they also pointed out the significant fact that the crimes of the hysterical nearly always revolve around the sexual sphere. Thus, even up to the time when the conception of hysteria, which absolutely ignored and excluded any sexual relationship whatever, had reached its height, independent views favoring such a relationship still found expression. Of recent years, however, such views usually aroused violent antagonism. The main current of opinion was with Briquet, 1859, who, treating the matter with considerable ability and a wide induction of facts, indignantly repelled the idea that there is any connection between hysteria and the sexual facts of life, physical or psychic. As he himself admitted, Briquet was moved to deny a sexual causation of hysteria by the thought that such an origin would be degrading for women, a quelque chose de dégradant pour les femmes. It was, however, the genius of Charcot, and the influence of his able pupils, which finally secured the overthrow of the sexual theory of hysteria. Charcot emphatically anathematized the visceral origin of hysteria. He declared that it is a psychic disorder, and to leave no loophole of escape for those who maintained a sexual causation, he asserted that there are no varieties of hysteria, that the disease is one and indivisible. Charcot recognized no primordial cause of hysteria beyond heredity, which here plays a more important part than in any other neuropathic condition. Such heredity is either direct or more occasionally by transformation, any deviation of nutrition found in the ancestors, gout, diabetes, arthritis, being a possible cause of hysteria in the descendants. We do not know anything about the nature of hysteria, Charcot wrote in 1892, we must make it objective in order to recognize it. The dominant idea for us in the etiology of hysteria is, in the widest sense, its hereditary predisposition. The greater number of those suffering from this affection are simply born hysterizables, and on them the occasional causes act directly, either through autosuggestion or by causing derangement of general nutrition, and more particularly of the nutrition of the nervous system. These views were ably and decisively stated in Gilles de la Tourette's Trait de l'Historie, written under the inspiration of Charcot. While Charcot's doctrine was thus being affirmed and generally accepted, there were at the same time workers in these fields who, though they by no means ignored this doctrine of hysteria or even rejected it, were inclined to think that it was too absolutely stated. Writing in the Dictionary of Psychological Medicine at the same time as Charcot, Donkin, while deprecating any exclusive emphasis on the sexual causation, pointed out the enormous part played by the emotions in the production of hysteria, and the great influence of puberty in women due to the greater extent of the sexual organs, and the, consequently large area of central innervation involved, and thus rendered liable to fall into a state of unstable equilibrium. Enforced abstinence from the gratification of any of the inherent and primitive desires, he pointed out, may be an adequate exciting cause. Such a view as this indicated that to set aside the ancient doctrine of a physical sexual cause of hysteria was by no means to exclude a psychic sexual cause. 10 years earlier, Axenfeld and Hutchard had pointed out that the reaction against the sexual origin of hysteria was becoming excessive, and they referred to the evidence brought forward by veterinary surgeons showing that unsatisfied sexual desire in animals may produce nervous symptoms very similar to hysteria. The present writer, when in 1894 briefly discussing hysteria as an element in secondary sexual characterization, ventured to reflect the view, confirmed by his own observation, that there was a tendency to unduly minimize the sexual factor in hysteria, and further pointed out that the old error of a special connection between hysteria and the female sexual organs probably arose from the fact that in woman the organic sexual sphere is larger than in man. When, indeed, we analyze the foundation of the once predominant opinions of Charcot and his school regarding the sexual relationships of hysteria, it becomes clear that many fallacies and misunderstandings were involved. Briquet, Charcot's chief predecessor, acknowledged that his own view was that a sexual origin of hysteria would be degrading to women. That is to say, he admitted that he was influenced by a foolish and improper prejudice, for the belief that the unconscious and involuntary morbid reaction of the nervous system to any disturbance of a great primary instinct can have quelque chose de dégradant, is itself an immoral belief. Such disturbance of the nervous system might or might not be caused, but in any case the alleged degradation could only be the fiction of a distorted imagination. Again, confusion had been caused by the ancient error of making the physical sexual organs responsible for hysteria, first the womb, more recently the ovaries. The outcome of this belief was the extirpation of the sexual organs for the cure of hysteria. Charcot condemned absolutely all such operations as unscientific and dangerous, declaring that there is no such thing as hysteria of menstrual origin. Subsequently, Angelucci and Piracini carried out an international inquiry into the results of the surgical treatment of hysteria, and condemned it in the most unqualified manner. It is clearly demonstrated that the physical sexual organs are not the seat of hysteria. It does not, however, follow that even physical sexual desire, when repressed, is not a cause of hysteria. The opinion that it was so formed an essential part of the early doctrine of hysteria, and was embodied in the ancient maxim, nubat illa et morbus effugiet. The womb, it seemed to the ancients, was crying out for satisfaction, and when that was received the disease vanished. 267. But when it became clear that sexual desire, though ultimately founded on the sexual apparatus, is a nervous and psychic fact, to put the sexual organs out of count was not sufficient, for the sexual emotions may exist before puberty, and persist after complete removal of the sexual organs. Thus it has been the object of many writers to repel the idea that unsatisfied sexual desire can be a cause of hysteria. Briquet pointed out that hysteria is rare among nuns and frequent among prostitutes. Krafft-Ebing believed that most hysterical women are not anxious for sexual satisfaction, and declared that hysteria caused through the non-satisfaction of the coarse sensual sexual impulse I have never seen, while Petras and others refer to the frequently painful nature of sexual hallucinations in the hysterical. But it soon becomes obvious that the psychic sexual sphere is not confined to the gratification of conscious physical sexual desire. It is not true that hysteria is rare among nuns. Some of the most tremendous epidemics of hysteria, and the most carefully studied, having occurred in convents, while the hysterical phenomena sometimes associated with revivals are well known. The supposed prevalence among prostitutes would not be evidence against the sexual relationships of hysteria. It has, however, been denied, even by so great an authority as Parent du Catelet, who found it very rare, even in prostitutes in hospitals, when it was often associated with masturbation. In prostitutes, however, who returned to a respectable life, giving up their old habits, he found hysteria common and severe. The frequent absence of physical sexual feeling, again, may quite reasonably be taken as evidence of a disorder of the sexual emotions, while the undoubted fact that sexual intercourse usually has little beneficial effect on pronounced hysteria, and that sexual excitement during sleep and sexual hallucinations are often painful in the same condition, is far from showing that injury or repression of the sexual emotions had nothing to do with the production of the hysteria. It would be as reasonable to argue that the evil effect of a heavy meal on a starving man must be taken as evidence that he was not suffering from starvation. The fact, indeed, on which Gilles de la Tourette and others have remarked, that the hysterical often desire not so much sexual intercourse as simple affection, would tend to show that there is here a real analogy, and that starvation or lesion of the sexual emotions may produce, like bodily starvation, a rejection of those satisfactions which are demanded in health. Thus, even mainly, a priori examination of the matter may lead us to see that many arguments brought forward in favor of Charcot's position on this point fall to the ground when we realize that the sexual emotions may constitute a highly complex sphere, often hidden from observation, sometimes not conscious at all, and liable to many lesions besides that due to the non-satisfaction of sexual desire. At the same time, we are not thus enabled to overthrow any of the positive results attained by Charcot and his school. It may, however, be pointed out that Charcot's attitude toward hysteria was the outcome of his own temperament. He was primarily a neurologist. The bent of his genius was toward the investigation of facts that could be objectively demonstrated. His first interest in hysteria, dating from as far back as 1862, was in hysteroepileptic convulsive attacks, and to the last he remained indifferent to all facts which could not be objectively demonstrated. That was the secret of the advances he was enabled to make in neurology. For purely psychological investigation he had no liking, and probably no aptitude. Anyone who was privileged to observe his methods of work at the Salpêtrière will easily recall the great master's towering figure, the disdainful expression, sometimes, even, it seemed, a little sour, the lofty bearing which enthusiastic admirers called Napoleonic. The questions addressed to the patient were cold, distant, sometimes impatient. Charcot clearly had little faith in the value of any results so attained. One may well believe, also, that a man whose superficial personality was so haughty and awe-inspiring to strangers would, in any case, have had the greatest difficulty in penetrating the mysteries of a psychic world so obscure and elusive as that presented by the hysterical. The way was thus opened for further investigations on the psychic side. Charcot had affirmed the power, not only of physical traumatism, but even of psychic lesions of moral shocks to provoke its manifestations, but his sole contribution to the psychology of this psychic malady, and this was borrowed from the Nancy School, lay in the one-word suggestibility. The nature and mechanism of this psychic process he left wholly unexplained. This step has been taken by others, in part by Janet, who, from 1889 onward, has not only insisted that the emotions stand in the first line among the causes of hysteria, but has also pointed out some portion of the mechanism of this process. Thus, he saw the significance of the fact, already recognized, that strong emotions tend to produce anesthesia and to lead to a condition of mental disaggregation, favorable to abulia, or abolition of willpower. It remained to show in detail the mechanism by which the most potent of all the emotions effects its influence, and, by attempting to do this, the Viennese investigators, Breuer and especially Freud, have greatly aided the study of hysteria. They have not, it is important to remark, overturned the positive elements in their great forerunner's work. Freud began as a disciple of Charcot, and he himself remarks that, in his earlier investigations of hysteria, he had no thought of finding any sexual etiology for that malady. He would have regarded any such suggestion as an insult to his patient. The results reached by these workers were the outcome of long and detailed investigation. Freud has investigated many cases of hysteria in minute detail, often devoting to a single case over 100 hours of work. The patients, unlike those on whom the results of the French school have been mainly founded, all belong to the educated classes, and it was thus possible to carry out an elaborate psychic investigation which would be impossible among the uneducated. Breuer and Freud insist on the fine qualities of mind and character frequently found among the hysterical. They cannot accept suggestibility as an invariable characteristic of hysteria, only abnormal excitability. They are far from agreeing with Janet, although on many points at one with him, that psychic weakness marks hysteria. There is merely an appearance of mental weakness, they say, because the mental activity of the hysterical is split up, and only a part of it is conscious. The superiority of character of the hysterical is indicated by the fact that the conflict between their ideas of right and the bent of their inclinations is often an element in the constitution of the hysterical state. Breuer and Freud are prepared to assert that the hysterical are among the flower of humanity, and they refer to those qualities of combined imaginative genius and practical energy which characterized Saint Teresa, the patron saint of the hysterical. To understand the position of Breuer and Freud, we may start from the phenomenon of nervous shock produced by physical traumatism, often of a very slight character. Charcot had shown that such nervous shock, with the chain of resulting symptoms, is nothing more or less than hysteria. Breuer and Freud may be linked on to Charcot at this point. They began by regarding the most typical hysteria as really a psychic traumatism, that is to say, that it starts in a lesion, or rather in repeated lesions, of the emotional organism. It is true that the school of Charcot admitted the influence of moral shock, especially of the emotion of fear, but that merely as an agent provocateur, and with a curious perversity Gilles de la Tourette, certainly reflecting the attitude of Charcot, in his elaborate treatise on hysteria fails to refer to the sphere of the sexual emotions even when enumerating the agents provocateurs. The influence of fear is not denied by Breuer and Freud, but they have found that careful psychic analysis frequently shows that the shock of a commonplace fear is really rooted in a lesion of the sexual emotions. A typical and very simple illustration is furnished in a case, recorded by Breuer, in which a young girl of 17 had her first hysterical attack after a cat sprang on her shoulders as she was going downstairs. Careful investigation showed that this girl had been the object of somewhat ardent attentions from a young man whose advances she had resisted, although her own sexual emotions had been aroused. A few days before, she had been surprised by this young man on these same dark stairs, and had forcibly escaped from his hands. Here was the real psychic traumatism, the operation of which merely became manifest in the cat. But in how many cases, asks Brewer, is a cat thus reckoned as a completely sufficient causa efficiens? In every case that they have investigated, Brewer and Freud have found some similar secret lesion of the psychic sexual sphere. In one case, a governess, whose training has been severely upright, is, in spite of herself and without any encouragement, led to experience for the father of the children under her care an affection which she refuses to acknowledge even to herself. In another, a young woman finds herself falling in love with her brother-in-law. Again, an innocent girl suddenly discovers her uncle in the act of sexual intercourse with her playmate, and a boy on his way home from school is subjected to the coarse advances of a sexual invert. In nearly every case, as Freud eventually found reason to believe, a primary lesion of the sexual emotions dates from the period of puberty and frequently of childhood, and in nearly every case the intimately private nature of the lesion causes it to be carefully hidden from everyone, and even to be unacknowledged by the subject of it. In the earlier cases, Brewer and Freud found that a slight degree of hypnosis is necessary to bring the lesion into consciousness, and the accuracy of the revelations thus obtained has been tested by independent witness. Freud has, however, long abandoned the induction of any degree of hypnosis. He simply tries to arrange that the patient shall feel absolutely free to tell her own story, and so proceeds from the surface downwards, slowly finding and piecing together such essential fragments of the history as may be recovered. In the same way, he remarks, as the archaeologist excavates below the surface and recovers and puts together the fragments of an antique statue. Much of the material found, however, has only a symbolic value requiring interpretation and is sometimes pure fantasy. Freud now attaches great importance to dreams as symbolically representing much in the subject's mental history which is otherwise difficult to reach. The subtle and slender clues which Freud frequently follows in interpreting dreams cannot fail sometimes to arouse doubt in his readers' minds, but he certainly seems to have been often successful in thus reaching latent facts in consciousness. The primary lesion may thus act as a foreign body in consciousness. Something is introduced into psychic life which refuses to merge in the general flow of consciousness. It cannot be accepted simply as other facts of life are accepted, it cannot even be talked about, and so submitted to the slow usure by which our experiences are worn down and gradually transformed. Brewer illustrates what happens by reference to the sneezing reflex. When an irritation to the nasal mucous membrane for some reason fails to liberate this reflex, a feeling of excitement and tension arises. This excitement, being unable to stream out along motor channels, now spreads itself over the brain, inhibiting other activities. In the highest spheres of human activity, we may watch the same process. It is a result of this process that, as Brewer and Freud found, the mere act of confession may greatly relieve the hysterical symptoms produced by this psychic mechanism, and in some cases may wholly and permanently remove them. It is on this fact that they founded their method of treatment, devised by Brewer and by him termed the cathartic method, though Freud prefers to call it the analytic method. It is, as Freud points out, the reverse of the hypnotic method of suggestive treatment. There is the same difference, Freud remarks, between the two methods as Leonardo da Vinci found for the two technical methods of art, per via di por and per via di levar. The hypnotic method, like painting, works by putting in, the cathartic or analytic method, like sculpture, works by taking out. It is part of the mechanism of this process, as understood by these authors, that the physical symptoms of hysteria are constituted by a process of conversion out of the injured emotions, which then sink into the background or altogether out of consciousness. Thus, they found the prolonged tension of nursing a near and dear relative to be a very frequent factor in the production of hysteria. For instance, an originally rheumatic pain experienced by a daughter when nursing her father becomes the symbol in memory of her painful psychic excitement, and this perhaps for several reasons, but chiefly because its presence in consciousness almost exactly coincided with that excitement. In another way, again, nausea and vomiting may become a symbol through the profound sense of disgust with which some emotional shock was associated. Then the symbol begins to have a life of its own, and draws hidden strength from the emotion with which it is correlated. Brewer and Freud have found by careful investigation that the pains and physical troubles of hysteria are far from being capricious, but may be traced in a varying manner to an origin in some incident, some pain, some action, which was associated with a moment of acute psychic agony. The process of conversion was an involuntary escape from an intolerable emotion, comparable to the physical pain sometimes sought in intense mental grief, and the patient wins some relief from the tortured emotions, though at the cost of psychic abnormality, of a more or less divided state of consciousness and of physical pain, or else anesthesia. In Charcot's third stage of the hysterical convulsion, that of attitudes passionnelles, Brewer and Freud see the hallucinatory reproduction of a recollection which is full of significance for the origin of the hysterical manifestations. The final result reached by these workers is clearly stated by each writer. The main observation of our predecessors, states Brewer, still preserved in the word hysteria, is nearer to the truth than the more recent view which put sexuality almost in the last line, with the object of protecting the patient from moral reproaches. Certainly, the sexual needs of the hysterical are just as individual and as various in force as those of the healthy. But they suffer from them, and in large measure, indeed, they suffer precisely through the struggle with them, through the effort to thrust sexuality aside. The weightiest fact, concludes Freud, on which we strike in a thorough pursuit of the analysis is this: from whatever side and from whatever symptoms we start, we always unfailingly reach the region of the sexual life. Here, first of all, an etiological condition of hysterical states is revealed. At the bottom of every case of hysteria, and reproducible by an analytical effort after even an interval of long years, may be found one or more facts of precocious sexual experience belonging to earliest youth. I regard this as an important result, as the discovery of a caput nilly of neuropathology. 10 years later, enlarging rather than restricting his conception, Freud remarks, "Sexuality is not a mere deus ex machina which intervenes but once in the hysterical process, it is the motive force of every separate symptom and every expression of a symptom. The morbid phenomena constitute, to speak plainly, the patient's sexual activity. The actual hysterical fit," Freud now states, "may be regarded as the substitute for a once practiced and then abandoned autoerotic satisfaction, and similarly it may be regarded as an equivalent of coitus." It is natural to ask how this conception affects that elaborate picture of hysteria laboriously achieved by Charcot and his school. It cannot be said that it abolishes any of the positive results reached by Charcot, but it certainly alters their significance and value. It presents them in a new light and changes the whole perspective. With his passion for getting at tangible definite physical facts, Charcot was on very safe ground. But he was content to neglect the psychic analysis of hysteria, while yet proclaiming that hysteria is a purely psychic disorder. He had no cause of hysteria to present save only heredity. Freud certainly admits heredity, but, as he points out, the part it plays has been overrated. It is too vague and general to carry us far, and when a specific and definite cause can be found, the part played by heredity recedes to become merely a condition, the soil on which the specific etiology works. Here probably Freud's enthusiasm at first carried him too far, and the most important modification he has made in his views occurs at this point. He now attaches a preponderant influence to heredity. He has realized that sexual activity in one form or another is far too common in childhood to make it possible to lay very great emphasis on traumatic lesions of this character, and he has also realized that an outcrop of fantasies may somewhat later develop on these childish activities, intervening between them and the subsequent morbid symptoms. He is thus led to emphasize anew the significance of heredity, not, however, in Charcot's sense, as general neuropathic disposition but as sexual constitution. The significance of infantile sexual lesions has also tended to give place to that of infantilism of sexuality. The real merit of Freud's subtle investigations is that, while possibly furnishing a justification of the imperfectly understood idea that had floated in the mind of observers ever since the name hysteria was first invented, he has certainly supplied a definite psychic explanation of a psychic malady. He has succeeded in presenting clearly, at the expense of much labor, insight, and sympathy, a dynamic view of the psychic processes involved in the constitution of the hysterical state, and such a view seems to show that the physical symptoms laboriously brought to light by Charcot are largely but epiphenomena and byproducts of an emotional process, often of tragic significance to the subject, which is taking place in the most sensitive recess of the psychic organism. That the picture of the mechanism involved, presented to us by Professor Freud, cannot be regarded as a final and complete account of the matter, may readily be admitted. It has developed in Freud's own hands, and some of the developments will require very considerable confirmation before they can be accepted as generally true. But these investigations have at least served to open the door, which Charcot had inconsistently held closed, into the deeper mysteries of hysteria, and have shown that here, if anywhere, further research will be profitable. They have also served to show that hysteria may be definitely regarded as, in very many cases at least, a manifestation of the sexual emotions and their lesions, in other words, a transformation of autoerotism. The conception of hysteria so vigorously enforced by Charcot and his school is thus now beginning to appear incomplete. But we have to recognize that that incompleteness was right and necessary. A strong reaction was needed against a widespread view of hysteria that was in large measure scientifically false. It was necessary to show clearly that hysteria is a definite disorder, even when the sexual organs and emotions are swept wholly out of consideration, and it was also necessary to show that the lying and dissimulation so widely attributed to the hysterical were merely the result of an ignorant and unscientific misinterpretation of psychic elements of the disease. This was finally and triumphantly achieved by Charcot's school. There is only one other point in the explanation of hysteria which I will here refer to, and that because it is usually ignored, and because it has relationship to the general psychology of the sexual emotions. I refer to that physiological hysteria which is the normal counterpart of the pathological hysteria which has been described in its physical details by Charcot, and to which alone the term should strictly be applied. Even though hysteria as a disease may be described as one and indivisible, there are yet to be found, among the ordinary and fairly healthy population, vague and diffused hysteroid symptoms which are dissipated in a healthy environment, or pass nearly unnoted, only to develop in a small proportion of cases, under the influence of a more pronounced heredity, or a severe physical or psychic lesion, into that definite morbid state which is properly called hysteria. This diffused hysteroid condition may be illustrated by the results of a psychological investigation carried on in America by Miss Gertrude Stein among the ordinary male and female students of Harvard University and Radcliffe College. The object of the investigation was to study, with the aid of a planchette, the varying liability to automatic movements among normal individuals. Nearly 100 students were submitted to experiment. It was found that automatic responses could be obtained in 2 sittings from all but a small proportion of the students of both sexes, but that there were 2 types of individual who showed a special aptitude. One type, probably showing the embryonic form of neurasthenia, was a nervous, high-strung, imaginative type, not easily influenced from without, and not so much suggestible as autosuggestible. The other type, which is significant from our present point of view, is thus described by Miss Stein. In general, the individuals, often blonde and pale, are distinctly phlegmatic. If emotional, decidedly of the weakest, sentimental order. They may be either large, healthy, rather heavy, and lacking in vigor, or they may be what we call anemic and phlegmatic. Their power of concentrated attention is very small. They describe themselves as never being held by their work. They say that their minds wander easily, that they work on after they are tired, and just keep pegging away. They are very apt to have premonitory conversations, they anticipate the words of their friends, they imagine whole conversations that afterward come true. The feeling of having been there is very common with them, that is, They feel under given circumstances that they have had that identical experience before in all its details. They are often fatalistic in their ideas. They indulge in daydreams. As a rule, they are highly suggestible. There we have a picture of the physical constitution and psychic temperament on which the classical symptoms of hysteria might easily be built up. 284. But these persons were ordinary students, and while a few of their characteristics are what is commonly and vaguely called morbid, on the whole they must be regarded as ordinarily healthy individuals. They have the congenital constitution and predisposition on which some severe psychic lesion at the psychological moment might develop the most definite and obstinate symptoms of hysteria, but under favorable circumstances they will be ordinary men and women, of no more than ordinary abnormality or ordinary power. They are among the many who have been called to hysteria at birth. They may never be among the few who are chosen. We may have to recognize that on the side of the sexual emotions, as well as in general constitution, a condition may be traced among normal persons that is hysteroid in character, and serves as the healthy counterpart of a condition which in hysteria is morbid. In women such a condition has been traced, though misnamed, by Dr. King. Dr. King describes what he calls sexual hysteria in women, which he considers a chief variety of hysteria. He adds, however, that it is not strictly a disease, but simply an automatic reaction of the reproductive system, which tends to become abnormal under conditions of civilization, and to be perpetuated in a morbid form. In this condition he finds 12 characters. 1. Time of life, usually between puberty and climacteric. 2. Attacks rarely occur when subject is alone. 3. Subject appears unconscious, but is not really so. 4. She is instinctively ashamed afterward. 5. It occurs usually in single women, or in those, single or married, whose sexual needs are unsatisfied. 6. No external evidence of disease, and, as Aitken pointed out, the nates are not flattened, the woman's physical condition is not impaired, and she may be specially attractive to men. 7. Warmth of climate and the season of spring and summer are conducive to the condition. 8. The paroxysm is short and temporary. 9. While light touches are painful, firm pressure and rough handling give relief. 10. It may occur in the occupied, but an idle, purposeless life is conducive. 11. The subject delights in exciting sympathy and in being fondled and caressed. 12. There is defect of will and a strong stimulus is required to lead to action. Among civilized women, the author proceeds, this condition does not appear to subserve any useful purpose. Let us, however, go back to aboriginal woman, to woman of the woods and the fields. Let us picture ourselves a young aboriginal Venus in one of her earliest hysterical paroxysms. In doing so, let us not forget some of the 12 characteristics previously mentioned. She will not be acting her part alone, or, if alone, it will be in a place where someone else is likely soon to discover her. Let this Venus be now discovered by a youthful Apollo of the woods, a man with fully developed animal instincts. He and she, like any other animals, are in the free field of nature. He cannot but observe to himself, this woman is not dead, she breathes and is warm, she does not look ill, she is plump and rosy. He speaks to her, she neither hears, apparently, nor responds. Her eyes are closed, he touches, moves, and handles her at his pleasure. She makes no resistance. What will this primitive Apollo do next? He will cure the fit, and bring the woman back to consciousness, satisfy her emotions, and restore her volition not by delicate touches that might be agonizing to her hyperesthetic skin, but by vigorous massage, passive motions, and succussion that would be painless. The emotional process on the part of the woman would end, perhaps, with mingled laughter, tears, and shame, and when accused afterward of the part which the ancestrally acquired properties of her nervous system had compelled her to act, as a preliminary to the event, what woman would not deny it and be angry? But the course of nature having been followed, the natural purpose of the hysterical paroxysm accomplished, there would remain as a result of the treatment, instead of one discontented woman, 2 happy people, and the possible beginning of a third. Natural, primary sexual hysteria in woman, King concludes, is a temporary modification of the nervous government of the body and the distribution of nerve force, occurring for the most part, as we see it today, in prudish women of strong moral principle, whose volition has disposed them to resist every sort of liberty or approach from the other sex, consisting in a transient abdication of the general, volitional, and self-preservational ego, while the reins of government are temporarily assigned to the usurping power of the reproductive ego, so that the reproductive government overrules the government by volition, and thus, as it were, forcibly compels the woman's organism to so dispose itself, at a suitable time and place, as to allow, invite, and secure the approach of the other sex, whether she will or not, to the end that nature's imperious demand for reproduction shall be obeyed. This perhaps rather fantastic description is not a presentation of hysteria in the technical sense, but we may admit that it presents a state which, if not the real physiological counterpart of the hysterical convulsion, is yet distinctly analogous to the latter. The sexual orgasm has this correspondence with the hysterical fit, that they both serve to discharge the nervous centers and relieve emotional tension. It may even happen, especially in the less severe forms of hysteria, that the sexual orgasm takes place during the hysterical fit. This was found by Rosenthal, of Vienna, to be always the case in the semiconscious paroxysms of a young girl whose condition was easily cured. Winking sad smiley. No doubt such cases would be more frequently found if they were sought for. In severe forms of hysteria, however, it frequently happens, as so many observers have noted, that normal sexual excitement has ceased to give satisfaction, has become painful, perverted, paradoxical. Freud has enabled us to see how a shock to the sexual emotions, injuring the emotional life at its source, can scarcely fail sometimes to produce such a result. But the necessity for nervous explosion still persists. It may, indeed, persist, even in an abnormally strong degree, in consequence of the inhibition of normal activities generally. The convulsive fit is the only form of relief open to the tension. A lady whom I long attended, remarks Ashwell, always rejoiced when the fit was over, since it relieved her system generally, and especially her brain, from painful irritation which had existed for several previous days. That the fit mostly fails to give real satisfaction, and that it fails to cure the disease, is due to the fact that it is a morbid form of relief. The same character of hysteria is seen, with more satisfactory results for the most part, in the influence of external nervous shock. It was the misunderstood influence of such shocks in removing hysteria which in former times led to the refusal to regard hysteria as a serious disease. During the rebellion of 1745–46 in Scotland, Cullen remarks that there was little hysteria. The same was true of the French Revolution and of the Irish Rebellion, while Rush, in a study on the influence of the American Revolution on the human body, observed that many hysterical women were restored to perfect health by the events of the time. In such cases, the emotional tension is given an opportunity of explosion in new and impersonal channels, and the chain of morbid personal emotions is broken. It has been urged by some that the fact that the sexual orgasm usually fails to remove the disorder in true hysteria excludes a sexual factor of hysteria. It is really, one may point out, an argument in favor of such an element as one of the factors of hysteria. If there were no initial lesion of the sexual emotions, if the natural healthy sexual channel still remained free for the passage of the emotional overflow, then we should expect that it would much oftener come into play in the removal of hysteria. In the more healthy, merely hysteroid condition, the psychic sexual organism is not injured, and still responds normally, removing the abnormal symptoms when allowed to do so. It is the confusion between this almost natural condition and the truly morbid condition, alone properly called hysteria, which led to the ancient opinion, inaugurated by Plato and Hippocrates, that hysteria may be cured by marriage. The difference may be illustrated by the difference between a distended bladder which is still able to contract normally on its contents when at last an opportunity of doing so is afforded, and the bladder in which distension has been so prolonged that nervous control had been lost and spontaneous expulsion has become impossible. The first condition corresponds to the constitution, which, while simulating the hysterical condition, is healthy enough to react normally in spite of psychic lesions. The second corresponds to a state in which, owing to the prolonged stress of psychic traumatism, sexual or not, a definite condition of hysteria has arisen. The one state is healthy, though abnormal, the other is one of pronounced morbidity. The condition of true hysteria is thus linked on to almost healthy states, and especially to a condition which may be described as one of sex hunger. Such a suggestion may help us to see these puzzling phenomena in their true nature and perspective. At this point, I may refer to the interesting parallel and probable real relationship between hysteria and chlorosis. As Luzit has said, hysteria and chlorosis are sisters. We have seen that there is some ground for regarding hysteria as an exaggerated form of a normal process which is really an autoerotic phenomenon. There is some ground, also, for regarding chlorosis as the exaggeration of a physiological state connected with sexual conditions, more specifically with the preparation for maternity. Hysteria is so frequently associated with anemic conditions that Benaki has argued that such conditions really constitute the primary and fundamental cause of hysteria, Neurologisches Centralblatt, March, 1898. And, centuries before Benaki, Sydenham had stated his belief that poverty of the blood is the chief cause of hysteria. It would be some confirmation of this position if we could believe that chlorosis, like hysteria, is in some degree a congenital condition. This was the view of Virchow, who regarded chlorosis as essentially dependent on a congenital hyperplasia of the arterial system. Stieda, on the basis of an elaborate study of 23 cases, has endeavored to prove that chlorosis is due to a congenital defect of development, Zeitschrift für Geburtshilfe und Gynäkologie, Volume 32, Part 1, 1895. His facts tend to prove that in chlorosis there are signs of general ill development, and that, in particular, there is imperfect development of the breasts and sexual organs, with a tendency to contracted pelvis. Charin, again, regards uterovarian inadequacy as at least one of the factors of chlorosis. Chlorosis, in its extreme form, may thus be regarded as a disorder of development, a sign of physical degeneracy. Even if not strictly a cause, a congenital condition may, as Stockman believes, British Medical Journal, December 14, 1895, be a predisposing influence. However, it may be in extreme cases. There is very considerable evidence to indicate that the ordinary anemia of young women may be due to a storing up of iron in the system, and is so far normal, being a preparation for the function of reproduction. Some observations of Bunge seem to throw much light on the real cause of what may be termed physiological chlorosis. He found by a series of experiments on animals of different ages that young animals contain a much greater amount of iron in their tissues than adult animals. That, for instance, the body of a rabbit an hour after birth contains more than 4 times as much iron as that of a rabbit 2.5 months old. It thus appears probable that at the period of puberty, and later, there is a storage of iron in the system preparatory to the exercise of the maternal functions. It is precisely between the ages of 15 and 23, as Stockman found by an analysis of his own cases. British Medical Journal, December 14, 1895, that the majority of cases occur. There was, indeed, he found, no case in which the first onset was later than the age of 23. A similar result is revealed by the charts of Lloyd-Jones, which cover a vastly greater number of cases. We owe to Lloyd-Jones an important contribution to the knowledge of chlorosis in its physiological or normal relationships. He has shown that chlorosis is but the exaggeration of a condition that is normal at puberty, and, in many women, at each menstrual period, and which, there is good reason to believe, even has a favorable influence on fertility. He found that light-complexioned persons are more fertile than the dark-complexioned, and that at the same time the blood of the latter is of less specific gravity, containing less hemoglobin. Lloyd-Jones also reached the generalization that girls who have had chlorosis are often remarkably pretty, so that the tendency to chlorosis is associated with all the sexual and reproductive aptitudes that make a woman attractive to a man. His conclusion is that the normal condition of which chlorosis is the extreme and pathological condition is a preparation for motherhood. Lloyd-Jones, Chlorosis, The Special Anemia of Young Women, 1897. Also numerous reports to the British Medical Association, published in the British Medical Journal. There was an interesting discussion of the theories of chlorosis at the Moscow International Medical Congress, in 1898. See Proceedings of the Congress, Volume in, Section V, pp. 224 et seq. We may thus, perhaps, understand why it is that hysteria and anemia are often combined, and why they are both most frequently found in adolescent young women who have yet had no sexual experiences. Chlorosis is a physical phenomenon, hysteria, largely a psychic phenomenon, yet, both alike may, to some extent at least, be regarded as sexual aptitude showing itself in extreme and pathological forms. 3. The prevalence of masturbation, its occurrence in infancy and childhood, is it more frequent in males or females? After adolescence, apparently more frequent in women. Reasons for the sexual distribution of masturbation, the alleged evils of masturbation, historical sketch of the views held on this point, the symptoms and results of masturbation, its alleged influence in causing eye disorders, its relation to insanity and nervous disorders. The evil effects of masturbation usually occur on the basis of a congenitally morbid nervous system, neurasthenia, probably the commonest accompaniment of excessive masturbation. Precocious masturbation tends to produce aversion to coitus, psychic results of habitual masturbation, masturbation in men of genius, masturbation as a nervous sedative, typical cases. The Greek attitude toward masturbation, attitude of the Catholic theologians, the Mohammedan attitude, the modern scientific attitude. In what sense is masturbation normal? The immense part in life played by transmuted autoerotic phenomena. The foregoing sketch will serve to show how vast is the field of life, of normal and not merely abnormal life, more or less infused by autoerotic phenomena. If, however, we proceed to investigate precisely the exact extent, degree, and significance of such phenomena, we are met by many difficulties. We find, indeed, that no attempts have been made to study autoerotic phenomena, except as regards the group, a somewhat artificial group, as I have already tried to show, collected under the term masturbation, while even here such attempts have only been made among abnormal classes of people, or have been conducted in a manner scarcely likely to yield reliable results. Still there is a certain significance in the more careful investigations which have been made to ascertain the precise frequency of masturbation. Berger, an experienced specialist in nervous diseases, concluded, in his Vorlesungen, that 99% of young men and women masturbate occasionally, while the 100th conceals the truth, winking sad smiley, and Hermann Kohn appears to accept this statement as generally true in Germany. So high an estimate has, of course, been called in question, and, since it appears to rest on no basis of careful investigation, we need not seriously consider it. It is useless to argue on suppositions. We must cling to our definite evidence, even though it yields figures which are probably below the mark. Rohleder considers that during adolescence at least 95% of both sexes masturbate, but his figures are not founded on precise investigation. Julian Marcuse, on the basis of his own statistics, concludes that 92% male individuals have to some extent masturbated in youth. Perhaps, also, weight attaches to the opinion of Jukes, physician to Rugby School, who states that from 90 to 95% of all boys at boarding school masturbate. CLA, of Springfield, Mass., found that of 125 academic students only 8 assured him they had never masturbated, while of 347, who answered his questions, 71 denied that they practiced masturbation, which seems to imply that 79% admitted that they practiced it. Brockman, also in America, among 232 theological students, of the average age of 23.5 years and coming from various parts of the United States, found that 132 spontaneously admitted that masturbation was their most serious temptation, and all but one of these admitted that he yielded, 69 of them, to a considerable extent. This is a proportion of at least 56%, the real proportion being doubtless larger, since no question had been asked as to sexual offenses. 75 practiced masturbation after conversion, and 24 after they had decided to become ministers. only 66 sexual intercourse as their chief temptation, but altogether sexual temptations outnumbered all others together. Moralia, who made inquiry of 200 women of the lower class in Italy, found that 120 acknowledged either that they still masturbate or that they had done so during a long period. Gualino found that 23% men of the professional classes in North Italy masturbate about puberty. No account was taken of those who began later. Here in Switzerland, a correspondent writes, I have had occasion to learn from adult men, whom I can trust, that they have reached the age of 25, or over, without sexual congress. Wir haben nicht dieses Bedürfnis, is what they say, but I believe that, in the case of the Swiss mountaineers, moderate onanism is practiced, as a rule. In hot countries the same habits are found at a more precocious age. In Venezuela, for instance, among the Spanish Creoles, Ernst found that in all classes boys and girls are infested with the vice of onanism. They learn it early, in the very beginning of life, from their wet nurses, generally low mulatto women, and many reasons help to foster the habit. The young men are often dissipated and the young women often remain single. Niceforo, who shows a special knowledge of the working girl class at Rome, states that in many milliners' and dressmakers' workrooms, where young girls are employed, it frequently happens that during the hottest hours of the day, between 12 and 2, when the mistress or forewoman is asleep, all the girls without exception give themselves up to masturbation. In France, a country cure assured D. Brain that among the little girls who come up for their first communion, 11 out of 12 were given to masturbation. The medical officer of a Prussian reformatory told Rohleder that nearly all the inmates over the age of puberty masturbated. Stanley Hall knew a reform school in America where masturbation was practiced without exception, and he who could practice it oftenest was regarded with hero worship. Ferriani, who has made an elaborate study of youthful criminality in Italy, states that even if all boys and girls among the general population do not masturbate, it is certainly so among those who have a tendency to crime. Among 458 adult male criminals, Morrow, as he states in his Caratteri dei Delinquenti, found that only 72 denied masturbation, while 386 had practiced it from an early age, 140 of them before the age of 13. Among 30 criminal women, Moralia found that 24 acknowledged the practice, at all events in early youth, 8 of them before the age of 10, a precocity accompanied by average precocity in menstruation, while he suspected that most of the remainder were not unfamiliar with the practice. Among prostitutes of whatever class or position, Moralia found masturbation, though it must be pointed out that he does not appear to distinguish masturbation very clearly from homosexual practices, to be universal. In one group of 50 prostitutes, everyone had practiced masturbation at some period. 28 began between the ages of 6 and 11, 19 between 12 and 14, the most usual period a precocious one of commencing puberty, the remaining 3 at 15 and 16. The average age of commencing masturbation, it may be added, was 11, while that of the first sexual intercourse was 15. In a larger group of 180 prostitutes, belonging to Genoa, Turin, Venice, etc., and among 23 elegant cocottes, of Italian and foreign origin, Moralia obtained the same results. Everyone admitted masturbation, and not less than 113 preferred masturbation, either solitary or mutual, to normal coitus. Among the insane, as among idiots, masturbation is somewhat more common among males, according to Blandford, in England, as also it is in Germany, according to Knack, while Venturi, in Italy, has found it more common among females. There appears to be no limit to the age at which spontaneous masturbation may begin to appear. I have already referred to the practice of thigh rubbing in infants under 1 year of age. J.P. West has reported in detail 3 cases of masturbation in very early childhood, 2 in girls, 1 in a boy, in which the practice had been acquired spontaneously, and could only be traced to some source of irritation in pressure from clothing, etc. Probably there is often in such cases some hereditary lack of nervous stability. Bloch has recorded the case of a girl very bright for her age, though excessively shy and taciturn, who began masturbating spontaneously at the age of 2. In this case the mother had masturbated all her life, even continuing the practice after marriage, and, though she succeeded in refraining during pregnancy, her thoughts still dwelt upon it, while the maternal grandmother had died in an asylum from masturbatory insanity. Freud considers that autoerotic manifestations are common in infancy, and that the rhythmic function of any sensitive spot, primarily the lips, may easily pass into masturbation. He regards the infantile manifestations, of which thumbsucking is the most familiar example, Ludeln or Lutschen in German, as autoerotic, the germ arising in sucking the breasts, since the lips are an erogenous zone which may easily be excited by the warm stream of milk. But this only occurs, he points out, in subjects in whom the sensitivity of the lip zone is heightened, and especially in those who at a later age are liable to become hysterical. Shuttleworth also points out that the mere fidgetiness of a neurotic infant, even when only a few months old, sometimes leads to the spontaneous and accidental discovery of pleasurable sexual sensations, which for a time appease the restlessness of nervous instability, though a vicious circle is thus established. He has found that, especially among quite young girls of neurotic heredity, self-induced excitement, often in the form of thigh friction, is more common than is usually supposed. Normally, there appears to be a varying aptitude to experience the sexual organism, or any voluptuous sensations before puberty. I find, on eliciting the recollections of normal persons, that in some cases there have been voluptuous sensations from casual contact with the sexual organs at a very early age. In other cases there has been occasional slight excitement from early years. In yet other cases complete sexual anesthesia until the age of puberty. That the latter condition is not due to mere absence of peripheral irritation is shown by a case I am acquainted with, in which a boy of 7, incited by a companion, innocently attempted, at intervals during several weeks, to produce erection by friction of the penis. No result of any kind followed, although erections occurred spontaneously at puberty. With normal sexual feelings, I am indebted to a correspondent for the following notes. From my observation during 5 years at a boarding school, it seems that 8 out of 10 boys were more or less addicted to the practice. But I would not state positively that such was the proportion of masturbators among an average of 30 pupils, though the habit was very common. I know that in one bedroom, sleeping 7 boys, the whole number masturbated frequently. The act was performed in bed, in the closets, and sometimes in the classrooms during lessons. Inquiry among my friends as to onanism in the boarding schools to which they were sent elicited somewhat contradictory answers concerning the frequency of the habit. Dr., who went to a French school, told me that all the older boys had younger accomplices in mutual masturbation. He also spoke with experience of the prevalence of the practice in a well-known public school in the west of England. B said all the boys at his school masturbated. G stated that most of his schoolmates were onanists. L said more than half was the proportion. At my school, manual masturbation was both solitary and mutual, and sometimes younger boys, who had not acquired the habit, were induced to manipulate bigger boys. One very precocious boy of 15 always chose a companion of 10 because his hand was like a woman's. Sometimes boys entered their friend's bed for mutual excitement. In after life they showed no signs of inversion. Another boy, aged about 14, who had been seduced by a servant girl, embraced the bolster. The pleasurable sensations, according to his statement, were heightened by imagining that the bolster was a woman. He said that the enjoyment of the act was greatly increased during the holidays, when he was able to spread a pair of his sister's drawers upon the pillow, and so intensify the illusion. Before puberty, the boys appeared to be more continent than afterward. A few of the older and more intelligent masturbators regulated the habit, as some married men regulate intercourse. The big boy referred to, who chose always the same manipulator, professed to indulge only once in 20 days, his reason being that more frequent repetition of the act would injure his health. About twice a week for boys who had reached puberty, and once a week for younger boys, was, I think, about the average indulgence. I have never met with a parallel of one of those cases of excessive masturbation recorded by many doctors. There may have been such cases at this school, but, if so, the boys concealed the frequency of their gratifications. My experience proved that many of the lads regarded masturbation as reprehensible, but their plea was everyone does it. Some, often those who indulged inordinately and more secretly than their companions, gravely condemned the practice as sinful. A few seemed to think there was no harm in it, but that the habit might stunt the growth and weaken the body if practiced very frequently. The greater number made no attempt to conceal the habit, they enlarged upon the pleasure of it. It was ever so much nicer than eating tarts, etc. The chief cause I believe to be initiation by an older schoolmate. But I have known accidental causes, such as the discovery that swarming up a pole pleasurably excited the organ, rubbing to allay irritation, and simple, curious handling of the erect penis in the early morning before rising from bed. I quote the foregoing communication as perhaps a fairly typical experience in a British school, though I am myself inclined to think that the prevalence of masturbation in schools is often much overrated, for, while in some schools the practice is doubtless rampant, in others it is practically unknown, or, at all events, only practiced by a few individuals in secret. My own early recollections of private school life fail to yield any reminiscences of any kind connected with either masturbation or homosexuality, and, while such happy ignorance may be the exception rather than the rule, I am certainly inclined to believe that owing to race and climate, and healthier conditions of life, the sexual impulse is less precocious and less prominently developed during the school age in England than in some continental countries. It is probably to this delayed development that we should attribute the contrast that Ferrero finds. L'Europa Giovane, pp. 151-56, and certainly states too absolutely, between the sexual reserve of young Englishmen and the sexual immodesty of his own countrymen. In Germany, Nack has also stated, Kritisches zum Kapital der Sexualität, Archiv für Psychiatry, pp. 354-56, 1899, that he heard nothing at school either of masturbation or homosexuality, and he records the experience of medical friends who stated that such phenomena were only rare exceptions, and regarded by the majority of the boys as exhibitions of Schweinerei. At other German schools, as Hosch has shown, sexual practices are very prevalent. It is evident that at different schools, and even at the same school at different times, these manifestations vary in frequency within wide limits. Such variations, it seems to me, are due to two causes. In the first place, they largely depend upon the character of the more influential elder boys. In the second place, they depend upon the attitude of the headmaster. With reference to this point, I may quote from a letter written by an experienced master in one of the most famous English public schools. When I first came to, a quarter of a century ago, Dr. was making a crusade against this failing. Boys were sent away wholesale, the school was summoned and lectured solemnly, and the more the severities, the more rampant the disease. I thought to myself that the remedy was creating the malady, and I heard afterward, from an old boy, that in those days they used to talk things over by the fireside, and think there must be something very choice in a sin that braved so much. Dr. went, and, we never spoke of such things. Curiosity died down, and the thing itself, I believe, was lessened. We were told to warn new boys of the dangers to health and morals of such offences, lest the innocent should be caught in ignorance. I have only spoken to a few. I think the great thing is not to put it in boys' heads. I have noticed solitary faults most commonly, and then I tell the boy how he is physically weakening himself. If you notice, it is puppies that seem to go against nature, but grown dogs, never. So, if two small boys acted thus, I should think it merely an instinctive feeling after nature, which would amend itself. Many here would consider it a heinous sin, but those who think such things sins make them sins. I have seen, in the old days, most delightful little children sent away, branded with infamy, and scarce knowing why you might as well expel a boy for scratching his head when it itched. I am sure the soundest way is to treat it as a doctor would, and explain to the boy the physical effects of overindulgence of any sort. When it is combated from the monkish standpoint, the evil becomes an epidemic. I am, however, far from anxious to endorse the policy of ignoring the sexual phenomena of youth. It is not the speaking about such things that should be called in question, but the wisdom and good sense of the speaker. We ought to expect a headmaster to possess both an adequate acquaintance with the nature of the phenomena of autoerotism and homosexuality, and a reasonable amount of tact in dealing with boys. He may then fairly be trusted to exercise his own judgment. It may be doubted whether boys should be made too alive to the existence of sexual phenomena. There can be no doubt about their teachers. The same is, of course, true as regards girls, among whom the same phenomena, though less obtrusive, are not less liable to occur. As to whether masturbation is more common in one sex than the other, there have been considerable differences of opinion. Tissot considered it more prevalent among women, Christian believed it commoner among men, Deslandres and Ewan Bloch hold that there are no sexual differences, and Garnier was doubtful. Lawson Tate, in his Diseases of Women, stated his opinion that in England, while very common among boys, it is relatively rare among women, and then usually taught. Spitzker, in America, also found it relatively rare among women, and Dana considers it commoner in boys than in girls or adults. Moll is inclined to think that masturbation is less common in women and girls than in the male sex. Rohleder believes that after puberty, when it is equally common in both sexes, it is more frequently found in men, but that women masturbate with more passion and imaginative fervor. Kellogg, in America, says it is equally prevalent in both sexes, but that women are more secretive. Morris, also in America, considers, on the other hand, that persistent masturbation is commoner in women, and accounts for this by the healthier life and traditions of boys. Pouillet, who studied the matter with considerable thoroughness in France, came to the conclusion that masturbation is commoner among women, among whom he found it to be equally prevalent in rich and poor, and especially so in the great centers of civilization. In Russia, Gutseat states in his Dreissig Jar Praxis that from the ages of 10 to 16 boys masturbate more than girls, who know less about the practice which has not for them the charm of the forbidden, but after 16 he finds the practice more frequent in girls and women than in youths and men. Nack, in Germany, believes that there is much evidence pointing in the same direction, and Adler considers masturbation very common in women. Moralia is decidedly of the opinion, on the ground of his own observations already alluded to, that masturbation is more frequent among women. He refers to the fact, a very significant fact, as I shall elsewhere have to point out, that, while in man there is only one sexual center, the penis, in woman there are several centers, the clitoris, the vagina, the uterus, the breasts, and he mentions that he knew a prostitute, a well-developed brunette of somewhat nervous temperament, who boasted that she knew 14 ways of masturbating herself. My own opinion is that the question of the sexual distribution of masturbation has been somewhat obscured by that harmful tendency, to which I have already alluded, to concentrate attention on a particular set of autoerotic phenomena. We must group and divide our facts rationally if we wish to command them. If we confine our attention to very young children, the available evidence shows that the practice is much more common in females, and such a result is in harmony with the fact that precocious puberty is most often found in female children. Puberty and adolescence, occasional or frequent masturbation is common in both boys and girls, though, I believe, less common than is sometimes supposed. It is difficult to say whether it is more prevalent among boys or girls. One is inclined to conclude that it prevails more widely among boys. The sexual impulse, and consequently the tendency to masturbation, tend to be aroused later, and less easily in girls than in youths, though it must also be remembered that boys' traditions and their more active life keep the tendency in abeyance, while in girls there is much less frequently any restraining influence of corresponding character. In my study of inversion I have found that ignorance and the same absence of tradition are probably factors in the prevalence of homosexual tendencies among women. After adolescence, I think there can be no doubt that masturbation is more common in women than in men. Men have, by this time, mostly adopted some method of sexual gratification with the opposite sex. Women are to a much larger extent shut out from such gratification. Moreover, while in rare cases women are sexually precocious, it more often happens that their sexual impulses only gain strength and self-consciousness after adolescence has passed. I have been much impressed by the frequency with which masturbation is occasionally, especially about the period of menstruation, practiced by active, intelligent, and healthy women who otherwise lead a chaste life. This experience is confirmed by others who are in a position to ascertain the facts among normal people. Thus a lady, who has received the confidence of many women, told me that she believes that all women who remain unmarried masturbate, as she found so much evidence pointing in this direction. This statement certainly needs some qualification, though I believe it is not far from the truth as regards young and healthy women who, after having normal sexual relationships, have been compelled for some reason or other to break them off and lead a lonely life. But we have to remember that there are some women, evidently with a considerable degree of congenital sexual anesthesia, no doubt, in some respect or another below the standard of normal health, in whom the sexual instinct has never been aroused, and who not only do not masturbate, but do not show any desire for normal gratification, while in a large proportion of other cases the impulse is gratified passively in ways I have already referred to. The autoerotic phenomena which take place in this way, spontaneously, by yielding to reverie, with little or no active interference, certainly occur much more frequently in women than in men. On the other hand, contrary to what one might be led to expect, the closely related autoerotic phenomena during sleep seem to take place more frequently in men, although in women, as we have found ground for concluding, they reverberate much more widely and impressively on the waking psychical life. We owe to Restif de la Breton what is perhaps the earliest precise description of a woman masturbating. In 1755 he knew a dark young woman, plain but well-made, and of warm temperament, educated in a convent. She was observed one day, when gazing from her window at a young man in whom she was tenderly interested, to become much excited. Her movements became agitated. I approached her, and really believed that she was uttering affectionate expressions. She had become red. Then she sighed deeply, and became motionless, stretching out her legs, which she stiffened, as if she felt pain. It is further hinted that her hands took part in this maneuver. Monsieur Nicolas, Volume 6, p. 143. Pictorial representations of a woman masturbating also occur in 18th-century engravings. Thus, in France, Baudouin's La Midi, reproduced in Fuchs's Das erotische Element in der Karikatur, figure 92, represents an elegant young lady in a rococo garden bower. She has been reading a book she has now just dropped, together with her sunshade. She leans languorously back, and her hand begins to find its way through her placket hole. Adler, who has studied masturbation in women with more care than any previous writer, has recorded in detail the autoerotic manifestations involved in the case of an intelligent and unprejudiced woman, aged 30, who had begun masturbating when 20, and practiced it at intervals of a few weeks. She experienced the desire for sexual gratification under the following circumstances. 1. Spontaneously, directly before or after menstruation. 2. As a method to cure sleeplessness. 3. After washing the parts with warm, but not cold, water. 4. After erotic dreams. 5. Quite suddenly, without definite cause. The phenomena of the masturbatory process fell into two stages. 1. Incomplete excitement. 2. The highest pleasurable gratification. It only took place in the evening, or at night, and a special position was necessary, with the right knee bent, and the right foot against the knee of the extended left leg. The bent index and middle fingers of the right hand were then applied firmly to the lower third of the left labium minus, which was rubbed against the underlying parts. At this stage, the manifestations sometimes stopped, either from an effort of self-control or from fatigue of the arm. There was no emission of mucus, or general perspiration, but some degree of satisfaction and of fatigue, followed by sleep. If, however, the manipulation was continued, the second stage was reached, and the middle finger sank into the vagina, while the index finger remained on the labium, the rest of the hand holding and compressing the whole of the vulva, from pubis to anus, against the symphysis, with a backwards and forwards movement, the left hand also being frequently used to support and assist the right. The parts now gave a mushroom-like feeling to the touch, and in a few seconds, or after a longer interval, the complete feeling of pleasurable satisfaction was attained. At the same moment there was, but only after she had had experience of coitus, an involuntary elevation of the pelvis, together with emission of mucus, making the hand wet, this mucus having an odor, and being quite distinct from the ordinary odorless mucus of the vagina. At the same time, the finger in the vagina felt slight contractions of the whole vaginal wall. The climax of sexual pleasure lasted a few seconds, with its concomitant vaginal contractions, then slowly subsided with a feeling of general well-being, the finger at the same time slipping out of the vagina, and she was left in a state of general perspiration, and sleep would immediately follow. When this was not the case, she was frequently conscious of some degree of sensibility in the sacrum, lasting for several hours, and especially felt when sitting. When masturbation was the result of an erotic dream, which occurred but seldom, the first stage was already reached in sleep, and the second was more quickly obtained. During the act it was only occasionally that any thoughts of men or of coitus were present, the attention being fixed on the coming climax. The psychic state afterwards was usually one of self-reproach. O. Adler, Die mangelhafte Geschlechtsempfindung des Weibes, 1904, pp. 26-29. The phenomena in this case may be regarded as fairly typical, but there are many individual variations. Mucus emissions and vaginal contractions frequently occur before actual orgasm, and there is not usually any insertion of the finger into the vagina in women who have never experienced coitus, or, indeed, even in those who have. We must now turn to that aspect of our subject which in the past has always seemed the only aspect of autoerotic phenomena meriting attention: the symptoms and results of chronic masturbation. It appears to have been an Englishman who, at the beginning of the 18th century, first called popular attention to the supposed evils of masturbation. His book was published in London, and entitled, Onania, or the Heinous Sin of Self-Pollution, and All Its Frightful Consequences in Both Sexes, considered, with spiritual and physical advice, etc. It is not a serious medical treatise, but an early and certainly superior example of a kind of literature which we have since become familiar with through the daily newspapers. A large part of the book, which is cleverly written, is devoted in the later editions to the letters of nervous and hypochondriacal young men and women who are too shy to visit the author, but request him to send a bottle of his strengthening tincture, and mention that they are including half a guinea, or still larger sum. Concerning the composition of the strengthening tincture we are not informed. This work, which was subsequently attributed to a writer named Beckers, is said to have passed through no less than 80 editions, and it was translated into German. Tissot, a physician of Lausanne, followed with his Traité de l'onanisme, Dissertation sur les maladies produites par la masturbation, first published in Latin, 1760, then in French, 1764, and afterward in nearly all European languages. He regarded masturbation as a crime, and as an act of suicide. His book is a production of amusing exaggeration and rhetoric, zealously setting forth the prodigious evils of masturbation in a style which combines, as Christian remarks, the strains of Rousseau with a vein of religious piety. Tissot included only manual self-abuse under the term onanism. Shortly afterward, Voltaire, in his Dictionnaire philosophique, took up the subject, giving it a wider meaning and still further popularizing it. Finally, Lallemande, at a somewhat later period, 1836, wrote a book which was, indeed, more scientific in character, but which still sought to represent masturbation as the source of all evils. These four writers, the author of Onania, Tissot, Voltaire, Lallemande, are certainly responsible for much. The mistaken notions of many medical authorities, carried on by tradition, even down to our own time, the powerful lever which has been put into the hand of unscrupulous quacks, the suffering, dread, and remorse experienced in silence by many thousands of ignorant and often innocent young people may all be traced in large measure back to these four well-meaning, but, on this question, misguided, authors. There is really no end to the list of real or supposed symptoms and results of masturbation, as given by various medical writers during the last century. Insanity, epilepsy, numerous forms of eye disease, supraorbital headache, occipital headache, Spitzka, strange sensations at the top of the head, savage, various forms of neuralgia, Anstey, J. Chapman, tenderness of the skin in the lower dorsal region, Chapman, mammary tenderness in young girls, Lacassagne, mammary hypertrophy, Arsendowski, asthma, Peyer, cardiac murmurs, CLA, the appearance of vesicles on wounds, Baraduc, acne and other forms of cutaneous eruptions, the author of Onania, Clipsun, dilated pupils, Skene, Lewis, Moralia, eyes directed upward and sideways, Pouillet, dark rings around the eyes, intermittent functional deafness, Bonnier, painful menstruation, J. Chapman, catarrh of uterus and vagina, Winkle, Pouillet, ovarian disease, Jesset, pale and discolored skin, Lewis, Moralia, redness of nose, Gruner, epistaxis, Joel, J. N. Mackenzie, morbid changes in nose, Flies, convulsive cough of puberty, Gowers, acidity of vagina, R. W. Schufelt, incontinence of urine in young women, Gerando, warts on the hands in women, Durr, Kreikmar, von Oy, hallucinations of smell and hearing, Greisinger, Lewis, intermittent functional deafness, Bonnier, indican in the urine, Herter, an indescribable odor of the skin in women, Skene. These are but a few of the signs and consequences of masturbation given by various prominent authorities. That many of these manifestations do occur in connection with masturbation is unquestionable. There is also good reason to believe that some of them may be the results of masturbation acting on an imperfectly healthy organism. But in all such cases we must speak with great caution, for there appears to be little reliable evidence to show that simple masturbation, in a well-born and healthy individual, can produce any evil results beyond slight functional disturbances, and these only when it is practiced in excess. To illustrate the real pathological relationships of masturbation, a few typical and important disorders may be briefly considered. The delicate mechanism of the eye is one of the first portions of the nervous apparatus to be disturbed by any undue strain on the system. It is not surprising that masturbation should be widely incriminated as a cause of eye troubles. If, however, we inquire into the results obtained by the most cautious and experienced ophthalmological observers, it grows evident that masturbation, as a cause of disease of the eye, becomes merged into wider causes. In Germany, Hermann Kohn, the distinguished ophthalmic surgeon of Breslau, has dealt fully with the question. Kohn, who believes that all young men and women masturbate to some extent, finds that masturbation must be excessive for eye trouble to become apparent. In most of his cases there was masturbation several times daily during from 5 to 7 years, in many during 10 years, and in one during 23 years. In such cases we are obviously dealing with abnormal persons, and no one will dispute the possibility of harmful results. In some of the cases, when masturbation was stopped, the eye trouble improved. Even in these cases, however, the troubles were but slight, the chief being, apparently, photopsia, a subjective sensation of light, with otherwise normal conditions of pupil, vision, color sense, and retina. In some cases there was photophobia, and he has also found accommodation and conjunctivitis. At a later date Salmo Kohn, in his comprehensive monograph on the relationship between the eye and the sexual organs in women, brought together numerous cases of eye troubles in young women associated with masturbation, but in most of these cases masturbation had been practiced with great frequency for a long period and the ocular affections were usually not serious. In England, Power has investigated the relations of the sexual system to eye disease. He is inclined to think that the effects of masturbation have been exaggerated, but he believes that it may produce such for the most part trivial complaints as photopsia, musksy, muscular asthenopia, possibly blepharospasm, and perhaps conjunctivitis. He goes on, however, to point out that more serious complaints of the eye are caused by excess in normal coitus, by sexual abstinence, and especially by disordered menstruation. Thus we see that even when we are considering a mechanism so delicately poised and one so easily disturbed by any jar of the system as vision, masturbation produces no effect except when carried to an extent which argues a hereditarily imperfect organism, while even in these cases the effects are usually but slight, moreover, in no respect specific, but are paralleled and even exceeded by the results of other disturbances of the sexual system. Let us turn to the supposed influence of masturbation in causing insanity and nervous diseases. Here we may chiefly realize the immense influence exerted on medical science by Tissot and his followers during 100 years. Mental weakness is the cause and not the result of excessive masturbation, Gall declared, but he was a man of genius, in isolation. Sir William Ellis, an alienist of considerable reputation at the beginning of the last century, could write with scientific equanimity, "I have no hesitation in saying that, in a very large number of patients in all public asylums, the disease may be attributed to that cause." He does, indeed, admit that it may be only a symptom sometimes, but goes on to assert that masturbation has not hitherto been exhibited in the awful light in which it deserves to be shown, and that in by far the greater number of cases it is the true cause of dementia. Esquirel lent his name and influence to a similar view of the pernicious influence of masturbation. Throughout the century, even down to the present day, this point of view has been traditionally preserved in a modified form. In apparent ignorance of the enormous prevalence of masturbation, and without, so far as can be seen, any attempt to distinguish between cause and effect or to eliminate the hereditary neuropathic element, many alienists have set down a large proportion of cases of insanity, idiocy, epilepsy, and disease of the spinal cord to uncomplicated masturbation. Thus, at the Matewan State Hospital, New York, 4 criminal lunatics and insane prisoners, from 1875 to 1907, masturbation was the sole assigned cause of insanity in 160 men, out of 2,595, while, according to Dr. Clara Boris, among 121 cases of insanity in young women, masturbation is the cause in 10 cases. It is unnecessary to multiply examples, for this traditional tendency is familiar to all. It appears to have been largely due to Greisinger, in the middle of the last century, that we owe the first authoritative appearance of a saner, more discriminating view regarding the results of masturbation. Although still to some extent fettered by the traditions prevalent in his day, Greisinger saw that it was not so much masturbation itself as the feelings aroused in sensitive minds by the social attitude toward masturbation which produced evil effects. That constant struggle, he wrote, against a desire which is even overpowering, and to which the individual always in the end succumbs, that hidden strife between shame, repentance, good intentions, and the irritation which impels to the act, this, after not a little acquaintance with onanists, we consider to be far more important than the primary direct physical effect. He added that there are no specific signs of masturbation, and concluded that it is oftener a symptom than a cause. The general progress of educated opinions since that date has, in the main, confirmed and carried forward the results cautiously stated by Greisinger. This distinguished alienist thought that, when practiced in childhood, masturbation might lead to insanity. Burkhan, in his investigation of the psychoses of childhood, found that in no single case was masturbation a cause. Fogel, Uffelman, and Emminghaus, in the course of similar studies, have all come to almost similar conclusions. It is only on a congenitally morbid nervous system, Emminghaus insists, that masturbation can produce any serious results. Most of the cases charged to masturbation, writes Kiernan, in a private letter, basing his opinion on wide clinical experience, are either hebephrenia or hysteria in which an effect is taken for the cause. Christian, during 20 years' experience in hospitals, asylums, and private practice in town and country, has not found any seriously evil effects from masturbation. He thinks, indeed, that it may be a more serious evil in women than in men. But Yellowlees considers that in women it is possibly less exhausting and injurious than in the other sex, which was also the opinion of Hammond, as well as of Gutseat, though he found that women pushed the practice much further than men, and Knack, who has given special attention to this point, could not find that masturbation is a definite cause of insanity in women in a single case. Koch also reaches a similar conclusion, as regards both sexes, though he admits that masturbation may cause some degree of psychopathic deterioration. Even in this respect, however, He points out that when practiced in moderation, it is not injurious in the certain and exceptionless way in which it is believed to be in many circles. It is the people whose nervous systems are already injured who masturbate most easily and practice it more immoderately than others. The chief source of its evil is self-reproach and the struggle with the impulse. Karlbaum, it is true, under the influence of the older tradition, when he erected catatonia into a separate disorder, not always accepted in later times, regarded prolonged and excessive masturbation as a chief cause, but I am not aware that he ever asserted that it was a sole and sufficient cause in a healthy organism. Kiernan, one of the earliest writers on catatonia, was careful to point out that masturbation was probably as much effect as cause of the morbid nervous condition. Maudsley, in Body and Mind, recognized masturbation as a special exciting cause of a characteristic form of insanity, but he cautiously added, "Nevertheless, I think that self-abuse seldom, if ever, produces it without the cooperation of the insane neurosis." Schul also recognized a specific masturbatory insanity, but the general tendency to reject any such nosological form is becoming marked. Krafft-Ebing long since rejected it and Nack decidedly opposes it. Kraepelin states that excessive masturbation can only occur in a dangerous degree in predisposed subjects, so, also, Farrell and Lowenfeld, as at an earlier period, Trousseau. It is true that Morrow, in his admirable and detailed study of the normal and abnormal aspects of puberty, accepts a form of masturbatory insanity. But the only illustrative case he brings forward is a young man possessing various stigmata of degeneracy and the son of an alcoholic father. Such a case tells us nothing regarding the results of simple masturbation, even Spitzka, who maintained several years ago the traditional views as to the terrible results of masturbation, and recognized a special insanity of masturbation, stated his conclusions with a caution that undermined his position. Self-abuse, he concluded, to become a sole cause of insanity, must be begun early and carried very far. In persons of sound antecedents it rarely, under these circumstances, suffices to produce an actual vasania. When we remember that there is no convincing evidence to show that masturbation is begun early and carried very far by persons of sound antecedents, the significance of Spitzka's typical psychosis of masturbation is somewhat annulled. It is evident that these distinguished investigators, Morrow and Spitzka, have been induced by tradition to take up a position which their own scientific consciences have compelled them practically to evacuate. Recent authorities are almost unanimous in rejecting masturbation as a cause of insanity. Thus, Rohleder, in his comprehensive monograph, Die Masturbation, 1899, pp 185-92, although taking a very serious view of the evil results of masturbation, points out the unanimity which is now tending to prevail on this point, and lays it down that masturbation is never the direct cause of insanity. Sexual excesses of any kind, he adds, following Kirschmann, can, at the most, merely give an impetus to a latent form of insanity. On the whole, he concludes, the best authorities are unanimous in agreeing that masturbation may certainly injure mental capacity, by weakening memory and depressing intellectual energy. That, further, in hereditarily neurotic subjects, it may produce slight psychoses like folie du doubt, hypochondria, hysteria. That, finally, under no circumstances can it produce severe psychoses like paranoia or general paralysis. If it caused insanity, as often as some claim, as Kellogg remarks, the whole race would long since have passed into masturbatic degeneracy of mind. It is especially injurious in the very young, and in all who have weak nervous systems, but the physical traits attributed to the habit are common to thousands of neurasthenic and neurotic individuals. Kellogg, A Textbook of Mental Diseases, 1897, pp 94-95. Again, at the outset of the article on masturbation, in Tuke's Dictionary of Psychological Medicine, Yellowlees states that, on account of the mischief formerly done by reckless statements, it is necessary to state plainly that unless the practice has been long and greatly indulged, no permanent evil effects may be observed to follow. Nack, again, has declared, Kritisches zum Kapitel der Sexualität, Archiv für Psychiatry, 1899, there are neither somatic nor psychic symptoms peculiar on onanism. nor is there any specific onanistic psychosis. I am prepared to deny that onanism ever produces any psychoses in those who are not already predisposed. That such a view is now becoming widely prevalent is illustrated by the cautious and temperate discussion of masturbation in a recent work by a non-medical writer, Jeffrey Mortimer, Chapters on Human Love, pp. 199-205. The testimony of expert witnesses with regard to the influence of masturbation in producing other forms of psychoses and neuroses is becoming equally decisive, and here, also, the traditions of Tissot are being slowly effaced. I have not, in the whole of my practice, wrote West, 40 years ago, out of a large experience among children and women, seen convulsions, epilepsy, or idiocy induced by masturbation in any child of either sex. Neither have I seen any instance in which hysteria, epilepsy, or insanity in women after puberty was due to masturbation, as its efficient cause. Gowers speaks somewhat less positively, but regards masturbation as not so much a cause of true epilepsy as of atypical attacks, sometimes of a character intermediate between the hysteroid and the epileptoid form. This relationship he has frequently seen in boys. Leiden, among the causes of diseases of the spinal cord, does not include any form of sexual excess. In moderation, Ubb remarks, masturbation is not more dangerous to the spinal cord than natural coitus, and has no bad effects. It makes no difference, Ubb considers, whether the orgasm is effected normally or in solitude. This is also the opinion of Toulouse, of Furbringer, and of Kirschmann, as at an earlier period it was of Rubord. While these authorities are doubtless justified in refusing to ascribe to masturbation any part in the production of psychic or nervous diseases, it seems to me that they are going somewhat beyond their province when they assert that masturbation has no more injurious effect than coitus. If sexual coitus were a purely physiological phenomenon, this position would be sound. But the sexual orgasm is normally bound up with a mass of powerful emotions aroused by a person of the opposite sex. It is in the joy caused by the play of these emotions, as well as in the discharge of the sexual orgasm, that the satisfaction of coitus resides. In the absence of the desired partner, the orgasm, whatever relief it may give, must be followed by a sense of dissatisfaction, perhaps of depression, even of exhaustion, often of shame and remorse. The same remark has since been made by Stanley Hall. Practically, also, as John Hunter pointed out, there is more probability of excess in masturbation than in coitus. Whether, as some have asserted, masturbation involves a greater nervous effort than coitus is more doubtful. It thus seems somewhat misleading to assert that masturbation has no more injurious effect than coitus. Reviewing the general question of the supposed grave symptoms and signs of masturbation, and its pernicious results, we may reach the conclusion that in the case of moderate masturbation in healthy, well-born individuals, no seriously pernicious results necessarily follow. With regard to the general signs, we may accept, as concerns both sexes, what the Obstetrical and Gynecological Society of Berlin decided in 1861, in a discussion of it in women, that there are none which can be regarded as reliable. We may conclude finally, with Clouston, that the opposing views on the subject may be simply explained by the fact that the writers on both sides have ignored or insufficiently recognized the influence of heredity and temperament. They have done precisely what so many unscientific writers on inebriety have continued to do unto the present day, when describing the terrible results of alcohol without pointing out that the chief factor in such cases has not been the alcohol, but the organization on which the alcohol acted. Excess may act, according to the familiar old-fashioned adage, like the lighted match. But we must always remember the obvious truth, that it makes a considerable difference whether you threw your lighted match into a powder magazine or into the sea. While we may thus dismiss the extravagant views widely held during the past century, concerning the awful results of masturbation, as due to ignorance and false tradition, it must be pointed out that, even in healthy or moderately healthy individuals, any excess in solitary self-excitement may still produce results which, though slight, are yet harmful. The skin, digestion, and circulation may all be disordered, headache and neuralgia may occur, and, as in normal sexual excess or in undue frequency of sexual excitement during sleep, there is a certain general lowering of nervous tone. Probably the most important of the comparatively frequent results, though this also arises usually on a somewhat morbid soil, is neurasthenia with its manifold symptoms. There can be little doubt that the ancient belief, dating from the time of Hippocrates, that sexual excesses produce spinal disease, as well as the belief that masturbation causes insanity, are largely due to the failure to diagnose neurasthenia. The following case of neurasthenia, recorded by Eulenberg, may be given as a classical picture of the nervous disturbances which may be associated with masturbation and are frequently regarded as solely caused by habits of masturbation. Miss H., 28 years of age, a robust brunette, with fully developed figure, without any trace of anemia or chlorosis, but with an apathetic expression, bluish rings around the eyes, with hypochondriacal and melancholy feelings. She complains of pressure on the head, as if head would burst, giddiness, ringing in the ears, photopsia, hemicrania, pains in the back and at sacrum, and symptoms of spinal adenamia, with a sense of fatigue on the least exertion in walking or standing. She sways when standing with closed eyes. Tendon reflexes exaggerated. There is a sense of oppression, intercostal neuralgia, and all the signs of neurasthenic dyspepsia, and cardialgia, nausea, flatulence, meteorism, and alternate constipation and diarrhea. She chiefly complains of a feeling of weight and pain in the abdomen, caused by the slightest movement, and of a form of pollution, with clitoridian spasms, especially near menstruation, with copious flow of mucus, characteristic pains, and hyperexcitability. Menstruation was irregular and profuse. Examination showed tumid and elongated nymphae, with brown pigmentation, rather large vagina, with rudimentary hymen, and retroflexion of uterus. After much persuasion, the patient confessed that, when a girl of 12, and as the result of repeated attempts at coitus by a boy of 16, she had been impelled to frequent masturbation. This had caused great shame and remorse, which, however, had not sufficed to restrain the habit. Her mother having died, she lived alone with her invalid father, and had no one in whom to confide. Regarding herself as no longer a virgin, she had refused several offers of marriage, and thus still further aggravated her mental condition. Eulenberg, Sexual Neuropathy, page 31. Since Beard first described neurasthenia, many diverse opinions have been expressed concerning the relationships of sexual irregularities to neurasthenia. Gilles de la Tourette, in his little monograph on neurasthenia, following the traditions of Charcot's school, dismisses the question of any sexual causation without discussion. Binswanger, Die Pathologie und Therapie der Neurasthenie, while admitting that nearly all neurasthenic persons acknowledge masturbation at some period, considers it is not an important cause of neurasthenia, only differing from coitus by the fact that the opportunities for it are more frequent, and that the sexual disturbances of neurasthenia are, in the majority of cases, secondary. Rohleder, on the other hand, who takes a very grave view of the importance of masturbation, considers that its most serious results are a question of neurasthenia. Krafft-Ebing has declared his opinion that masturbation is a cause of neurasthenia. Christian, Leiden, Ebb, Rosenthal, Beard, Hummel, Hammond, Hermann Kohn, Kirschmann, Saville, Hermann, Furbringer, all attach chief importance to neurasthenia as a result of masturbation. Collins and Philip, Medical Record, March 25, 1899, in an analysis of 333 cases of neurasthenia, found that 123 cases were apparently due to overwork or masturbation. Freud concludes that neurasthenia proper can nearly always be traced to excessive masturbation, or to spontaneous pollutions. E.g., Sammlung kleiner Schriften zur Neurosenlehre, first series, page 187. This view is confirmed by Gattel's careful study, Über die sexuellen Ursachen der Neurasthenie und Angstneurose, 1898. Gattel investigated 100 consecutive cases of severe functional nervous disorder in Krafft-Ebing's clinic at Vienna, and found that in every case of neurasthenia in a male, 28 in all, there was masturbation, while of the 15 women with neurasthenia, only one is recorded as not masturbating, and she practiced coitus reservatus. Irrespective of the particular form of the nervous disorder, Gattel found that 18 women out of 42, and 36 men out of 58, acknowledged masturbation. This shows a slightly larger proportion among the men, but the men were mostly young, while the women were mostly of more mature age. It must, however, always be remembered that we have no equally careful statistics of masturbation in perfectly healthy persons. We must also remember that we have to distinguish between the post and the propter, and that it is quite possible that neurasthenic persons are specially predisposed to masturbation. Bloch is of this opinion, and remarks that a vicious circle may thus be formed. On the whole, there can be little doubt that neurasthenia is liable to be associated with masturbation carried to an excessive extent. But, while neurasthenia is probably the severest affection that is liable to result from, or accompany, masturbation, we are scarcely yet entitled to accept the conclusion of Gattel that in such cases there is no hereditary neurotic predisposition. We must steer clearly between the opposite errors of those, on the one hand, who assert that heredity is the sole cause of functional nervous disorders, and those, on the other hand, who consider that the incident that may call out the disorder is itself a sole sufficient cause. In many cases it has seemed to me that masturbation, when practiced in excess, especially if begun before the age of puberty, leads to inaptitude for coitus, as well as to indifference to it, and sometimes to undue sexual irritability, involving premature emission and practical impotence. This is, however, the exception, especially if the practice has not been begun until after puberty. In women I attach considerable importance, as a result of masturbation, to an aversion for normal coitus in later life. In such cases some peripheral irritation or abnormal mental stimulus trains the physical sexual orgasm to respond to an appeal which has nothing whatever to do with the fascination normally exerted by the opposite sex. At puberty, however, the claim of passion and the real charm of sex begin to make themselves felt, but, owing to the physical sexual feelings having been trained into a foreign channel, these new and more normal sex associations remain of a purely ideal and emotional character, without the strong sensual impulses with which under healthy conditions they tend to be more and more associated as puberty passes on into adolescence or mature adult life. I am fairly certain that in many women, often highly intellectual women, the precocious excess in masturbation has been a main cause, not necessarily the sole efficient cause, in producing a divorce in later life between the physical sensuous impulses and the ideal emotions. The sensuous impulse having been evolved and perverted before the manifestation of the higher emotion, the two groups of feelings have become divorced for the whole of life. This is a common source of much personal misery and family unhappiness, though at the same time the clash of contending impulses may lead to a high development of moral character. When early masturbation is a factor in producing sexual inversion, it usually operates in the manner I have here indicated, the repulsion for normal coitus helping to furnish a soil on which the inverted impulse may develop unimpeded. This point has not wholly escaped previous observers, though they do not seem to have noted its psychological mechanism. Tissot stated that masturbation causes an aversion to marriage. More recently, Leumann, über Onanismus beim Weib, Therapeutische Monatshefte, April, 1890, considered that masturbation in women, leading to a perversion of sexual feeling, including inability to find satisfaction in coitus, affects the associated centers. Smith-Baker, again, The Neuropsychical Element in Conjugal Aversion, Journal of Nervous and Mental Disease, September, 1892, finds that a source of marital aversion seems to lie in the fact that substitution of mechanical and iniquitous excitations affords more thorough satisfaction than the mutual legitimate ones do, and gives cases in point. Saville, also, who believes that masturbation is more common in women than is usually supposed, regards dyspareunia, or pain in coition, as one of the signs of the habit. Masturbation in women thus becomes, as Raymond and Janet point out, Les Obsessions, Volume 2, page 307, a frequent cause of sexual frigidity in marriage. These authors illustrate the train of evils which may thus be set up, by the case of a lady, 26 years of age, a normal woman, of healthy family, who, at the age of 15, was taught by a servant to masturbate. At the age of 18 she married. She loved her husband, but she had no sexual feelings in coitus, and she continued to masturbate, sometimes several times a day, without evil consequences. At 24 she had to go into a hospital for floating kidney, and was so obliged to stop masturbating. She here accidentally learnt of the evil results attributed to the habit. She resolved not to do it again, and she kept her resolution. But while still in hospital she fell wildly in love with a man. To escape from the constant thought of this man, she sought relations with her husband, and at times masturbated, but now it no longer gave her pleasure. She wished to give up sexual things altogether. But that was easier said than done. She became subject to nervous crises, often brought on by the sight of a man, and accompanied by sexual excitement. They disappeared under treatment, and she thereupon became entirely frigid sexually. But, far from being happy, she has lost all energy and interest in life, and it is her sole desire to attain the sexual feelings she has lost. Adler considers that even when masturbation in women becomes an overmastering passion, so far as organic effects are concerned it is usually harmless, its effects being primarily psychic, and he attaches especial significance to it as a cause of sexual anesthesia in normal coitus, being, perhaps, the most frequent cause of such anesthesia. He devotes an important chapter to this matter, and brings forward numerous cases in illustration. Adler, Die mangelhafte Geschlechtsempfindung des Weibes. pp. 93-119, also 21-23. Adler considers that the frequency of masturbation in women is largely due to the fact that women experience greater difficulties than men in obtaining sexual satisfaction, and so are impelled by unsatisfying coitus to continue masturbation after marriage. He adds that partly from natural shyness, partly from shame of acknowledging what is commonly accounted a sin, and partly from the fear of seeming disgusting or unworthy of sympathy in the doctor's eyes, women are usually silent on this matter, and very great tact and patience may be necessary before a confession is obtained. On the psychic side, no doubt, the most frequent and the most characteristic result of persistent and excessive masturbation is a morbid heightening of self-consciousness without any coordinated heightening of self-esteem. 340. The man or woman who is kissed by a desirable and desired person of the opposite sex feels a satisfying sense of pride and elation, which must always be absent from the manifestations of autoerotic activity. This must be so, even apart from the masturbators. Consciousness of the general social attitude toward his practices and his dread of detection, for that may also exist as regards normal coitus without any corresponding psychic effects. The masturbator, if his practice is habitual, is thus compelled to cultivate an artificial consciousness of self-esteem, and may show a tendency to mental arrogance. Self-righteousness and religiosity constitute, as it were, a protection against the tendency to remorse. A morbid mental soil is, of course, required for the full development of these characteristics. The habitual male masturbator, it must be remembered, is often a shy and solitary person. Individuals of this temperament are especially predisposed to excesses in all the manifestations of autoerotism, while the yielding to such tendencies increases the reserve and the horror of society, at the same time producing a certain suspicion of others. In some extreme cases there is, no doubt, as Kraepelin believes, some decrease of psychic capacity, an inability to grasp and coordinate external impressions, weakness of memory, deadening of emotions, or else the general phenomena of increased irritability, leading on to neurasthenia. I find good reason to believe that in many cases the psychic influence of masturbation on women is different from its effect on men. As Spitzker observed, although it may sometimes render women self-reproachful and hesitant, it often seems to make them bold. Boys, as we have seen, early assimilate the tradition that self-abuse is unmanly and injurious, but girls have seldom any corresponding tradition that it is unwomanly, and thus, whether or not they are reticent on the matter, before the forum of their own conscience they are often less ashamed of it than men are and less troubled by remorse. Eulenberg considers that the comparative absence of bad effects from masturbation in girls is largely due to the fact that, unlike boys, they are not terrorized by exaggerated warnings and quack literature concerning the awful results of the practice. Farrell, who has also remarked that women are often comparatively little troubled by qualms of conscience after masturbation, denies that this is due to a lower moral tone than men possess. Farrell, Die Sexuelle Frage, page 247. In this connection, I may refer to History 4, recorded in the appendix to the 5th volume of these studies, in which it is stated that of 55 prostitutes of various nationalities, with whom the subject had had relations, 18 spontaneously told him that they were habitual masturbators, while of 26 normal women, 13 made the same confession, unasked. Gutseat, in Russia, after stating that women of good constitution had told him that they masturbated as much as 6 or 10 times a day or night, until they fell asleep, tired, without bad results, adds that, according to his observations, masturbation, when not excessive, is, on the whole, a quite innocent matter, which exerts little or no permanent effect, and adds that it never, in any case, leads to hypochondria onanica in women, because they have not been taught to expect bad results. Dreissig Jar Praxis, page 306. There is, I think, some truth, though the exceptions are doubtless many, in the distinction drawn by W. C. Krauss, Masturbational Neuroses, Medical News, July 13, 1901. From my experience masturbation seems to have an opposite effect upon the two sexes, dulling the mental and making clumsy the physical exertions of the male, while in the female it quickens and excites the physical and psychical movements. The man is rendered hypoaesthetic, the woman hyperesthetic. In either sex, autoerotic excesses during adolescence in young men and women of intelligence, whatever absence of gross injury there may be, still often produce a certain degree of psychic perversion, and tend to foster false and high-strung ideals of life. Kraepelin refers to the frequency of exalted enthusiasms in masturbators, and I have already quoted Anstey's remarks on the connection between masturbation and premature false work in literature and art. It may be added that excess in masturbation has often occurred in men and women whose work in literature and art cannot be described as premature and false. K. P. Moritz, in early adult life, gave himself up to excess in masturbation, and up to the age of 30 had no relations with women. Laynor is said, though the statement is sometimes denied, to have been a masturbator from early life, the habit profoundly affecting his life and work. Rousseau, in his Confessions, admirably describes how his own solitary, timid, and imaginative life found its chief sexual satisfaction in masturbation. Gogol, the great Russian novelist, masturbated to excess, and it has been suggested that the dreamy melancholy thus induced was a factor in his success as a novelist. Goethe, it has been asserted, at one time masturbated to excess. I am not certain on what authority the statement is made, probably on a passage in the 7th book of Dichtung und Wahrheit, in which, describing his student life at Leipzig, and his loss of Aennchen owing to his neglect of her, he tells how he revenged that neglect on his own physical nature by foolish practices from which he thinks he suffered for a considerable period. The great Scandinavian philosopher, Søren Kierkegaard, suffered severely, according to Rasmussen, from excessive masturbation. That, at the present day, eminence in art, literature, and other fields may be combined with the excessive practice of masturbation is a fact of which I have unquestionable evidence. I have the detailed history of a man of 30, of high ability in a scientific direction, who, except during periods of mental strain, has practiced masturbation nightly, though seldom more than once a night, from early childhood, without any traceable evil results, so far as his general health and energy are concerned. In another case, a schoolteacher, aged 30, a hard worker and accomplished musician, has masturbated every night, sometimes more than once a night, ever since he was at school, without, so far as he knows, any bad results. He has never had connection with a woman, and seldom touches wine or tobacco. Kirschmann knew a young and able author who, from the age of 11 had masturbated excessively, but who retained physical and mental freshness. It would be very easy to refer to other examples, and I may remark that, as regards the histories recorded in various volumes of these studies. A notable proportion of those in which excessive masturbation is admitted are of persons of eminent and recognized ability. It is often possible to trace the precise mechanism of the relationship between autoerotic excitement and intellectual activity. Brown-Sequard, in old age, considered that to induce a certain amount of sexual excitement, not proceeding to emission, was an aid to mental work. Raymond and Janet knew a man considering himself a poet, who, in order to attain the excitation necessary to compose his ideal verses, would write with one hand while with the other he caressed his penis, though not to the extent of producing ejaculation. We must not believe, however, that this is by any means the method of workers who deserve to be accepted seriously. It would be felt, to say the least, as unworthy. It is indeed a method that would only appeal to a person of feeble or failing mental power. What more usually happens is that the autoerotic excitement develops, pari passu, and spontaneously, with the mental activity, and at the climax of the latter the autoerotic excitement also culminates, almost or even quite spontaneously, in an explosion of detumescence which relieves the mental tension. I am acquainted with such cases in both young men and women of intellectual ability, and they probably occur much more frequently than we usually suspect. In illustration of the foregoing observations, I may quote the following narrative, written by a man of letters. From puberty to the age of 30, when I married, I lived in virgin continence, in accord with my principle. During these years I worked exceedingly hard, chiefly at art, music and poetry. My days being spent earning my livelihood, these art studies fell into my evening time. I noticed that productive power came in periods of irregular length, and which certainly, to a partial extent, could be controlled by the will. Such a period of vital power began usually with a sensation of melancholy, and it quickened my normal revolt against the narrowness of conventional life into a red-hot detestation of the paltriness and pettiness with which so many mortals seem to content themselves. As the mood grew in intensity, this scorn of the lower things mixed with and gave place to a vivid insight into higher truths. The oppression began to give place to a realization of the eternity of the heroic things, the fatuities were seen as mere fashions, love was seen as the true lord of life, the eternal romance was evident in its glory, the naked strength and beauty of men were known despite their clothes. In such mood my work was produced, bitter protest and keen-sighted passion mingled in its building. The arising vitality had certainly deep relation to the periodicity of the sex force of manhood. At the height of the power of the art-creative mood would come those natural emissions with which nature calmly disposes of the unused force of the male. Such emissions were natural and healthy, and not exhaustive or hysterical. The process is undoubtedly sane and protective, unless the subject be unhealthy. The period of creative art power extended a little beyond the end of the period of natural seed emission, the artwork of this last stage being less vibrant, and of a gentler force. Then followed a time of calm natural rest, which gradually led up to the next sequence of melancholy and power. The periods certainly varied in length of time, controlled somewhat by the force of the mind and the mental will to create, that is to say, I could somewhat delay the natural emission, by which I gained an extension of the period of power. How far masturbation in moderately healthy persons living without normal sexual relationships may be considered normal is a difficult question only to be decided with reference to individual cases. As a general rule, when only practiced at rare intervals, and faute de mieux, in order to obtain relief for physical oppression and mental obsession, it may be regarded as the often inevitable result of the unnatural circumstances of our civilized social life. When, as often happens in mental degeneracy, and as in shy and imaginative persons, perhaps of neurotic temperament, may also sometimes become the case, it is practiced in preference to sexual relationships. It at once becomes abnormal and may possibly lead to a variety of harmful results, mental and physical. It must always be remembered, however, that, while the practice of masturbation may be harmful in its consequences, it is also, in the absence of normal sexual relationships, frequently not without good results. In the medical literature of the last 100 years, a number of cases have been incidentally recorded in which the patients found masturbation beneficial, and such cases might certainly have been enormously increased if there had been any open-eyed desire to discover them. My own observations agree with those of Sudduth, who asserts that masturbation is, in the main, practiced for its sedative effect on the nervous system. The relaxation that follows the act constitutes its real attraction. Both masturbation and sexual intercourse should be classed as typical sedatives. Gall, Fonctions du Cerveau, 1825, Volume 3, page 235, mentioned a woman who was tormented by strong sexual desire, which she satisfied by masturbation 10 or 12 times a day. This caused no bad results, and led to the immediate disappearance of a severe pain in the back of the neck, from which she often suffered. Clouston, Mental Diseases, 1887, page 496, quotes as follows from a letter written by a youth of 22, "I am sure I cannot explain myself, nor give account of such conduct. Sometimes I felt so uneasy at my work that I would go to the water closet to do it, and it seemed to give me ease, and then I would work like a hatter for a whole week, till the sensation overpowered me again. I have been the most filthy scoundrel in existence," etc. Garnier presents the case of a monk, aged 33, living a chaste life, who wrote the following account of his experiences. "For the past 3 years, at least, I have felt, every 2 or 3 weeks, a kind of fatigue in the penis, or, rather, slight shooting pains, increasing during several days, and then I feel a strong desire to expel the semen. When no nocturnal pollution follows, the retention of the semen causes general disturbance, headache, and sleeplessness. I must confess that, occasionally, to free myself from the general and local oppression, I lie on my stomach and obtain ejaculation. I am at once relieved, a weight seems to be lifted from my chest, and sleep returns." This patient consulted Gamier as to whether this artificial relief was not more dangerous than the sufferings it relieved. Gamier advised that if the ordinary regime of a well-ordered monastery, together with anaphrodisiac sedatives, proved inefficacious, the maneuver might be continued when necessary. P. Garnier, Celibat et Célibataires, 1887, p. 320, H.C. Co., American Journal of Obstetrics, page 766, July, 1889, gives the case of a married lady who was deeply sensitive of the wrong nature of masturbation, but found in it the only means of relieving the severe ovarian pain, associated with intense sexual excitement, which attended menstruation. During the intermenstrual period, the temptation was absent. Turnbull knew a youth who found that masturbation gave great relief to feelings of heaviness and confusion which came on him periodically, and Wigglesworth has frequently seen masturbation after epileptic fits in patients who never masturbated at other times. Moll, Libido Sexualis, B.D. I, page 13, refers to a woman of 28, an artist of nervous and excitable temperament, who could not find sexual satisfaction with her lover, but only when masturbating, which she did once or twice a day, or oftener. Without masturbation, she said, she would be in a much more nervous state. A friend tells me of a married lady of 40, separated from her husband on account of incompatibility, who suffered from irregular menstruation. She tried masturbation, and, in her own words, became normal again. She had never masturbated previously. I have also been informed of the case of a young unmarried woman, intellectual, athletic, and well-developed, who, from the age of 7 or 8, has masturbated nearly every night before going to sleep, and would be restless and unable to sleep if she did not. Judging from my own observations among both sexes, I should say that in normal persons, well past the age of puberty, and otherwise leading a chaste life, masturbation would be little practiced except for the physical and mental relief it brings. Many vigorous and healthy unmarried women or married women apart from their husbands, living a life of sexual abstinence, have asserted emphatically that only by sexually exciting themselves, at intervals, could they escape from a condition of nervous oppression and sexual obsession which they felt to be a state of hysteria. In most cases this happens about the menstrual period, and, whether accomplished as a purely physical act in the same way as they would soothe a baby to sleep by rocking it or patting it, or by the cooperation of voluptuous mental imagery, the practice is not cultivated for its own sake during the rest of the month. In illustration of the foregoing statements, I will here record a few typical observations of experiences with regard to masturbation. The cases selected are all women, and are all in a fairly normal, and, for the most part, excellent, state of health. Some of them, however, belong to somewhat neurotic families, and these are persons of unusual mental ability and intelligence. Observation I. Unmarried, aged 38. She is very vigorous and healthy, of a strongly passionate nature, but never masturbated until a few years ago, when she was made love to by a man who used to kiss her, etc. Although she did not respond to these advances, she was thrown into a state of restless sexual excitement. On one occasion, when in bed in this restless state, she accidentally found, on passing her hand over her body, that, by playing with a round thing, clitoris, a pleasurable feeling was produced. She found herself greatly relieved and quieted by these manipulations, though there remained a feeling of tiredness afterward. She has sometimes masturbated 6 times in a night, especially before and after the menstrual period, until she was unable to produce the orgasm or any feeling of pleasure. Observation 2. Unmarried, aged 45, of rather nervous temperament. She has for many years been accustomed, usually about a week before the appearance of the menses, to obtain sexual relief by kicking out her legs when lying down. In this way, she says, she obtains complete satisfaction. She never touches herself. On the following day she frequently has pains over the lower part of the abdomen, such pains being apparently muscular and due to the exertion. Observation 3. Age 29, recently married, belonging to a neurotic and morbid family, herself healthy, and living usually in the country, vivacious, passionate, enthusiastic, intellectual, and taking a prominent part in philanthropic schemes and municipal affairs. At the same time, fond of society, and very attractive to men. For many years she had been accustomed to excite herself, though she felt it was not good for her. The habit was merely practiced faute de mieux. I used to sit on the edge of the bed sometimes, she said, and it came over me so strongly that I simply couldn't resist it. I felt that I should go mad, and I thought it was better to touch myself than be insane. I used to press my clitoris in. It made me very tired afterward, not like being with my husband. The confession was made from a conviction of the importance of the subject, and with the hope that some way might be found out of the difficulties which so often beset women. Observation 4. Unmarried, aged 27, possesses much force of character and high intelligence, is actively engaged in a professional career. As a child of 7 or 8 she began to experience what she describes as lightning-like sensations, mere, vague, uneasy feelings or momentary twitches, which took place alike in the vulva or the vagina or the uterus, not amounting to an orgasm and nothing like it. These sensations, it should be added, have continued into adult life. I always experience them just before menstruation, and afterward for a few days, and, occasionally, though it seems to me not so often, during the period itself. I may have the sensation 4 or 5 times during the day. It is not dependent at all upon external impressions, or my own thoughts, and is sometimes absent for days together. It is just one flash, as if you would snap your fingers, and it is over. As a child, she was, of course, quite unconscious that there was anything sexual in these sensations. They were then usually associated with various imaginary scenes. The one usually indulged in was that a black bear was waiting for her up in a tree, and that she was slowly raised up toward the bear by means of ropes and then lowered again, and raised, feeling afraid of being caught by the bear, and yet having a morbid desire to be caught. In after years she realized that there was a physical sexual cause underlying these imaginations, and that what she liked was a feeling of resistance to the bear giving rise to the physical sensation. At a somewhat later age, though while still a child, she cherished an ideal passion for a person very much older than herself, this passion absorbing her thoughts for a period of 2 years, during which, however, there was no progress made in physical sensation. It was when she was nearly 13 years of age, soon after the appearance of menstruation, and under the influence of this ideal passion, that she first learned to experience conscious orgasm, which was not associated with the thought of any person. I did not associate it with anything high or beautiful, owing to the fact that I had imbibed our current ideas in regard to sexual feelings, and viewed them in a very poor light indeed. She considers that her sexual feelings were stronger at this period than at any other time in her life. She could, however, often deny herself physical satisfaction for weeks at a time, in order that she might not feel unworthy of the object of her ideal passion. As for the sexual satisfaction, she writes, it was experimental. I had heard older girls speak of the pleasure of such feelings, but I was not taught anything by example, or otherwise. I merely rubbed myself with the wash rag while bathing, waiting for a result, and having the same peculiar feeling I had so often experienced. I am not aware of any ill effects having resulted, but I felt degraded, and tried hard to overcome the habit. No one had spoken to me of the habit, but from the secrecy of grown people, and passages I had heard from the Bible, I conceived the idea that it was a reprehensible practice. And, while this did not curb my desire, it taught me self-control, and I vowed that each time should be the last. I was often able to keep the resolution for 2 or 3 weeks. Some 4 years later she gradually succeeded in breaking herself of the practice in so far as it had become a habit. She has, however, acquired a fuller knowledge of sexual matters, and, though she has still a great dread of masturbation as a vice, she does not hesitate to relieve her physical feelings when it seems best to her to do so. I am usually able to direct my thoughts from these sensations, she writes, but if they seem to make me irritable or wakeful, I relieve myself. It is a physical act, unassociated with deep feeling of any kind. I have always felt that it was a rather unpleasant compromise with my physical nature, but certainly necessary in my case. Yet, I have abstained from gratification for very long periods. If the feeling is not strong at the menstrual period, I go on very well without either the sensation or the gratification until the next period. And, strange as it may seem, the best antidote I have found and the best preventive is to think about spiritual things or someone whom I love. It is simply a matter of training, I suppose, a sort of mental gymnastics, which draws the attention away from the physical feelings. This lady has never had any sexual relationships, and, since she is ambitious, and believes that the sexual emotions may be transformed so as to become a source of motive power throughout the whole of life, she wishes to avoid such relationships. Observation v. Unmarried, aged 31, in good health, with, however, a somewhat hysterical excess of energy. When I was about 26 years of age, she writes, a friend came to me with the confession that for several years she had masturbated, and had become such a slave to the habit that she severely suffered from its ill effects. At that time I had never heard of self-abuse by women. I listened to her story with much sympathy and interest, but some skepticism, and determined to try experiments upon myself, with the idea of getting to understand the matter in order to assist my friend. After some manipulation, I succeeded in awakening what had before been unconscious and unknown. I purposely allowed the habit to grow upon me, and one night, for I always operated upon myself before going to sleep, never in the morning I obtained considerable pleasurable satisfaction, but the following day my conscience awoke. I also felt pain located at the back of my head and down the spinal column. I ceased my operations for a time, and then began again somewhat regularly, once a month, a few days after menstruation. During those months in which I exercised moderation, I think I obtained much local relief with comparatively little injury, but, later on, finding myself in robust health, I increased my experiments, the habit grew upon me, and it was only with an almost superhuman effort that I broke myself free. Needless to say that I gave no assistance to my suffering friend, nor did I ever refer to the subject after her confession to me. Some 2 years later I heard of sexual practices between women as a frequent habit in certain quarters. I again interested myself in masturbation, for I had been told something that led me to believe that there was much more for me to discover. Not knowing the most elementary physiology, I questioned some of my friends, and then commenced again. I restricted myself to relief from local congestion and irritation by calling forth the emission of mucus, rather than by seeking pleasure. At the same time, I sought to discover what manipulation of the clitoris would lead to. The habit grew upon me with startling rapidity, and I became more or less its slave, but I suffered from no very great ill effects until I started in search of more discoveries. I found that I was a complete ignoramus as to the formation of a woman's body, and by experiments upon myself sought to discover the vagina. I continued my operations until I obtained an entrance. I think the rough handling of myself during this final stage disturbed my nervous system, and caused me considerable pain and exhaustion at the back of my head, the spinal column, the back of my eyes, and a general feeling of languor, etc. I could not bear to be the slave of a habit, and after much suffering and efforts, which only led to falls to lower depths of conscious failure, my better self rebelled, until, by a great effort and much prayer, I kept myself pure for a whole week. This partial recovery gave me hope, but then I again fell a victim to the habit, much to my chagrin, and became hopeless of ever retracing my steps toward my ideal of virtue. For some days I lost energy, spirit, and hope. My nervous system appeared to be ruined, but I did not really despair of victory in the end. I thought of all the drunkards chained by their intemperate habits, of inveterate smokers who could not exist without tobacco, and of all the various methods by which men were slaves, and the longing to be freed of what had, in my case, proved to be a painful and unnecessary habit, increased daily until, after one night when I struggled with myself for hours, I believed I had finally succeeded. At times, when I reached a high degree of sexual excitement, I felt that I was at least one step removed from those of morbid and repressed sex, who had not the slightest suspicion of the latent joys of womanhood within them. For a little while the habit took the shape of an exalted passion, but I rapidly tired it out by rough, thoughtless, and too impatient handling. Revulsion set in with the pain of an exhausted and badly used nervous system, and finding myself the slave of a passion, I determined to endeavor to be its master. In conclusion, I should say that masturbation has proved itself to be to me one of the blind turnings of my life's history, from which I have gained much valuable experience. The practice was, however, by no means thus dismissed. Some time later the subject writes, I have again restarted masturbation for the relief of localized feelings. One morning I was engaged in reading a very heavy volume which, for convenience sake, I held in my lap, leaning back on my chair. I had become deep in my study for an hour or so when I became aware of certain feelings roused by the weight of the book. Being tempted to see what would happen by such conduct, I shifted so that the edge of the volume came in closer contact. The pleasurable feelings increased, so I gave myself up to my emotions for some 30 minutes. Notwithstanding the intense pleasure I enjoyed for so long a period, I maintain that it is wiser to refrain, and, although I admit in the same breath that, by gentle treatment, such pleasure may be harmless to the general health, it does lead to a desire for solitude, which is not conducive to a happy frame of mind. There is an accompanying reticence of speech concerning the pleasure, which, therefore, appears to be unnatural, like the eating of stolen fruit. After such an event, one seems to require to fly to the woods, and to listen to the song of the birds, so as to shake off after effects. In a letter dated some months later, she writes, I think I have risen above the masturbation habit. In the same letter the writer remarks, if I had consciously abnormal or unsatisfied appetites I would satisfy them in the easiest and least harmful way. Again, 18 months later, she writes, it is curious to note that for months this habit is forgotten, but awakens sometimes to self-assertion. If a feeling of pressure is felt in the head, and a slight irritation elsewhere, and experience shows that the time has come for pacification, exquisite pleasure can be enjoyed, never more than twice a month, and sometimes less often. Observation 6. Unmarried, actively engaged in the practice of her profession. Well-developed, feminine in contour, but boyish in manner and movements, strong, though muscles small, and healthy, with sound nervous system, never had anemia. Thick brown hair, pubic hair thick, and hair on toes and legs up to umbilicus, It began to appear at the age of 10, before pubic hair, and continued until 18. A few stray hairs round nipples, and much dark down on upper lip, as well as light down on arms and hands. Hips, normal, nates, small, labia minora, large, and clitoris, deeply hooded. Hymen thick, vagina, probably small. Considerable pigmentation of parts. Menstruation began at 15, but not regular till 17, is painless and scanty. The better the state of health, the less it is. No change of sexual or other feelings connected with it. It lasts 1 to 3 days. I believe, she writes, my first experience of physical sex sensations was when I was about 16, and in sleep. But I did not then recognize it, and seldom, indeed, gave the subject of sex a thought. I was a child far beyond the age of childhood. The accompanying dreams were disagreeable, but I cannot remember what they were about. It was not until I was nearly 19 that I knew the sexual orgasm in my waking state. It surprised me completely, but I knew that I had known it before in my sleep. The knowledge came one summer when I was leading a rather isolated life, and my mind was far from sex subjects, being deep in books, Carlyle, Ruskin, Huxley, Darwin, Scott, etc. I noticed that when I got up in the morning I felt very hot and uncomfortable. The clitoris and the parts around were swollen and erect, and often tender and painful. I had no idea what it was, but found I was unable to pass my water for an hour or two. One day, when I was straining a little to pass water, the full orgasm occurred. The next time it happened, I tried to check it by holding myself firmly, of course, with the opposite result. I do not know that I found it highly pleasurable, but it was a very great relief. I allowed myself a good many experiments to come to a conclusion in the matter, and I thought about it. I was much too shy to speak to anyone, and thought it was probably a sin. I tried not to do it, and not to think about it, saying to myself that surely I was lord of my body. But I found that the matter was not entirely under my control. However unwilling or passive I might be, there were times when the involuntary discomfort was not in my keeping. My touching myself or not did not save me from it. Because it sometimes gave me pleasure, I thought it might be a form of self-indulgence, and did not do it until it could scarcely be helped. Soon the orgasm began to occur fairly frequently in my sleep, perhaps once or twice a week. I had no erotic dreams, then or at any other time, but I had nights of restless sleep, and woke as it occurred, dreaming that it was happening, as, in fact, it was. At times I hardly awoke, but went to sleep again in a moment. I continued for 2 or 3 years to be sorely tried by day at frequent intervals. I acquired a remarkable degree of control, so that, though one touch or steadily directed thought would have caused the orgasm, I could keep it off, and go to sleep without wrongdoing. Of course, when I fell asleep, my control ended. All this gave me a good deal of physical worry, and kept my attention unwillingly fixed upon the matter. I do not think my body was readily irritable, but I had unquestionably very strong sexual impulses. After a year or two, when I was working hard, I could not afford the attention the control cost me, or the prolonged mitigated sexual excitement it caused. I took drugs for a time, but they lost effect, produced lassitude, and agreed with me badly. I therefore put away my scruples and determined to try the effect of giving myself an instant and businesslike relief. Instead of allowing my feelings to gather strength, I satisfied them out of hand. Instead of 5 hours of heat and discomfort, I did not allow myself 5 minutes, if I could help it. The effect was marvelous. I practically had no more trouble. The thing rarely came to me at all by day, and though it continued at times by night, it became less frequent and less strong. Often it did not wake me. The erotic images and speculations that had begun to come to me died down. I left off being afraid of my feelings, or, indeed, thinking about them. I may say that I had decided that I should be obliged to lead a single life, and that the less I thought about matters of sex, the more easy I should find life. Later on I had religious ideas which helped me considerably in my ideals of a decent, orderly, self-contained life. I do not lay stress on these. They were not at all emotional, and my physical and psychical development do not appear to have run much on parallel lines. I had a strong moral sense before I had a religious one, and a common sense which I perhaps trusted more than either. When I was about 28, I thought I might perhaps leave off the habit of regular relief I had got into. It was not regular as regards time, being anything from 1 day to 6 weeks. The change was probably made easier by a severe illness I had had. I gave this abstinence a fair trial for several years, until I was about 34, but my nocturnal manifestations certainly gathered strength, especially when I got much better in health, and, finally, as at puberty, began to worry my waking life. I reasoned that by my attempt at abstinence I had only exchanged control for uncontrol, and reverted to my old habits of relief, with the same good results as before. The whole trouble subsided and I got better at once. The orgasm during sleep continued, and occurs about once a fortnight. It is increased by change of air, especially at the seaside, when it may occur on 2 or 3 nights running. I decided that, for the proper control of my single life, relief was normal and right. It would be very difficult for anyone to demonstrate the contrary to me. My aim has always been to keep myself in the best condition of physical and mental balance that a single person is capable of. There is some interest in briefly reviewing the remarkable transformations in the attitude toward masturbation from Greek times down to our own day. The Greeks treated masturbation with little opprobrium. At the worst they regarded it as unmanly, and Aristophanes, in various passages, connects the practice with women, children, slaves, and feeble old men. Aeschines seems to have publicly brought it as a charge against Demosthenes that he had practiced masturbation, though, on the other hand, Plutarch tells us that Diogenes, described by Zeller, the historian of Greek philosophy, as the most typical figure of ancient Greece, was praised by Chrysippus, the famous philosopher, for masturbating in the marketplace. The more strenuous Romans, at all events as exemplified by Juvenal and Martial, condemned masturbation more vigorously. Aretius, without alluding to masturbation, dwells on the tonic effects of retaining the semen. But, on the other hand, Galen regarded the retention of semen as injurious, and advocated its frequent expulsion, a point of view which tended to justify masturbation. In classical days, doubtless, masturbation and all other forms of the autoerotic impulse were comparatively rare. So much scope was allowed in early adult age for homosexual and later for heterosexual relationships that any excessive or morbid development of solitary self-indulgence could seldom occur. The case was altered when Christian ideals became prominent. Christian morality strongly prescribed sexual relationships except under certain specified conditions. It is true that Christianity discouraged all sexual manifestations, and that therefore its ban fell equally on masturbation, but, obviously, masturbation lay at the weakest line of defense against the assaults of the flesh. It was there that resistance would most readily yield. Christianity thus probably led to a considerable increase of masturbation. The attention which the theologians devoted to its manifestations clearly bears witness to their magnitude. It is noteworthy that Mohammedan theologians regarded masturbation as a Christian vice. In Islam, both doctrine and practice tended to encourage sexual relationships, and not much attention was paid to masturbation, nor even any severe reprobation directed against it. Omar Haleby remarks that certain theologians of Islam are inclined to consider the practice of masturbation in vogue among Christians as allowable to devout Mussulmans when alone on a journey. He himself regards this as a practice good neither for soul nor body. Seminal emissions during sleep providing all necessary relief. Should, however, a Mussulman fall into this error, God is merciful. In Theodore's Penitential of the 7th century, 40 days penance is prescribed for masturbation. Aquinas condemned masturbation as worse than fornication, though less heinous than other sexual offenses against nature. In opposition, also, to those who believed that distillatio usually takes place without pleasure, he observed that it was often caused by sexual emotion, and should, therefore, always be mentioned to the confessor. Liguori also regarded masturbation as a graver sin than fornication. and even said that distillatio, if voluntary and with notable physical commotion, is without doubt a mortal sin, for in such a case it is the beginning of a pollution. On the other hand, some theologians have thought that distillatio may be permitted, even if there is some commotion, so long as it has not been voluntarily procured, and Caramuel, who has been described as a theological enfant terrible, declared that natural law does not forbid masturbation, but that proposition was condemned by Innocent XI. The most enlightened modern Catholic view is probably represented by D. Brain, who, after remarking that he has known pious and intelligent persons who had an irresistible impulse to masturbate, continues, "Must we excuse, or condemn, these people? Neither the one nor the other. If you condemn and repulse absolutely these persons as altogether guilty, against their own convictions, you will perhaps throw them into despair. If, on the contrary, you completely excuse them, you maintain them in a disorder from which they may, perhaps, never emerge. Adopt a wise middle course, and, perhaps, with God's aid, you may often cure them." Under certain circumstances, some Catholic theologians have permitted a married woman to masturbate. Thus, the Jesuit theologian, Gury, asserts that the wife does not sin quae ipsam tactibus exitat ad seminationem statim post copulum in qua ver solus seminavit. This teaching seems to have been misunderstood, since ethical and even medical writers have expended a certain amount of moral indignation on the Church whose theologians committed themselves to this statement. As a matter of fact, this qualified permission to masturbate merely rests on a false theory of procreation, which is clearly expressed in the word seminatio. It was believed that ejaculation in the woman is as necessary to fecundation as ejaculation in the man. Galen, Avicenna, and Aquinas recognized, indeed, that such feminine semination was not necessary. Sanchez, however, was doubtful, while Suarez and Zacchia, following Hippocrates, regarded it as necessary. As sexual intercourse without fecundation is not approved by the Catholic Church, it thus became logically necessary to permit women to masturbate whenever the ejaculation of mucus had not occurred at or before coitus. The belief that the emission of vaginal mucus, under the influence of sexual excitement in women, corresponded to spermatic emission, has led to the practice of masturbation on hygienic grounds. Garnier, Celibat, page 255, mentions that Mezieux, in the 18th century, invented a special pessary to take the place of the penis, and, as he stated, effect the due expulsion of the feminine sperm. Protestantism, no doubt, in the main accepted the general Catholic tradition, but the tendency of Protestantism, in reaction against the minute inquisition of the earlier theologians, has always been to exercise a certain degree of what it regarded as wholesome indifference toward the less obvious manifestations of the flesh. Thus in Protestant countries masturbation seems to have been almost ignored until Tissot, combining with his reputation as a physician the fanaticism of a devout believer, raised masturbation to the position of a colossal bogey which during 100 years has not only had an unfortunate influence on medical opinion in these matters, but has been productive of incalculable harm to ignorant youth and tender consciences. During the past 40 years the efforts of many distinguished physicians, a few of whose opinions I have already quoted, have gradually dragged the bogey down from its pedestal, and now, as I have ventured to suggest, there is a tendency for the reaction to be excessive. There is even a tendency today to regard masturbation, with various qualifications, as normal. Remy de Gourmont, for instance, considers that masturbation is natural because it is the method by which fishes procreate. All things considered, it must be accepted that masturbation is part of the doings of nature. A different conclusion might be agreeable, but in every ocean and under the reeds of every river, myriads of beings would protest. Tillier remarks that since masturbation appears to be universal among the higher animals, we are not entitled to regard it as a vice. It has only been so considered because studied exclusively by physicians under abnormal conditions. Hirth, while asserting that masturbation must be strongly repressed in the young, regards it as a desirable method of relief for adults, and especially, under some circumstances, for women. 351. A well-known Italian alienist, on the other hand, regards masturbation as strictly physiological in youth, It is the normal and natural passage toward the generous and healthy passion of early manhood. It only becomes abnormal and vicious, he holds, when continued into adult life. The appearance of masturbation at puberty, Venturi considers, is a moment in the course of the development of the function of that organ which is the necessary instrument of sexuality. It finds its motive in the satisfaction of an organic need, having much analogy with that which arises from the tickling of a very sensitive cutaneous surface. In this masturbation of early adolescence lies, according to Venturi, the germ of what will later be love, a pleasure of the body and of the spirit, following the relief of a satisfied need. As the youth develops, onanism becomes a sexual act comparable to coitus as a dream is comparable to reality, imagery forming in correspondence with the desires. In its fully developed form in adolescence, Venturi continues, masturbation has an almost hallucinatory character. Onanism at this period psychically approximates to the true sexual act, and passes insensibly into it. If, however, continued on into adult age, it becomes morbid, passing into erotic fetishism. What in the inexperienced youth is the natural auxiliary and stimulus to imagination, in the degenerate onanist of adult age is a sign of arrested development. Thus, onanism, the author concludes, is not always a vice such as is fiercely combated by educators and moralists. It is the natural transition by which we reach the warm and generous love of youth, and, in natural succession to this, the tranquil, positive, matrimonial love of the mature man. Silvio Venturi, La Degenerazione Psychosessuale, 1892, pp. 6-9. It may be questioned whether this view is acceptable even for the warm climate of the south of Europe, where the impulses of sexuality are undoubtedly precocious. It is certainly not in harmony with general experience and opinion in the north. This is well expressed in the following passage by Edward Carpenter, International Journal of Ethics, July, 1899. After all, purity, in the sense of continence, is of the first importance to boyhood. To prolong the period of continence in a boy's life is to prolong the period of growth. This is a simple physiological law, and a very obvious one, and, whatever other things may be said in favor of purity, it remains, perhaps, the most weighty. To introduce sensual and sexual habits, and one of the worst of them is self-abuse at an early age, is to arrest growth, both physical and mental. And what is even more, it means to arrest the capacity for affection. All experience shows that the early outlet toward sex cheapens and weakens affectional capacity. I do not consider that we can decide the precise degree in which masturbation may fairly be called normal so long as we take masturbation by itself. We are thus, in conclusion, brought back to the point which I sought to emphasize at the outset. Masturbation belongs to a group of autoerotic phenomena. From one point of view it may be said that all autoerotic phenomena are unnatural, since the natural aim of the sexual impulse is sexual conjunction, and all exercise of that impulse outside such conjunction is away from the end of nature. But we do not live in a state of nature which answers to such demands. All our life is unnatural. And as soon as we begin to restrain the free play of sexual impulse toward sexual ends, at once autoerotic phenomena inevitably spring up on every side. There is no end to them. It is impossible to say what finest elements in art, in morals, in civilization generally, may not really be rooted in an autoerotic impulse. Without a certain overheating of the sexual system, said Nietzsche, we could not have a Raphael. Autoerotic phenomena are inevitable. It is our wisest course to recognize this inevitableness of sexual and transmuted sexual manifestations under the perpetual restraints of civilized life, and, while avoiding any attitude of excessive indulgence or indifference, to avoid also any attitude of excessive horror, for our horror not only leads to the facts being effectually veiled from our sight, but itself serves to manufacture artificially a greater evil than that which we seek to combat. The sexual impulse is not, as some have imagined, the sole root of the most massive human emotions, the most brilliant human aptitudes, of sympathy, of art, of religion. In the complex human organism, where all the parts are so many fibred and so closely interwoven, no great manifestation can be reduced to one single source. But it largely enters into and molds all of these emotions and aptitudes, and that by virtue of its two most peculiar characteristics, it is, in the first place, the deepest and most volcanic of human impulses, and, in the second place, unlike the only other human impulse with which it can be compared, the nutritive impulse, it can, to a large extent, be transmuted into a new force capable of the strangest and most various uses. So that in the presence of all these manifestations we may assert that in a real sense, though subtly mingled with very diverse elements, autoerotism everywhere plays its part. In the phenomena of autoerotism, when we take a broad view of those phenomena, we are concerned, not with a form of insanity, not necessarily with a form of depravity, but with the inevitable byproducts of that mighty process on which the animal creation rests. Appendix A. The influence of menstruation on the position of women. A question of historical psychology which, so far as I know, has never been fully investigated is the influence of menstruation in constituting the emotional atmosphere through which men habitually view women. I do not purpose to deal fully with this question, because it is one which may be more properly dealt with at length by the student of culture and by the historian, rather than from the standpoint of empirical psychology. It is, moreover, a question full of complexities in regard to which it is impossible to speak with certainty. But we here strike on a factor of such importance, such neglected importance, for the proper understanding of the sexual relations of men and women, that it cannot be wholly ignored. Among the Negroes of Suriname, a woman must live in solitude during the time of her period. It is dangerous for any man or woman to approach her, and when she sees a person coming near she cries out anxiously, "Mike, Mike, I am unclean, I am unclean." Throughout the world we find traces of the custom of which this is a typical example, but we must not too hastily assume that this custom is evidence of the inferior position occupied by semi-civilized women. It is necessary to take a broad view, not only of the beliefs of semi-civilized man regarding menstruation, but of his general beliefs regarding the supernatural forces of the world. There is no fragment of folklore so familiar to the European world as that which connects woman with the serpent. It is, indeed, one of the foundation stones of Christian theology, yet there is no fragment of folklore which remains more obscure. How has it happened that in all parts of the world the snake or his congeners, the lizard and the crocodile, have been credited with some design, sinister or erotic, on women? Of the wide prevalence of the belief there can be no doubt. Among the Port Lincoln tribe of South Australia, a lizard is said to have divided man from woman. Among the Chiriguanos of Bolivia, on the appearance of menstruation, old women ran about with sticks to hunt the snake that had wounded the girl. Fraser, who quotes this example from the Lettres Edifiantes et Curieuses, also refers to a modern Greek folktale, according to which a princess at puberty must not let the sun shine upon her, or she would be turned into a lizard. The lizard was a sexual symbol among the Mexicans. In some parts of Brazil at the onset of puberty a girl must not go into the woods for fear of the amorous attacks of snakes, and so it is also among the Macusi Indians of British Guiana, according to Schomburg. Among the Basutos of South Africa the young girls must dance around the clay image of a snake. In Polynesian mythology the lizard is a very sacred animal, and legends represent women as often giving birth to lizards. At a widely remote spot, in Bengal, if you dream of a snake a child will be born to you, reports Sharat Chandramitra. In the Berlin Museum für Völkerkunde there is a carved wooden figure from New Guinea of a woman into whose vulva a crocodile is inserting its snout, while the same museum contains another figure of a snake-like crocodile crawling out of a woman's vulva, and a third figure shows a small round snake with a small head, and closely resembling a penis, at the mouth of the vagina. All these figures are reproduced by Ploss and Bartels. Even in modern Europe the same ideas prevail. In Portugal, according to Reis, it is believed that during menstruation women are liable to be bitten by lizards, and to guard against this risk they wear drawers during the period. In Germany, again, it was believed, up to the 18th century at least, that the hair of a menstruating woman, if buried, would turn into a snake. It may be added that in various parts of the world virgin priestesses are dedicated to a snake god and are married to the god. At Rome, it is interesting to note, the serpent was the symbol of fecundation, and as such often figures at Pompeii as the genius patris familias, the generative power of the family. In rabbinical tradition, also, the serpent is the symbol of sexual desire. There can be no doubt that, as Ploss and Bartels, from whom some of these examples have been taken, point out, in widely different parts of the world menstruation is believed to have been originally caused by a snake, and that this conception is frequently associated with an erotic and mystic idea. How the connection arose, Ploss and Bartels are unable to say. It can only be suggested that its shape and appearance, as well as its venomous nature, may have contributed to the mystery everywhere associated with the snake, a mystery itself fortified by the association with women, to build up this worldwide belief regarding the origin of menstruation. This primitive theory of the origin of menstruation probably brings before us in its earliest shape the special and intimate bond which has ever been held to connect women, by virtue of the menstrual process, with the natural or supernatural powers of the world. Everywhere menstruating women are supposed to be possessed by spirits and charged with mysterious forces. It is at this point that a serious misconception, due to ignorance of primitive religious ideas, has constantly intruded. It is stated that the menstruating woman is unclean and possessed by an evil spirit. As a matter of fact, however, the savage rarely discriminates between bad and good spirits. Every spirit may have either a beneficial or malignant influence. An interesting instance of this is given in Colenso's Maori lexicon as illustrated by the meaning of the Maori word achua. The importance of recognizing the special sense in which the word unclean is used in this connection was clearly pointed out by Robertson Smith in the case of the Semites. The Hebrew word tame, unclean, he remarked, is not the ordinary word for things physically foul. It is a ritual term, and corresponds exactly to the idea of taboo. The ideas unclean and holy seem to us to stand in polar opposition to one another, but it was not so with the Semites. Among the later Jews, the holy books defiled the hands of the reader as contact with an impure thing did. Among Lucian Syrians, the dove was so holy that he who touched it was unclean for a day, and the taboo attaching to the swine was explained by some, and beyond question correctly explained, in the same way. Among the heathen Semites, therefore, unclean animals, which it was pollution to eat, were simply holy animals. Robertson Smith here made no reference to menstruation, but he exactly described the primitive attitude toward menstruation. Wellhausen, however, dealing with the early Arabians, expressly mentions that in pre-Islamic days, clean and unclean were used solely with reference to women in and out of the menstrual state. At a later date, Fraser developed this aspect of the conception of taboo, and showed how it occurs among savage races generally. He pointed out that the conceptions of holiness and pollution not having yet been differentiated, women at childbirth and during menstruation are on the same level as divine kings, chiefs, and priests, and must observe the same rules of ceremonial purity. To seclude such persons from the rest of the world, so that the dreaded spiritual danger shall not spread, is the object of the taboo, which Fraser compares to an electrical insulator to preserve the spiritual force with which these persons are charged from suffering or inflicting harm by contact with the outer world. After describing the phenomena, especially the prohibition to touch the ground or see the sun, found among various races, Fraser concludes, the object of secluding women at menstruation is to neutralize the dangerous influences which are supposed to emanate from them at such times. The general effect of these rules is to keep the girl suspended, so to say, between heaven and earth. Whether enveloped in her hammock and slung up to the roof, as in South America, or elevated above the ground in a dark and narrow cage, as in New Zealand, she may be considered to be out of the way of doing mischief, since, being shut off both from the earth and from the sun, she can poison neither of these great sources of life by her deadly contagion. The precautions thus taken to isolate or insulate the girl are dictated by regard for her own safety as well as for the safety of others. In short, the girl is viewed as charged with a powerful force which, if not kept within bounds, may prove the destruction both of the girl herself and of all with whom she comes in contact. 2. Repress this force within the limits necessary for the safety of all concerned is the object of the taboos in question. The same explanation applies to the observance of the same rules by divine kings and priests. The uncleanliness, as it is called, of girls at puberty and the sanctity of holy men do not, to the primitive mind, differ from each other. They are only different manifestations of the same supernatural energy, which, like energy in general, is in itself neither good nor bad, but becomes beneficent or malignant according to its application. More recently, this view of the matter has been further extended by the distinguished French sociologist, Durkheim. Investigating the origins of the prohibition of incest, and arguing that it proceeds from the custom of exogamy, or marriage outside the clan, and that this rests on certain ideas about blood, which, again, are traceable to totemism, a theory which we need not here discuss. Durkheim is brought face to face with the group of conceptions that now concern us. He insists on the extreme ambiguity found in primitive culture concerning the notion of the divine, and the close connection between aversion and veneration, and points out that it is not only at puberty and each recurrence of the menstrual epoch that women have aroused these emotions, but also at childbirth. The sentiment of religious horror, he continues, which can reach such a degree of intensity, which can be called forth by so many circumstances, and reappears regularly every month to last for a week at least, cannot fail to extend its influence beyond the periods to which it was originally confined, and to affect the whole course of life. A being who must be secluded or avoided for weeks, months, or years preserved something of the characteristics to which the isolation was due, even outside those special periods. And, in fact, in these communities, the separation of the sexes is not merely intermittent, it has become chronic. The two elements of the population live separately. Durkheim proceeds to argue that the origin of the occult powers attributed to the feminine organism is to be found in primitive ideas concerning blood. Not only menstrual blood but any kind of blood is the object of such feelings among savage and barbarous peoples. All sorts of precautions must be observed with regard to blood. In it resides a divine principle, or as Romans, Jews, and Arabs believed, life itself. The prohibition to drink wine, the blood of the grape, found among some peoples, is traced to its resemblance to blood, and to its sacrificial employment, as among the ancient Arabians and still in the Christian sacrament, as a substitute for drinking blood. Throughout, blood is generally taboo, and it taboos everything that comes in contact with it. Now woman is chronically the theatre of bloody manifestations, and therefore she tends to become chronically taboo for the other members of the community. A more or less conscious anxiety, a certain religious fear, cannot fail to enter into all the relations of her companions with her, and that is why all such relations are reduced to a minimum. Relations of a sexual character are specially excluded. In the first place, such relations are so intimate that they are incompatible with the sort of repulsion which the sexes must experience for each other. The barrier between them does not permit of such a close union. In the second place, the organs of the body here specially concerned are precisely the source of the dreaded manifestations. Thus it is natural that the feelings of aversion inspired by women attain their greatest intensity at this point. Thus it is, also, that of all parts of the feminine organization it is this region which is most severely shut out from commerce. So that, while the primitive emotion is mainly one of veneration, and is allied to that experienced for kings and priests, there is an element of fear in such veneration, and what men fear is to some extent odious to them. These conceptions necessarily mingled at a very early period with men's ideas of sexual intercourse with women and especially with menstruating women. Contact with women, as Crawley shows by abundant illustration, is dangerous. In any case, indeed, the same ideas being transferred to women also, coitus produces weakness, and it prevents the acquisition of supernatural powers. Thus, among the western tribes of Canada, Bors states, only a youth who has never touched a woman, or a virgin, both being called Teeits, can become shamans. After having had sexual intercourse, men as well as women become TKEL, i.e., weak, incapable of gaining supernatural powers. The faculty cannot be regained by subsequent fasting and abstinence. The mysterious effects of sexual intercourse in general are intensified in the case of intercourse with a menstruating woman. Thus, the ancient Indian legislator declares that the wisdom, the energy, the strength, the sight, and the vitality of a man who approaches a woman covered with menstrual excretions utterly perish. It will be seen that these ideas are impartially spread over the most widely separated parts of the globe. They equally affected the Christian Church, and the penitentials ordained 40 or 50 days penance for sexual intercourse during menstruation. Yet the twofold influence of the menstruating woman remains clear when we review the whole group of influences which in this state she is supposed to exert. She by no means acts only by paralyzing social activities and destroying the powers of life, by causing flowers to fade, fruit to fall from the trees, grains to lose their germinative power, and grafts to die. She is not accurately summed up in the old lines. "O menstruating woman, thou art a fiend from whom all nature should be closely screened." Her powers are also beneficial. A woman at this time, as Elian expressed it, is in regular communication with the starry bodies. Even at other times a woman when led naked around the orchard protected it from caterpillars, said Pliny, and this belief is acted upon, according to Bestanzi, even in the Italy of today. A garment stained with a virgin's menstrual blood, it is said in Bavaria, is a certain safeguard against cuts and stabs. It will also extinguish fire. It was valuable as a love philter. As a medicine its uses have been endless. A sect of Valentinians even attributed sacramental virtues to menstrual blood, and partook of it as the blood of Christ. The Church soon, however, acquired a horror of menstruating women. They were frequently not allowed to take the sacrament or to enter sacred places, and it was sometimes thought best to prohibit the presence of women altogether. The Anglo-Saxon penitentials declared that menstruating women must not enter a church. It appears to have been Gregory II who overturned this doctrine. In our own time, the slow disintegration of primitive animistic conceptions, aided certainly by the degraded conception of sexual phenomena taught by medieval monks, for whom woman was templum edificatum super cloacam, has led to a disbelief in the more salutary influences of the menstruating woman. A fairly widespread faith in her pernicious influence alone survives. It may be traced even in practical and commercial, one might add, medical quarters. In the great sugar refineries in the north of France, the regulations strictly forbid a woman to enter the factory while the sugar is boiling or cooling, the reason given being that, if a woman were to enter during her period, the sugar would blacken. For the same reason, to turn to the east, no woman is employed in the opium manufactory at Saigon, it being said that the opium would turn and become bitter, while Annamite women say that it is very difficult for them to prepare opium pipes during the catamenial period. In India, again, when a native in charge of a limekiln which had gone wrong, declared that one of the women workers must be menstruating, all the women, Hindus, Mahometans, Aboriginal Gonds, etc., showed by their energetic denials that they understood this superstition. In 1878 a member of the British Medical Association wrote to the British Medical Journal, asking whether it was true that if a woman cured hams while menstruating the hams would be spoiled. He had known this to happen twice. Another medical man wrote that if so, what would happen to the patients of menstruating lady doctors? A third wrote, in the Journal for April 27, 1878, I thought the fact was so generally known to every housewife and cook that meat would spoil if salted at the menstrual period, that I am surprised to see so many letters on the subject in the journal. If I am not mistaken, the question was mooted many years ago in the periodicals. It is undoubtedly the fact that meat will be tainted if cured by women at the catamenial period. Whatever the rationale may be, I can speak positively as to the fact. It is probably the influence of these primitive ideas which has caused surgeons and gynecologists to dread operations during the catamenial period. Such, at all events, is the opinion of a distinguished authority, Dr. William Goodall, who wrote in 1891, I have learned to unlearn the teaching that women must not be subjected to a surgical operation during the monthly flux. Our forefathers, from time immemorial, have thought and taught that the presence of a menstruating woman would pollute solemn religious rites, would sour milk, spoil the fermentation in wine vats, and much other mischief in a general way. Influenced by hoary tradition, modern physicians very generally postpone all operative treatment until the flow has ceased. But why this delay, if time is precious, and it enters as an important factor in the case? I have found menstruation to be the very best time to curette away fungus vegetations of the endometrium, for, being swollen then by the afflux of blood, they are larger than at any other time, and can the more readily be removed. There is, indeed, no surer way of checking or of stopping a metrorrhagia than by curetting the womb during the very flow. While I do not select this period for the removal of ovarian cysts, or for other abdominal work, such as the extirpation of the ovaries, or a kidney, or breaking up intestinal adhesions, etc., yet I have not hesitated to perform these operations at such a time, and have never had reason to regret the course. The only operations that I should dislike to perform during menstruation would be those involving the womb itself. It must be added to this that we still have to take into consideration not merely the surviving influence of ancient primitive beliefs, but the possible existence of actual nervous conditions during the menstrual period, producing what may be described as an abnormal nervous tension. In this way, we are doubtless concerned with a tissue of phenomena, inextricably woven of folklore, autosuggestion, false observation, and real mental and nervous abnormality. Laurent, Location Sit, has brought forward several cases which may illustrate this point. Thus, he speaks of two young girls of about 16 and 17, slightly neuropathic, but without definite hysterical symptoms, who, during the menstrual period, feel themselves in a sort of electrical state, with tingling and prickling sensations and feelings of attraction or repulsion at the contact of various objects. These girls believe their garments stick to their skin during the periods. It was only with difficulty that they could remove their slippers, though fitting easily. Stockings had to be drawn off violently by another person, and they had given up changing their chemises during the period because the linen became so glued to the skin. An orchestral performer on the double bass informed Laurent that whenever he left a tuned double bass in his lodgings during his wife's period a string snapped. Consequently, he always removed his instrument at this time to a friend's house. He added that the same thing happened 2 years earlier with a mistress, a café concert singer, who had, indeed, warned him beforehand. A harpist also informed Laurent that she had been obliged to give up her profession because during her periods several strings of her harp, always the same strings, broke, especially when she was playing. A friend of Laurent's, an official in Cochinchina, also told him that the strings of his violin often snapped during the menstrual periods of his Annamite mistress, who informed him that Annamite women are familiar with the phenomenon and are careful not to play on their instruments at this time. Two young ladies, both good violinists, also affirmed that ever since their first menstruation they had noted a tendency for the strings to snap at this period. One, a genuine artist, who often performed at charity concerts, systematically refused to play at these times, and was often embarrassed to find a pretext. The other, who admitted that she was nervous and irritable at such times, had given up playing on account of the trouble of changing the strings so frequently. Laurent also refers to the frequency with which women break things during the menstrual periods, and considers that this is not simply due to the awkwardness caused by nervous exhaustion or hysterical tremors, but that there is spontaneous breakage. Most usually it happens that a glass breaks when it is being dried with a cloth. Needles also break with unusual facility at this time. Clocks are stopped by merely placing the hand upon them. I do not here attempt to estimate critically the validity of these alleged manifestations, some of which may certainly be explained by the unconscious muscular action which forms the basis of the phenomena of table turning and thought reading. Such a task may best be undertaken through the minute study of isolated cases, and in this place I am merely concerned with the general influence of the menstrual state in affecting the social position of women, without reference to the analysis of the elements that go to make up that influence. There is only one further point to which attention may be called. I allude to the way in which the more favorable side of the primitive conception of the menstruating woman as priestess, sibyl, prophetess, an almost miraculous agent for good, an angel, the peculiar home of the divine element, was slowly and continuously carried on side by side with the less favorable view, through the beginnings of European civilization until our own times. The actual physical phenomena of menstruation, with the ideas of taboo associated with that state, sank into the background as culture evolved. But, on the other hand, the ideas of the angelic position and spiritual mission of women, based on the primitive conception of the mystery associated with menstruation, still in some degree persisted. It is evident, however, that, while, in one form or another, the more favorable aspect of the primitive view of women's magic function has never quite died out, the gradual decay and degradation of the primitive view has, on the whole, involved a lower estimate of women's nature and position. Woman has always been the witch, she was so even in ancient Babylonia, but she has ceased to be the priestess. The early Teutons saw sanctum aliquid et providum in women who, for the medieval German preacher, were only bestie bipedals, and Schopenhauer and even Nietzsche have been more inclined to side with the preacher than with the half-naked philosophers of Tacitus's day. But both views alike are but the extremes of the same primitive conception, and the gradual evolution from one extreme of the magical doctrine to the other was inevitable. In an advanced civilization, as we see, these ideas having their ultimate basis on the old story of the serpent, and on a special and mysterious connection between the menstruating woman and the occult forces of magic, tend to die out. The separation of the sexes they involve becomes unnecessary. Living in greater community with men, women are seen to possess something, it may well be, but less than before, of the angel-devil of early theories. Menstruation is no longer a monstrific state requiring spiritual taboo, but a normal physiological process, not without its psychic influences on the woman herself and on those who live with her. Appendix B. Sexual periodicity in men. BYF H. Pericost, BSc, LOND. In a recent brochure on the rhythm of the pulse, 373, I showed inter alia that the readings of the pulse, in both man and woman, if arranged in lunar monthly periods, and averaged over several years, displayed a clear, and sometimes very strongly marked and symmetrical, rhythm. 374, after pointing out that, in at any rate some cases, the male and female pulse curves, both monthly and annual, seem to be converse to one another, I added, it is difficult to ignore the suggestion that in this tracing of the monthly rhythm of the pulse we have a history of the monthly function in women, and that, if so, the tracing of the male pulse may eventually afford us some help in discovering a corresponding monthly period in men, the existence of which has been suggested by Mr. Havelock Ellis and Professor Stanley Hall, among other writers. Certainly the mere fact that we can trace a clear monthly rhythm in man's pulse seems to point strongly to the existence of a monthly physiological period in him also. Obviously, however, it is only indirectly and by inference that we can argue from a monthly rhythm of the pulse in men to a male sexual periodicity, but I am now able to adduce more direct evidence that will fairly demonstrate the existence of a sexual periodicity in men. We will start from the fact that celibacy is profoundly unnatural, and is, therefore, a physical as well as an emotional and intellectual abnormality. This being so, it is entirely in accord with all that we know of physiology that, when relief to the sexual secretory system by nature's means is denied, and when, in consequence, a certain degree of tension or pressure has been attained, the system should relieve itself by a spontaneous discharge, such discharge being, of course, in the strict sense of the term, pathological, since it would never occur in any animal that followed the strict law of its physical being without any regard to other, and higher laws of concern for its fellows. Notoriously, that which we should have anticipated a priori actually occurs, for any unmarried man, who lives in strict chastity, periodically experiences, while sleeping, a loss of seminal fluid, such phenomena being popularly referred to as wet dreams. 375. During some 8 or 10 years I have carefully recorded the occurrence of such discharges as I have experienced myself, and I have now accumulated sufficient data to justify an attempt to formulate some provisional conclusions. 376. In order to render these observations as serviceable as may be to students of periodicity, I here repeat, at the request of Mr. Havelock Ellis, the statement which was subjoined, for the same reasons, to my rhythm of the pulse. These observations upon myself were made between the ages of 20 and 33. I am about 5 feet, 9 inches tall, broad-shouldered, and weigh about 10 stone 3 pounds net, this weight being, I believe, about 7 pounds below the normal for my height. Also I have green-brown eyes, very dark brown hair, and a complexion that leads strangers frequently to mistake me for a foreigner, this complexion being, perhaps, attributable to some Huguenot blood, although on the maternal side I am, so far as all information goes, pure English. I can stand a good deal of heat, enjoy relaxing climates, am at once upset by bracing sea air, hate the cold, and sweat profusely after exercise. To this it will suffice to add that my temperament is of a decidedly nervous and emotional type. Before proceeding to remark upon the various rhythms that I have discovered, I will tabulate the data on which my conclusions are founded. The numbers of discharges recorded in the years in question are as follows. In 1886, 30. Records commenced in April. In 1887, 40. In 1888, 37. In 1889, 18. Pretty certainly not fully recorded. In 1890, 0. No records kept this year, 377. In 1891, 19. Records recommenced in June. In 1892, 35. In 1893, 40. In 1894, 38. In 1895, 36. In 1896, 36. In 1897, 35. Average, 37, omitting 1886, 1889, and 1891. Thus I have complete records for 8 years, and incomplete records for 3 more, and the remarkable concord between the respective annual numbers of observations in these 8 years not only affords us intrinsic evidence of the accuracy of my records, but, also, at once proves that there is an undeniable regularity in the occurrence of these sexual discharges, and, therefore, gives us reason for expecting to find this regularity rhythmical. Moreover, since it seemed reasonable to expect that there might be more than one rhythm, I have examined my data with a view to discovering 1. An annual, 2. A lunar monthly, and 3. A weekly rhythm, and I now proceed to show that all 3 such rhythms exist. The annual rhythm. It is obvious that, in searching for an annual rhythm, we must ignore the records of the 3 incomplete years, but those of the remaining 8 are graphically depicted upon Chart 8. The curves speak so plainly for themselves that any comment were almost superfluous, and the concord between the various curves, although, of course, not perfect, is far greater than the scantiness of the data would have justified us in expecting. The curves all agree in pointing to the existence of 3 well-defined maxima, viz., in March, June, and September, these being, therefore, the months in which the sexual instinct is most active, and the later curves show that there is also often a 4th maximum in January. In the earlier years the March and June maxima are more strikingly marked than the September one, but the uppermost curve shows that on the average of all 8 years the September maximum is the highest, the June and January maxima occupying the 2nd place, and the March maximum being the least strongly marked of all. Now, remembering that, in calculating the curves of the annual rhythm of the pulse, I had found it necessary to average 2 months' records together, in order to bring out the full significance of the rhythm, I thought it well to try the effect upon these curves also of similarly averaging 2 months together. At first my results were fairly satisfactory, but, as my data increased year by year, I found that these curves were contradicting one another, and therefore concluded that I had selected unnatural periods for my averaging. My first attempted remedy was to arrange the months in the pairs December-January, February-March, etc., instead of in January-February, March-April, etc., but with these pairs I fared no better than with the former. I then arranged the months in the triplets, January, February, March, etc., and the results are graphically recorded on chart 7. Here, again, comment would be quite futile, but I need only point out that, on the whole, the sexual activity rises steadily during the first 9 months in the year to its maximum in September, and then sinks rapidly and abruptly during the next 3 to its minimum in December. The study of these curves suggests 2 interesting questions, to neither of which, however, do the data afford us an answer. In the first place, are the alterations, in my case, of the maximum of the discharges from March and June in the earlier years to September in the later, and the interpolation of a new secondary maximum in January, correlated with the increase in age? Or is the discrepancy due simply to a temporary irregularity that would have been equally averaged out had I recorded the discharges of 1881 to 89 instead of those from 1887 to 1897? The second question is one of very great importance, socially, ethically, and physically. How often, in this climate, should a man have sexual connection with his wife in order to maintain himself in perfect physiological equilibrium? My results enable us to state definitely the minimum limits, and to reply that 37 embraces annually would be too few, but, unfortunately, they give us no clue to the maximum limit. It is obvious that the necessary frequency should be greater than 37 times annually, possibly very considerably in excess thereof, seeing that the spontaneous discharges, with which we are dealing, are due to overpressure, and occur only when the system, being denied natural relief, can no longer retain its secretions, and, therefore, it seems very reasonable to suggest that the frequency of natural relief should be some multiple of 37. I do not perceive, however, that the data in hand afford us any clue to this multiple, or enable us to suggest either 2, 3, 4, or 5 as the required multiple of 37. It is true that other observations upon myself have afforded me what I believe to be a fairly satisfactory and reliable answer so far as concerns myself, but these observations are of such a nature that they cannot be discussed here, and I have no inclination to offer as a counsel to others an opinion, which I am unable to justify by the citation of facts and statistics. Moreover, I am quite unable to opine whether, given 37 as the annual frequency of spontaneous discharges in a number of men, the multiple required for the frequency of natural relief should be the same in every case. For aught I know to the contrary, the physiological idiosyncrasies of men may be so varied that, given 2 men with an annual frequency of 37 spontaneous discharges, the desired multiple may be in one case X and in the other 2X. Our data, however, do clearly denote that the frequency in the 6 or 8 summer months should bear to the frequency of the 6 or 4 winter months the proportion of 3 or 4 to 2. It should never be forgotten, however, that, under all conditions, both man and wife should exercise prudence, both self-ward and other-ward, and that each should utterly refuse to gratify self by accepting a sacrifice, however willingly offered, that may be gravely prejudicial to the health of the other. For only experience can show whether, in any union, the receptivity of the woman be greater or less than, or equal to, the physical desire of the man. To those, of course, who regard marriage from the old-fashioned and grossly immoral standpoint of Melanchthon and other theologians, and who consider a wife as the divinely ordained vehicle for the chartered intemperance of her husband, it will seem grotesque in the highest degree that a physiological inquirer should attempt to advise them how often to seek the embraces of their wives, but those who regard woman from the standpoint of a higher ethics, who abhor the notion that she should be only the vehicle for her husband's passions, and who demand that she shall be mistress of her own body, will not be ungrateful for any guidance that physiology can afford them. It will be seen presently, moreover, that the study of the weekly rhythm does afford us some less inexact clue to the desired solution. One curious fact may be mentioned before we quit this interesting question. It is stated that Solon required, of the husband, 3 payments per month. By the Misna, a daily debt was imposed upon an idle vigorous young husband, twice a week on a citizen, once in 30 days on a camel driver, once in 6 months on a seaman. Now it is certainly striking that Solon's 3 payments per month exactly correspond with my records of 37 discharges annually. Had Solon similarly recorded a series of observations upon himself? The lunar monthly rhythm. We now come to that division of the inquiry which is of the greatest physiological interest, although of little social import. Is there a monthly period in man as well as in woman? My records indicate clearly that there is. In searching for this monthly rhythm, I have utilized not only the data of the 8 completely recorded years, but also those of the 3 years of 1886, 1889, and 1891, for, although it would obviously have been inaccurate to utilize these incomplete records when calculating the yearly rhythm, there seems no objection to making use of them in the present section of the inquiry. It is hardly necessary to remark that the terms first day of the month, second day, third day, etc., are to be understood as denoting new moon day, day after new moon, third lunar day, and so on. But it should be explained that, since these discharges occur at night, I have adopted the astronomical, instead of the civil, day, so that a new moon occurring between noon yesterday and noon today is reckoned as occurring yesterday, and yesterday is regarded as the first lunar day. Thus, a discharge occurring in the night between December 31st and January 1st is tabulated as occurring on December 31st, and, in the present discussion, is assigned to the lunar day comprised between noon of December 31st and noon of January 1st. Since it is obvious that the number of discharges in any one year averaging, as they do, only 1.25 per day, are far too few to yield a curve of any value, I have combined my data in 2 series. The dotted curve on chart 9 is obtained by combining the results of the years 1886 to 92. 2 of these years are incompletely recorded, and there are no records for 1890. The total number of observations was 179. The broken curve is obtained by combining those of the years 1893 to 97, the total number of observations being 185. Even so, the data are far too scanty to yield a really characteristic curve, but the continuous curve, which sums up the results of the 11 years, is more reliable and obviously more satisfactory. If the 2 former curves be compared, it will be seen that, on the whole, they display a general concordance, such differences as exist being attributable chiefly to 2 facts. 1. That the second curve is more even throughout, neither maximum nor minimum being so strongly marked as in the first, and 2. That the main maximum occurs in the middle of the month instead of on the second lunar day, and the absence of the marked initial maximum alters the character of the first week or so of this curve. It is, however, scarcely fair to lay any great stress on the characters of curves obtained from such scanty data, and we will, therefore, pass to the continuous curve, the study of which will prove more valuable. Now, even a cursory examination of this continuous curve will yield the following results. 1. The discharges occur most frequently on the second lunar day. 2. The days of the next most frequent discharges are the 22d, the 13th, the 7th, 20th, and 26th, the 11th and 16th, so that, if we regard only the first 6 of these, we find that the discharges occur most frequently on the 2d, 7th, 13th, 20th, 22d, and 26th lunar days, i.e., the discharges occur most frequently on days separated, on the average, by 4-day intervals, but actually the period between the 20th and 22d days is that characterized by the most frequent discharges. 3. The days of minimum of discharge are the 1st, 5th, 15th, 18th, and 21st. 4. The curve is characterized by a continual seesawing, so that every notable maximum is immediately followed by a notable minimum. Thus, the curve is of an entirely different character from that representing the monthly rhythm of the pulse, and this is only what one might have expected, for, whereas the mean pulsations vary only very slightly from day to day, thus giving rise to a gradually rising or sinking curve, a discharge from the sexual system relieves the tension by exhausting the stored-up secretion, and is necessarily followed by some days of rest and inactivity. In the very nature of the case, therefore, a curve of this kind could not possibly be otherwise than most irregular if the discharges tended to occur most frequently upon definite days of the month, and thus the very irregularity of the curve affords us proof that there is a regular male periodicity, such that on certain days of the month there is greater probability of a spontaneous discharge than on any other days. 5. Gratifying, however, though this irregularity of the curve may be, yet it entails a corresponding disadvantage, for we are precluded thereby from readily perceiving the characteristics of the monthly rhythm as a whole. I thought that perhaps this aspect of the rhythm might be rendered plainer if I calculated the data into 2-day averages, and the result, as shown in Chart X, is extremely satisfactory. Here we can at once perceive the wonderful and almost geometric symmetry of the monthly rhythm. Indeed, if the third maximum were 1 unit higher, if the first minimum were 1 unit lower, and if the lines joining the second minimum and third maximum, and the fourth maximum and fourth minimum, were straight instead of being slightly broken, then the curve would, in its chief features, be geometrically symmetrical, and this symmetry appears to me to afford a convincing proof of the representative accuracy of the curve. We see that the month is divided into 5 periods, that the maxima occur on the following pairs of days, the 19th to 20th, 13th to 14th, 25th to 26th, 1st-2d, 7th to 8th, and that the minima occur at the beginning, end, and exact middle of the month. There have been many idle superstitions as to the influence of the moon upon the earth and its inhabitants, and some beliefs that once deemed equally idle have now been reinstated in the regard of science. But it would certainly seem to be a very fascinating and very curious fact if the influence of the moon upon men should be such as to regulate the spontaneous discharges of their sexual system. Certainly the lovers of all ages would then have builded better than they knew, when they reared altars of devotional verse to that chaste goddess Artemis. The weekly rhythm. We now come to the third branch of our inquiry, and have to ask whether there be any weekly rhythm of the sexual activity. A priori it might be answered that to expect any such weekly rhythm were absurd, seeing that our week, unlike the lunar month of the year, is a purely artificial and conventional period, while, on the other hand, it might be retorted that the existence of an induced weekly periodicity is quite conceivable, such periodicity being induced by the habitual difference between our occupation, or mode of life, on 1 or 2 days of the week and that on the remaining days. In such an inquiry, however, a priori argument is futile, as the question can be answered only by an induction from observations, and the curves on Chart 11, Chart Shear and Chart Exhib prove conclusively that there is a notable weekly rhythm. The existence of this weekly rhythm being granted, it would naturally be assumed that either the maximum or the minimum would regularly occur on Saturday or Sunday, but an examination of the curves discloses the unexpected result that the day of maximum discharge varies from year to year. Thus it is, Sunday in 1888, 1892, 1896. Tuesday in 1894, Thursday in 1886, 1897, Friday in 1887, Saturday in 1893 and 1895. Since, in Chart 11, the curves are drawn from Sunday to Sunday, it is obvious that the real symmetry of the curve is brought out in those years only which are characterized by a Sunday maximum, and, accordingly, in Chart 12 I have depicted the curves in a more suitable form. Chart 12A is obtained by combining the data of 1888, 1892, and 1896, the years of a Sunday maximum. Curve 12B represents the results of 1894, the year of a Tuesday maximum, multiplied throughout by 3 in order to render the curve strictly comparable with the former. Curve 12C represents 1886 and 1897, the years of a Thursday maximum, similarly multiplied by 1.5. In curve 12D we have the results of 1887, the year of a Friday maximum, again multiplied by 3, and in curve 12E those of 1893 and 1895, the years of a Saturday maximum, multiplied by 1.5. Finally, curve 12F represents the combined results of all 9 years plus, the latter half of 1891, and this curve shows that, on the whole period, there is a very strongly marked Sunday maximum. I hardly think that these curves call for much comment. In their general character they display a notable concord among themselves, and it is significant that the most regular of the 5 curves are A and E, representing the combinations of 3 years and of 2 years, respectively, while the least regular is B, which is based upon the records of 1 year only. In every case we find that the maximum which opens the week is rapidly succeeded by a minimum, which is itself succeeded by a secondary maximum, usually very secondary, although in 1894 it nearly equals the primary maximum, followed again by a second minimum, usually nearly identical with the first minimum, after which there is a rapid rise to the original maximum. The study of these curves fortunately amplifies the conclusion drawn from our study of the annual rhythm, and suggests that, in at least part of the year, the physiological condition of man requires sexual union at least twice a week. As to curve 12F, its remarkable symmetry speaks for itself. The existence of two secondary maxima, however, has not the same significance as had that of our secondary maximum in the preceding curves, for one of these secondary maxima is due to the influence of the 1894 curve with its primary Tuesday maximum, and the other to the similar influence of curve C with its primary Thursday maximum. Similarly, the veiled third secondary maximum is due to the influence of curve E. Probably, any student of curves will concede that, on a still larger average, the two secondary maxima of curve F would be replaced by a single one on Wednesday or Thursday. One more question remains for consideration in connection with this weekly rhythm. Is it possible to trace any connection between the weekly and yearly rhythms of such a character that the weekly day of maximum discharge should vary from month to month in the year? In other words, does the greater frequency of a Sunday discharge characterize one part of the year, that of a Tuesday another, and so on? In order to answer this question, I have recalculated all my data, with results that are graphically represented in Chart 13. These curves prove that the Sunday maxima discharges occur in March and September, and the minima in June, that the Monday maxima discharges occur in September, Friday in July, and so on. Thus, there is a regular rhythm, according to which the days of maximum discharge vary from one month of the year to another, and the existence of this final rhythm appears to me very remarkable. I would especially direct attention to the almost geometric symmetry of the Sunday curve, and to the only less complete symmetry of the Thursday and Friday curves. Certainly in these rhythms we have an ample field for farther study and speculation. I have now concluded my study of this fascinating inquiry, a study that is necessarily incomplete, since it is based upon records furnished by one individual only. The fact, however, that, even with so few observations, and notwithstanding the consequently exaggerated disturbing influence of minor irregularities, such remarkable and unexpected symmetry is evidenced by these curves, only increases one's desire to have the opportunity of handling a series of observations sufficiently numerous to render the generalizations induced from them absolutely conclusive. I would again appeal to heads of colleges to assist this inquiry by enlisting in its aid a band of students. If only 100 students, living under similar conditions, could be induced to keep such records with scrupulous regularity for only 12 months, the results induced from such a series of observations would be more than 10 times as valuable as those which have only been reached after 10 years' observations on my part. And, if other centuries of students in foreign and colonial colleges, e.g., in Italy, India, Australia, and America, could be similarly enlisted in this work, we should quickly obtain a series of results exhibiting the sexual needs and sexual peculiarities of the male human animal in various climates. Obviously, however, the records of any such students would be worse than useless unless their care and accuracy, on the one hand, and their habitual chastity, on the other, could be implicitly guaranteed. Appendix C. The autoerotic factor in religion. The intimate association between the emotions of love and religion is well known to all those who are habitually brought into close contact with the phenomena of the religious life. Love and religion are the two most volcanic emotions to which the human organism is liable, and it is not surprising that, when there is a disturbance in one of these spheres, the vibrations should readily extend to the other. Nor is it surprising that the two emotions should have a dynamic relation to each other, and that the autoerotic impulse, being the more primitive and fundamental of the two impulses, should be able to pass its unexpended energy over to the religious emotion, there to find the expansion hitherto denied it, the love of the human becoming the love of the divine. I was not good enough for man, and so am given to God. Even when there is absolute physical suppression on the sexual side, it seems probable that thereby a greater intensity of spiritual fervor is caused. Many eminent thinkers seem to have been without sexual desire. It is a noteworthy and significant fact that the age of love is also the age of conversion. Starbuck, for instance, in his very elaborate study of the psychology of conversion, shows that the majority of conversions take place during the period of adolescence, that is, from the age of puberty to about 24 or 25. It would be easy to bring forward a long series of observations, from the most various points of view, to show the wide recognition of this close affinity between the sexual and the religious emotions. It is probable, as Hahn points out, that the connection between sexual suppression and religious rites, which we may trace at the very beginning of culture, was due to an instinctive impulse to heighten rather than abolish the sexual element. Early religious rites were largely sexual and orgiastic because they were largely an appeal to the generative forces of nature to exhibit a beneficial productiveness. Among happily married people, as Hahn remarks, the sexual emotions rapidly give place to the cares and anxieties involved in supporting children, but when the exercise of the sexual function is prevented by celibacy, or even by castration, the most complete form of celibacy, the sexual emotions may pass into the psychical sphere to take on a more pronounced shape. The early Christians adopted the traditional Eastern association between religion and celibacy, and, as the writings of the Fathers amply show, they expended on sexual matters a concentrated fervor of thought rarely known to the Greek and Roman writers of the best period. As Christian theology developed, the minute inquisition into sexual things sometimes became almost an obsession. So far as I am aware, however, I cannot profess to have made any special investigation. It was not until the late Middle Ages that there is any clear recognition of the fact that, between the religious emotions and the sexual emotions, there is not only a superficial antagonism, but an underlying relationship. At this time, so great a theologian and philosopher as Aquinas said that it is especially on the days when a man is seeking to make himself pleasing to God that the devil troubles him by polluting him with seminal emissions. With somewhat more psychological insight, the wise old knight of the Tower, Landry, in the 14th century, tells his daughters that no young woman, in love, can ever serve her God with that unfeignedness which she did aforetime. For I have heard it argued by many who, in their young days, had been in love that, when they were in the church, the condition and the pleasing melancholy in which they found themselves would infallibly set them brooding over all their tender lovesick longings and all their amorous passages, when they should have been attending to the service which was going on at the time. And such is the property of this mystery of love that it is ever at the moment when the priest is holding our Saviour upon the altar that the most enticing emotions come. After narrating the history of two queens beyond the seas who indulged in amours even on Holy Thursday and Good Friday, at midnight in their oratories, when the lights were put out, he concludes, "Every woman in love is more liable to fall in church or at her devotion than at any other time." The connection between religious emotion and sexual emotion was very clearly set forth by Swift about the end of the 17th century, in a passage which it may be worth while to quote from his discourse concerning the mechanical operation of the spirit. After mentioning that he was informed by a very eminent physician that when the Quakers first appeared he was seldom without female Quaker patients affected with nymphomania, Swift continues, "Persons of a visionary devotion, either men or women, are, in their complexion, of all others the most amorous. For zeal is frequently kindled from the same spark with other fires, and from inflaming brotherly love will proceed to raise that of a gallant. If we inspect into the usual process of modern courtship, we shall find it to consist in a devout turn of the eyes, called ogling, an artificial form of canting and whining, by rote, every interval, for want of other matter, made up with a shrug, or a hum, a sigh or a groan, the style compact of insignificant words, incoherences, and repetitions. These I take to be the most accomplished rules of address to a mistress, and where are these performed with more dexterity than by the saints? Nay, to bring this argument yet closer, I have been informed by certain sanguine brethren of the first class, that in the height and orgasmus of their spiritual exercise, it has been frequent with them, immediately after which, They found the spirit to relax and flag of a sudden with the nerves, and they were forced to hasten to a conclusion. This may be farther strengthened by observing with wonder how unaccountably all females are attracted by visionary or enthusiastic preachers, though never so contemptible in their outward mien, which is usually supposed to be done upon considerations purely spiritual, without any carnal regards at all. But I have reason to think, the sex hath certain characteristics, by which they form a truer judgment of human abilities and performings than we ourselves can possibly do of each other. Let that be as it will, thus much is certain, that however spiritual intrigues begin, they generally conclude like all others. They may branch upwards toward heaven, but the root is in the earth. Too intense a contemplation is not the business of flesh and blood. It must, by the necessary course of things, in a little time let go its hold, and fall into matter. Lovers for the sake of celestial converse are but another sort of Platonics, who pretend to see stars and heaven in ladies' eyes, and to look or think no lower, but the same pit is provided for both. To come down to recent times, in the last century the headmaster of Clifton College, when discussing the sexual vices of boyhood, remarked that the boys whose temperament exposes them to these faults are usually far from destitute of religious feelings, that there is, and always has been, an undoubted coexistence of religion and animalism, that emotional appeals and revivals are far from rooting out carnal sin, and that in some places, as is well known, they seem actually to stimulate, even at the present day, to increased licentiousness. It is not difficult to see how, even in technique, the method of the revivalist is a quasi-sexual method, and resembles the attempt of the male to overcome the sexual shyness of the female. In each case, as W. Thomas remarks, the will has to be set aside, and strong suggestive means are used, and in both cases the appeal is not of the conflict type, but of an intimate, sympathetic, and pleading kind. In the effort to make a moral adjustment, it consequently turns out that a technique is used which was derived originally from sexual life, and the use, so to speak, of the sexual machinery for a moral adjustment involves, in some cases, the carrying over into the general process of some sexual manifestations. The relationship of the sexual and the religious emotions, like so many other of the essential characters of human nature, is seen in its nakedest shape by the alienist. Esquirel referred to this relationship, and, many years ago, J.B. Friedreich, a German alienist of wide outlook and considerable insight, emphasized the connection between the sexual and the religious emotions, and brought forward illustrative cases. Schroeder van der Kolk also remarked, "I venture to express my conviction that we should rarely err if, in a case of religious melancholy, we assumed the sexual apparatus to be implicated." Regis, in France, lays it down that there exists a close connection between mystic ideas and erotic ideas, and most often these two orders of conception are associated in insanity. Berthier considered that erotic forms of insanity are those most frequently found in convents. Bevan Lewis points out how frequently religious exaltation occurs at puberty in women, and religious depression at the climacteric, the period of sexual decline. Religion is very closely allied to love, remarks Savage, and the love of woman and the worship of God are constantly sources of trouble in unstable youth. It is very interesting to note the frequency with which these two deep feelings are associated. Closely connected with salacity, particularly in women, remarks Connolly Norman, when discussing mania, Tuke's Dictionary of Psychological Medicine. Is religious excitement. Ecstasy, as we see in cases of acute mental disease, is probably always connected with sexual excitement, if not with sexual depravity. The same association is constantly seen in less extreme cases, and one of the commonest features in the conversation of an acutely maniacal woman is the intermingling of erotic and religious ideas. Patients who believe, remarks Clara Boris, that they are the Virgin Mary, the bride of Christ, the Church, God's wife, and Raphael's consort, are sure, sooner or later, to disclose symptoms which show that they are some way or other sexually depraved. Farrell, who devotes a chapter of his book Die Sexuelle Frage to the subject, argues that the strongest feelings of religious emotion are often unconsciously rooted in erotic emotion or represent a transformation of such emotion, and, in an interesting discussion, Chapter 6 of this question in his Sexualleben unsere Zeit, Bloch states that in a certain sense we may describe the history of religions as the history of a special manifestation of the human sexual instinct. Ball, Bruardel, Morselly, Vallon and Marie C.H. Hughes, to mention but a few names among many, have emphasized the same point. Krafterbeing deals briefly with the connection between holiness and the sexual emotion, and the special liability of the saints to sexual temptations. He thus states his own conclusions. Religious and sexual emotional states at the height of their development exhibit a harmony in quantity and quality of excitement, and can thus in certain circumstances act vicariously. Both, he adds, can be converted into cruelty under pathological conditions. After quoting these opinions, it is, perhaps, not unnecessary to point out that, while sexual emotion constitutes the main reservoir of energy on which religion can draw, it is far from constituting either the whole content of religion or its root. Murisier, in an able study of the psychology of religious ecstasy, justly protests against too crude an explanation of its nature, though at the same time he admits that the passion of the religious ecstatic lacks nothing of what goes to make up sexual love, not even jealousy. Serios, in his little work, Recherches cliniques sur les anomalies de l'instinct sexuel, valuable on account of its instructive cases, records in detail a case which so admirably illustrates this phase of autoerotism on the borderland between ordinary erotic daydreaming and religious mysticism, the phenomena for a time reaching an insane degree of intensity, that I summarize it. Therese M., aged 24, shows physical stigmata of degeneration. The heredity is also bad. The father is a man of reckless and irregular conduct. The mother was at one time in a lunatic asylum. The patient was brought up in an orphanage, and was a troublesome, volatile child. She treated household occupations with contempt, but was fond of study. Even at an early age her lively imagination attracted attention, and the pleasure which she took in building castles in the air. From the age of 7 to 10 she masturbated. At her first communion she felt that Jesus would forever be the one master of her heart. At 13, after the death of her mother, she seemed to see her, and to hear her say that she was watching over her child. Shortly afterward she was overwhelmed by a new grief, the death of a teacher for whom she cherished great affection on account of her pure character. On the following day she seemed to see and hear this teacher, and would not leave the house where the body lay. Tendencies to melancholy appeared. Saddened by the funeral ceremonies, exhorted by nuns, fed on mystic reverie, she passed from the orphanage to a convent. She devoted herself solely to the worship of Jesus. To be like Jesus, to be near Jesus, became her constant preoccupations. The Virgin's name was rarely seen in her writings, God's name never. I wanted, she said, to love Jesus more than any of the nuns I saw, and I even thought that he had a partiality for me. She was also haunted by the idea of preserving her purity. She avoided frivolous conversation, and left the room when marriage was discussed, such a union being incompatible with a pure life. It was my fixed idea for 2 years to make my soul ever more pure in order to be agreeable to him. The beloved is well pleased among the lilies. Already, however, in a rudimentary form appeared contrary tendencies. Strictly speaking they were not contrary, but related, tendencies. Beneath the mystic passion which concealed its sexual desire was sometimes felt. At 16 she experienced emotions which she could not master, when thinking of a priest who, she said, loved her. In spite of all remorse she would have been willing to have relations with him. Notwithstanding these passing weaknesses, the idea of purity always possessed her. The nuns, however, were concerned about her exaltation. She was sent away from the convent, became discouraged, and took a place as a servant, but her fervor continued. Her confessor inspired her with great affection. She sends him tender letters. She would be willing to have relations with him, even though she considers the desire a temptation of the devil. The ground was now prepared for the manifestation of hallucinations. One evening in May, she writes, after being absorbed in thoughts of my confessor, and feeling discouraged, as I thought that Jesus, whom I loved so much, would have nothing to do with me, Mother, I cried out, What must I do to win your son?" My eyes were fixed on the sky, and I remained in a state of mad expectation. It was absurd. I to become the mother of the world. My heart went on repeating, "Yes, he is coming, Jesus is coming." The psychic erethism, reverberating on the sensorial and sensory centers, led to genital, auditory, and visual hallucinations, which produced the sensation of sexual connection. For the first time I went to bed and was not alone. As soon as I felt that touch, I heard the words, "Fear not, it is I." I was lost in him whom I loved. For many days I was cradled in a world of pleasure. I saw him everywhere, overwhelming me with his chaste caresses. On the following day at Mass she seemed to see Calvary before her. Jesus was naked and surrounded by 1,000 voluptuous imaginations. His arms were loosened from the cross, and he said to me, "Come." I longed to fly to him with my body, but could not make up my mind to show myself naked. However, I was carried away by a force I could not control. I threw myself on my Saviour's neck, and felt that all was over between the world and me. From that day, by sheer reasoning, she has understood everything. Previously she thought that the religious life was a renunciation of the joys of marriage and enjoyment generally. Now she understands its object. Jesus Christ desires that she should have relations with a priest. He is himself incarnated in priests. Just as Saint Joseph was the guardian of the Virgin, so are priests the guardians of nuns. She has been impregnated by Jesus, and this imaginary pregnancy preoccupies her in the highest degree. From this time she masturbated daily. She cannot even go to communion without experiencing voluptuous sensations. Her delusions having thus become systematized, nothing shakes her tenacity in seeking to carry them out. She attempts at all costs to have relations with her confessor, embraces him, throws herself at his knees, pursues him, and so becomes a cause of scandal. When brought to the asylum, there is intense sexual excitement, and she masturbates a dozen times a day, even when talking to the doctor. The sexual organs are normal, the vulva moist and red, the vagina is painful to touch, the contact of the finger causes erectile turgescence. She has had no rest, she says, since she has learned to love her Jesus. He desires her to have sexual relations with someone, and she cannot succeed. All my soul's strength is arrested by this constant endeavor. Her new surroundings modify her behavior, and now it is the doctor whom she pursues with her obsessions. I expected everything from the charity of the priests I have known. I have not deserved what I wanted from them. But is not a doctor free to do everything for the good of the patients entrusted to him by Providence? Cannot a doctor thus devote himself? Since I have tasted the tree of life, I am tormented by the desire to share it with a loving friend. Then she falls in love with an employee, and makes the crudest advances to him, believing that she is thus executing the will of Jesus. "Necessity makes laws," she exclaims to him, "the moments are pressing, I have been waiting too long." She still speaks of her religious vocation which might be compromised by so long a delay. "I do not want to get married." Gradually a transformation took place. The love of God was effaced and earthly love became more intense than ever. "Quitting the heights in which I wished to soar, I am coming so near to earth that I shall soon fix my desires there." In a last letter Therese recognizes with terror the insanity to which the exaltation of her imagination had led her. "Now I only believe in God and in suffering. I feel that it is necessary for me to get married." Morioni, 402, has very fully described a case of erotico-religious insanity, climacteric paranoia on an hysterical basis, in a married woman of 44. During the early stages of her disorder she inflicted all sorts of penances upon herself, fasting, constant prayer, drinking her own urine, cleaning dirty plates with her tongue, etc. Finally she felt that by her penances she had obtained forgiveness of her sins, and then began a stage of joy and satisfaction during which she believed that she had entered into a state of the most intimate personal relationship with Jesus. She finally recovered. Morioni shows how closely this history corresponds with the histories of the saints, and that all the acts and emotions of this woman can be exactly paralleled in the lives of famous saints, the justice of these comparisons becomes manifest when we turn to the records that have been left by holy persons. A most instructive record from this point of view is the autobiography of Soeur Jeanne des Anges, superior of the Ursulines of Loudun in the 17th century, 404, beautiful, ambitious, fond of pleasure, still more of power. With this, as sometimes happens, she was highly hysterical, and in the early years of her religious life was possessed by various demons of unchastity and blasphemy with whom for many years she was in constant struggle. She fell in love with a priest of Loudun, Grandier, a man whom she had never even seen, only knowing of him as a powerful and fascinating personality at whose feet all women fell, and she imagined that she and the other nuns of her convent were possessed through his influence. She was thus the cause of the trial and execution of Grandier, a famous case in the annals of witchcraft. In her autobiography, Soeur Jeanne describes in detail how the demons assailed her at night, appearing in lascivious attitudes, making indecent proposals, raising the bedclothes, touching all parts of her body, imploring her to yield to them, and she tells how strong her temptation was to yield. On one night, for instance, she writes, "I seemed to feel someone's breath, and I heard a voice saying, 'The time for resistance has gone by, you must no longer rebel. By putting off your consent to what has been proposed you will be injured, you cannot persist in this resistance. God has subjected you to the demands of a nature which you must satisfy on occasions so urgent.' Then I felt impure impressions in my imagination and disordered movements in my body. I persisted in saying at the bottom of my heart that I would do nothing. I turned to God and asked Him for strength in this extraordinary struggle. Then there was a loud noise in my room, and I felt as if someone had approached me and put his hand into my bed and touched me, and having perceived this I rose, in a state of restlessness, which lasted for a long time afterward. Some days later, at midnight, I began to tremble all over my body as I lay in bed, and to experience much mental anxiety without knowing the cause. After this had lasted for some time I heard noises in various parts of my room, the sheet was twice pulled without entirely uncovering me, the oratory close to my bed was upset. I heard a voice on the left side, toward which I was lying. I was asked if I had thought over the advantageous offer that had been made to me. It was added, "I have come to know your reply. I will keep my promise if you will give your consent. If, on the contrary, you refuse, you will be the most miserable girl in the world, and all sorts of mischances will happen to you." I replied, "If there were no God I would fear those threats. I am consecrated to Him." It was replied to me, "You will not get much help from God, He will abandon you." I replied, "God is my Father, He will take care of me. I have resolved to be faithful to Him." He said, "I will give you 3 days to think over it." I rose and went to the Holy Sacrament with an anxious mind. Having returned to my room, and being seated on a chair, it was drawn from under me so that I fell on the floor. Then the same things happened again. I heard a man's voice saying lascivious and pleasant things to seduce me. He pressed me to give him room in my bed. He tried to touch me in an indecent way. I resisted and prevented him, calling the nuns who were near my room. The window had been open, it was closed. I felt strong movements of love for a certain person, and improper desire for dishonorable things. She writes again, at a later period, "These impurities and the fire of concupiscence which the evil spirit caused me to feel, beyond all that I can say, forced me to throw myself onto braziers of hot coal, where I would remain for half an hour at a time, in order to extinguish that other fire, so that half my body was quite burnt. At other times, in the depth of winter, I have sometimes passed part of the night entirely naked in the snow, or in tubs of icy water. I have besides often gone among thorns so that I have been torn by them. At other times I have rolled in nettles, and I have passed whole nights defying my enemies to attack me, and assuring them that I was resolved to defend myself with the grace of God." With her confessor's permission, she also had an iron girdle made, with spikes, and wore this day and night for nearly 6 months until the spikes so entered her flesh that the girdle could only be removed with difficulty. By means of these austerities she succeeded in almost exorcising the demons of unchastity, and a little later, after a severe illness, of which she believed that she was miraculously cured by Saint Joseph, she appeared before the world almost as a saint, herself possessing a miraculous power of healing. She traveled through France, bringing healing wherever she went. The king, the queen, and Cardinal Richelieu were at her feet, and so great became the fame of her holiness that her tomb was a shrine for pilgrims for more than a century after her death. It was not until late in life, and after her autobiography terminates, that sexual desire in Sœur Jeanne, though its sting seems never to have quite disappeared, became transformed into passionate love of Jesus, and it is only in her later letters that we catch glimpses of the complete transmutation. Thus, in one of her later letters we read, "I cried with ardor, Lord, join me to thyself, transform thyself into me." It seemed to me that that lovable spouse was reposing in my heart as on his throne. What makes me almost swoon with love and admiration is a certain pleasure which it seems to me that he takes when all my being flows into his, restoring to him with respect and love all that he has given to me. Sometimes I have permission to speak to our Lord with more familiarity, calling him my love, interesting him in all that I ask of him, as well for myself as for others. The lives of all the great saints and mystics bear witness to operations similar to those so vividly described by Sœur Jeanne des Anges, though it is very rarely that any saint has so frankly presented the dynamic mechanism of the autoerotic process. The indications they give us, however, are sufficiently clear. It is enough to refer to the special affection which the mystics have ever borne toward the Song of Songs, and to note how the most earthly expressions of love in that poem enter as a perpetual refrain into their writings. The courage of the early Christian martyrs, it is abundantly evident, was in part supported by an exaltation which they frankly drew from the sexual impulse. Follicular, we are told in the Acts of Achilles and Nereus, preferred imprisonment, torture, and death to marriage or pagan sacrifices. When on the rack she was bidden to deny Christianity, she exclaimed, "Ego non nego amatorum meum," I will not deny my lover who for my sake has eaten gall and drunk vinegar, crowned with thorns, and fastened to the cross. Christian mysticism and its sexual coloring was absorbed by the Islamic world at a very early period and intensified. In the 13th century it was reintroduced into Christendom in this intensified form by the genius of Raymond Lull, who had himself been born on the confines of Islam, and his book of The Lover and the Friend is a typical manifestation of sexual mysticism which inspired the great Spanish school of mystics a few centuries later. The delicious agony, the sweet martyrdom, the strongly combined pleasure and pain experienced by Saint Teresa were certainly associated with physical sexual sensations. The case of Marguerite Marie Alacoque is typical. Jesus, as her autobiography shows, was always her lover, her husband, her dear master. She is betrothed to him, he is the most passionate of lovers, nothing can be sweeter than his caresses, they are so excessive she is beside herself with the delight of them. The central imagination of the mystic consists essentially, as Ribot remarks, in a love romance. If we turn to the most popular devotional work that was ever written, The Imitation of Christ, we shall find that the love there expressed is precisely and exactly the love that finds its motive power in the emotions aroused by a person of the other sex. A very intellectual woman once remarked to me that the book seemed to her a sort of religious aphrodisiac. If we read, for instance, Book 3, Chapter 5, of this work, De Mirabili Affectu Divini Amoris, we shall find in the eloquence of this solitary monk in the Low Countries neither more nor less than the emotions of every human lover at their highest limit of exaltation. Nothing is sweeter than love, nothing stronger, nothing higher, nothing broader, nothing pleasanter, nothing fuller nor better in heaven or in earth. He who loves, flies, runs, and rejoices, he is free and cannot be held. He gives all in exchange for all, and possesses all in all. He looks not at gifts, but turns to the giver above all good things. Love knows no measure, but is fervent beyond all measure. Love feels no burden, thinks nothing of labor, strives beyond its force, reckons not of impossibility, for it judges that all things are possible. Therefore it attempts all things, and therefore it effects much when he who is not a lover fails and falls. My love, thou all mine, and I all thine. There is a certain natural disinclination in many quarters to recognize any special connection between the sexual emotions and the religious emotions. But this attitude is not reasonable. A man who is swayed by religious emotions cannot be held responsible for the indirect emotional results of his condition. He can be held responsible for their control. Nothing is gained by refusing to face the possibility that such control may be necessary, and much is lost. There is certainly, as I have tried to indicate, good reason to think that the action and interaction between the spheres of sexual and religious emotion are very intimate. The obscure promptings of the organism at puberty frequently assume on the psychic side a wholly religious character. The activity of the religious emotions sometimes tends to pass over into the sexual region. The suppression of the sexual emotions often furnishes a powerful reservoir of energy to the religious emotions. Occasionally the suppressed sexual emotions break through all obstacles.